Hello people of Gensokyo, this is Sabin playing Touhou, Lost Branch of Legend, and today we're doing Koishi B Overexplained. I've already done quite a few Overexplained videos. It was kind of the first content I did when I started the channel, because I wanted to, I didn't really see a lot of Lunatic 7 content that could teach people how to play, so I thought I'd do it myself. And the point I'm trying to make with this is where I'm taking this is those already kind of serve for like the basics of the game and mostly how to just play the characters. But I've gotten quite a lot of hours of play in Sims, and I kind of wanted to go a bit deeper in this one. So the first thing I'm doing is actually not going into a new run. We're going into the collection this time, and if you're not interested in deck building, the analyzing cards and stuff, I'm probably gonna put like in the description a timestamp for when the actual gameplay starts. But before Koishi B, I'm going to be diving into a bit of her deck building. It's still going to be focused on Koishi B. It's just we're going to start with deck building and stuff first. Okay, so first things first, Overflowing Love and Vivid Flower Wreath are the 2 mana basics. You start with 3 of these, 2 of these, and Overflowing Love is different from most other starting cards in that it actually has the follow-up card tag. This means that your starting card, which is Erkis right here, deals 6 damage, applies 1 weak, performs a follow-up attack. This is actually going to perform Overflowing Love if it's the first card it finds. However, there's also Instinctive Love in the deck. These two are Koishi's common starting cards, just for reference, You can see 2 shoots, 2 boundaries, 2 overflowings, 3 flower wreaths, and Erkis plus Instinctive Love. So the thing is, generally, first thing you're always going to want to do with Koishi B is remove the Overflowing Loves. The reason for that is you start with 1 follow-up attack and 1 follow-up card. So, other than the basics. And the Instinctive Love has the property where at the start of combat, and when you shuffle the deck, if Instinctive Love is in the deck, you place it at the bottom of the draw pile. So if you shuffle this into, if you have this in the discard pile and you shuffle, it goes to the bottom. At the start of combat, when you draw your initial cards and stuff, the card is going to be on the bottom. So basically, you can always guarantee that as long as you play enough follow-up enablers, you're never going to be drawing your follow-up cards, thanks to this tag. Overflowing Love does not have that. This one works normally, like any other card. So the thing is, if you remove both Overflowing Loves, you're going to guarantee that the Erkis is always going to play Instinctive Love for free. So you're getting 2 mana, 26 damage. Instead of, 16 for example with this. On top of that, if you remove both basics, and let's say you added Emotional Surge to the deck, if you remove both basics, and you have Instinctive Love and Emotional Surge, the indicator, if Emotional Surge is still in your deck, if you haven't drawn it yet, if it's in your draw pile, is going to say you have 2 of them. You're going to have these 2. However, you can guarantee that you'll actually hit Emotional Surge, because this is going to be on the bottom. So it actually gives you a much greater degree of control if you add new follow-up cards to remove your basics, and just, have the bottom shuffling cards, is how I call them, the bottom shufflers, just be guaranteed to be on the bottom, and you can control more or less what you're going to do with follow-up attacks. And since in high-level play, consistency tends to be one of the most important things, this consistency where you're always going to know what the Erkis is going to pull is going to massively help with actually playing, because you're not going to play the Erkis and gamble hoping you actually hit a good thing. You're going to know exactly what you're going to hit. That is assuming, again, you only have bottom shufflers and like 1 card that doesn't shuffle to the bottom maybe. The most common one that you'd want to put in your deck I mean, Emotional Surge is mine because I do like playing it early on quite a lot. Early on, 17 damage for 3 isn't awful when it's to each enemy. Uh, because, in Act 1, there's a lot of encounters that AoE does really well against, the Kadamas, the Bats, stuff like that. And if you do it off of the Erkis, it's even better, because you just did like 2 mana, a little bit of extra damage to a target, but mostly just 2 mana 17 to everything. However, the most common card that doesn't shuffle to the bottom, and you're going to want to follow up consistently, is, as you can see here, Last Romantic Nightcall, which at a base does not have the follow-up tag, but if you upgrade it, you can see it gains follow-up card. So as long as you don't draw it on your starting hand, you can be sure that the Arcus is going to pull this. And so that is, 2 mana, 1 mana if upgraded, and you're dealing 36 to everything. That is pretty massive burst. Okay, so that is the most basic aspect, I think, of Koishi's deck building. Yeah, basically just try to limit yourself to bottom shufflers and maybe like 1 card that doesn't shuffle to the bottom and has follow-up in order to be able to predict what you're actually going to play off of the follow-ups. Related to this, try to keep the number of cards that perform a follow-up attack and the number of follow-up cards you have relatively even. So if you have 5 follow-up cards, you would generally want 5 cards that perform a follow-up attack in order to guarantee that you're not going to draw your follow-ups and that you're not going to have dead follow-up and neighborhood cards. Because if you only have like 3 follow-ups and you have like 5 fair kisses, if you play 3 of them, the other 2 are going to be kind of bad. It's just going to be 6 damage 1 week, and that's not something you want. Outside of that, give me a second. Yeah, I wanted to bring a small amount of attention to Lonely Heart here. Give me a second. So as you can see at the start of the combat, Lonely Heart adds a copy of itself into the draw pile. This can be both good and bad. First off, it is a very efficient upgrade. When upgraded, Lonely Heart is 3 mana, deal 20, gain 1 Philosopher's mana. Only black when unupgraded. And the thing is, this is a very efficient upgrade because you're basically upgrading 2 cards for the price of 1. And also, this is a card that makes your follow-ups mana cheat. So basically, let's say you're playing a pile style deck. For those who don't know, pile style decks are those who, rather than work through general synergies and consistent compact game plans, increase their consistencies instead by adding a lot of cards to the deck that are very good. This makes you more resilient to status cards because you're gonna draw them less often. Makes it so if all the cards in your deck are good, you're also not gonna really have any problems with consistency. And follow up is pretty decent at working with pile style decks. Because if you just have, let's say, like 5-6 instinctive lofts in the deck, so long as you have enough efficient cards that activate these instinctive lofts, you're not going to actually be drawing them. So you're effectively not adding the extra cards to the deck, which means that your consistency is not really affected. So yeah, that's one of the advantages that follow-up tends to have. The obvious disadvantage is, it does take you extra draft picks, because if you're picking up Instinctive Loft and Derkis so you can have one play the other, you've basically picked 2 cards in order to have 1 good card. The other one generally doesn't decrease your consistency, because you're generally going to, cheat it out, shall we say. But there's always the issue where it does force you into certain play patterns. Because if you have 10 air keys, like, let's exaggerate. Let's say you have a 40 card deck with 10 air keys and 10 instinctive lofts. The issue with that is once you draw your air cases, you're pretty much forced to play them. Because let's say that one turn you have to block a lot, you don't play any of your air cases. Next turn you play a couple, but you drew like 2 extras, couldn't play them either. Eventually you're gonna reach the bottom of your deck, and because you weren't able to play the air cases, suddenly you just draw a hand with 5 instinctive lofts. And that can be a game losing brick. So yeah, basically, the follow-up cards with a properly built deck tend to be extremely powerful, very efficient. However, they do have several restrictions, which is obviously that you need to draft additional cards to make them actually good. Like, Urkiz on its own is a very bad card. However, if it's cheating out like an Instinctive Loft, an Emotional Surge, whatever, that makes it a lot more efficient. It's 2 mana for a massive amount of damage, and even, 1 week. And on upgrade, lose mana cost, so it would only be 1 mana. Like 1 mana for 26 damage? That's insane. But yeah, the issue is, these are very restrictive in play patterns and, of course, in deck building. Okay? So yeah, the core of follow-up, and I'm talking about follow-up first because Koishi's starting deck does incentivize follow-up. Her spell card also incentivizes follow-up because it performs a follow-up attack. So yeah, the idea being her main primary intended gameplay is follow-up. So that's why I'm starting with the intricacies of it. Yeah, I was on Lonely Heart specifically. But yeah, the idea being, if you have Lonely Heart, you play upgraded Urkis, which cheats out Lonely Heart, suddenly you actually have a free 20 damage attack. That is also pretty massive. So yeah, the main use of this though, however, the main point where I'll actually play Lonely Hearts, there's generally 2 situations where I'll actually pick up Lonely Heart. The first one is when I'm playing, as I mentioned, a pile deck, because even if this doesn't, shuffle to the bottom, in a pile deck, I'm less likely to draw it. I'll often be able to cheat out at least one of the copies, but generally both of them. So, doesn't affect the consistency as much. That is why Lonely Heart is better in pile decks, because since you have a bigger deck, you're less likely to draw it, which is something you don't want to do. Same reason why the bottom shufflers are good, because you're less likely to draw them and more likely to cheat them out. The other reason, the other situation, however, where I'll actually pick up Lonely Heart is when I have what I consider the only way to make pure follow-up work. Embers of Love. Embers of Love is a 5 mana ability, goes down to 4 mana when you upgrade it. At the end of your turn, if you've performed a follow-up attack, you gain 30 firepower. And when you play it, it also performs a follow-up attack, so it enables itself on the turn you play it. Now, for comparison, let's look at red neutral ability. And we have Immortal Flame. Immortal Flame is one card win condition. You play it, it starts scaling up your firepower for the rest of the fight, and eventually even your shoots are dealing lethal amounts of damage. At the start of the player's turn, you gain 2 firepower. At the end of combat, if player's life is less than half, gain for life. This is just, nice bonus, not really the main point. And when upgraded, it's 3, but it still costs, 5 mana. The point I'm trying to make here is, assuming, of course, that you can actually fulfill the condition for the card consistently, this is actually a better version of the Eternal Flame. However, if you can't fulfill the condition consistently, this is going to generally be worse. The idea being, it only works with when you're actually doing follow-ups consistently, and it only enables itself on the first turn, so you're not going to get the bonus on turns you don't use it. You don't lose the firepower you've already gained, but you're going to need to at least do a few follow-ups before the card scaling is worth it. And this was actually about the whatever the card was called, the one that gives mana. The reason why I like that card when I have Embers of Love is since it's 2 copies, I'm actually very likely, like there's a 1 in 4 chance approximately that I'll draw Embers of Love after both copies of Lonely Heart. And what that means is very often, if Embers is upgraded, I can just play this for 4 mana. The follow-up attack picks up a Lonely Heart, if Lonely Heart is the only card I have that follows up and doesn't shuffle to the bottom. And that means I just played my Scaling Wincon for 3 mana. And when you play a 1-card Wincon for 3 mana, that means on that turn, you're actually allowed to block. You actually can play these cards safely. So you actually don't have to risk... like, when you play Eternal Flame, that's very often almost the only thing you do on the turn, unless you have, like, extra mana from, one of those 0 mana cards that give you mana, a Lotus, whatever. Point being, it requires extra investment. For Embers of Love with Lonely Heart, you just upgrade this, play it, picks up Lonely Heart, and you only use 3 mana on your scaling card. So yeah, that's something I tend to like because it allows me to play it safely. And as I mentioned before, I think Embers of Love is the only way to make pure follow-up work. If you don't have this, follow-up decks have a very high burst, they tend to clear hallways very easily, but they have a lot of issues against high health enemies, bosses, elites, etc. This covers the scaling the deck needs, and it even enables, follow-up attacks by actually using one as soon as you play the card. Okay, so yeah, that is the main follow-up deck, I'd say. You pick up Instinctive Love for Dance of the Heart. I personally prefer Dance of the Heart, and it also synergizes better with Embers of Love, because this gives you firepower, which means that the Dance of the Heart scales much better by dealing 10 damage 3 times. The firepower affects this card 3 times. On the other hand, Instinctive Love has a very good early upgrade. In fact, I think both Erkis and Instinctive Love have some of the best upgrades from starting cards. Well, this one just goes to 1 mana, makes it extremely efficient. And Instinctive Love only gains 5 damage, but it gains the Accurate keyword, which is very relevant throughout the game. But on Act 1, this is going to mean you don't have to worry about Aya. It ignores the grace Sakuya gets, ignores the grace Marisa gets, although I don't really care about Marisa as much, and as I tend to avoid fighting her. But yeah, one-shots or close to one-shots the crows, so you can generally avoid one stack of their grace, stuff like that. So yeah, the general deck building is you pick up Dances of the Heart and Instinctive Loves because they shuffle to the bottom. You pick up your cards that perform follow-up attacks. I tend to prefer having the follow-up cards, the cards that perform follow-ups first, because those basically, if I have several Instinctive Loves and I don't have the other cards first, eventually I'm going to draw a handful of bricks, unless I finish the fight extremely early, which can cause issues. However, the cards that perform the follow-up attacks still have an effect. Like these ones do as well, but like if I draw a hand like full of 2 Instinctive Loves, 1 Dance of the Heart, and like a status, I'm kind of fucked. If I draw, however, like an Erkis, Persecutory Delusions, and where's the Grace one, and an Instinctive Action, I'm still gonna be able to block, grace, apply weak. However, the follow-up attacks are purely attacks. The follow-up card tag is not on any card that is not an attack. So that is generally why while I'm building the deck, I prefer having more of these than these. And once I reach a satisfactory number, like once I feel like I have enough follow-up attacks and follow-up performers, I tend to stop there, not draft any more attacks. I think my general rule is like around 3 of each is ideal. Gives you decent consistency without, you know, overloading your deck with too many of them and not being able to play them all together. Because with 3, because many of them are very cheap, like Erkis Plus is 1 mana, Instinctive Action Plus is 1 mana, and you can play it with either green or black. The Delusions is, not cheap, but at least it gives a decent chunk of block. Yeah, the idea is, with these, you can generally play them all together, assuming they're upgraded. So you don't really have issues playing them, consistently, so that you never draw your follow-up attacks. And yeah, that is one of the card packages. And speaking of card packages, that is the reason I wanted to talk about deck building first. I consider Koishi to be a pretty diffuse character. Like, a lot of the cards she has just don't work well with each other. Her synergies are very compact. You can't really mix and match all that much. Like, for example, there's many of the mental state cards, like let's take Flash of Inspiration. This adds Eureka's to your hand. The Eureka, not to your hand, to your deck. The Eureka's gain energy, 1 inspiration, and replenish. And the idea is once you get to 3 inspiration, you enter Fugue, which is a very good state. However, let's go, where is Curiosity? Sorry, I probably did it this way. There we go. Curiosity is one of Koishi's like 2 or 3 forms of card draw. She certainly doesn't have a lot. Koishi has very low amounts of card draw in general. Draw 3 cards, exit the current mental state. So if you use Curiosity to draw through your deck, and you get to the inspirations like this, you're gonna enter Fugue with the card draw part, and then you're immediately going to exit Fugue, and you're going to get completely fucked. If, for example, you're doing your Fugue, and like, Fugue for reference is, should say it here. Yeah, while in Fugue, you gain energy and draw a card for each card you play, and it ends after 5 cards are played, or at the end of turn. Let's say your hand is like a couple of statuses, 2 attacks, and a card to enter Fugue. Let's say Epiphany, because that's the only thing it does. You play Epiphany, you play both of your attacks, and it turns out you drew, let's say, a basic card, a double helix, and like a selflessness. Or easier, like you drew Romantic Rose and Selflessness. Both of these enter a state. And you can only be in one state at a time. So if you play any of these, you're going to exit Fugue without being able to actually use the effects. In fact, which is something I hate, if you play a card that enters a state while you are in Fugue, you're not even going to get the card draw and mana from playing that card. Like, if I play Epiphany, go into Fugue, and then immediately play like Romantic Rose, I'm not going to draw 1 card and then enter Passion. I'm going to draw 0, which I think is honestly like a mistake to design it like that, but that's just my opinion. Point being, the synergy is absolutely not there. There's a lot of anti-synergy there. Yeah, that's the main issue with Koishi's design, in my opinion. There's an immense amount of anti-synergy, so you generally want to draft packages of cards. And that is why I wanted to talk about deck building. Because once we get into the game, what our plan's going to be is we're going to be looking on the first part of the act and like on the first 1-2 shops we find for certain build around cards that we can actually make our deck around. And then we're going to draft packages of cards specifically, trying to avoid the cards that don't have synergy with our deck, because otherwise you're generally just going to be getting screwed tremendously very often. Like, this is not even close to as big of an issue on the other characters, because like one of Rainbow's synergies is like firepower. Everyone can use firepower. Like every attacking her deck can use firepower. There's no issue with combining firepower and barrier. If you're like doing a lot of barrier while you scale up firepower, and then you use a multi-hit attack. But however, there are issues with trying to mix mental states. There are issues with trying to find card draw, because Koishi has very little. So you have to have a very consistent deck to actually have consistency, because you're not going to be able to find consistency through card draw. For reference, so Koishi, this does not have neutral, perfect. So, yeah, talks through that, draws 2 cards but places 1 back into the deck. This can help enable the follow-up cards technically, because you put them back into the deck and then you cheat them out. But it's generally not worth spending a mana on, because if you do this, you're just going to, if you pay an extra mana for the cards that perform the follow-up, you're losing a lot of what makes them good and special, which is, the efficiency they have. If I'm playing 3 mana for an unupgraded Arceus, I don't really care that Instinctive Love is dealing 20 damage on top. I could already do 20 damage for 3 mana myself. If you find this pre-upgraded, however, I do think this is worth picking up every pre-upgraded copy you see, because it's a 0 mana that increases your consistency a lot, and if you have several of these, you could honestly even have like a couple of extra follow-up cards that don't shuffle to the bottom every time, because if you have like 2-3 of these upgraded, you can put them back relatively consistently. They do excel though, so on a longer fight that might screw you, but oh well. This doesn't draw, this just affects the draw pile. This draws 2 cards on the next turn, goes to the draw pile, requires entering passion, which is a different archetype altogether. Stance dancing is the Koishi A gimmick. Generally you don't really get to activate this often on Koishi B. Just makes copies in the draw pile, copies in the draw pile, just talks about the draw pile. Yeah, all of these just talk about the draw pile. The only 3 cards Koishi has that actually draw cards are Talk Through That, Springtime Vacation, and Curiosity. Curiosity, I've already explained the issue. Talk Through the Hat exiles and doesn't actually give you card advantage, because it takes 1 card and you place 1 back, which is 2 cards, and you draw 2 cards, so you're card neutral in the end. And Springtime Vacation is, I think, the strongest draw Koishi has. It's 1 mana, draw 3 when enabled. However, this is a card that needs you to be in Serenity, which is one of her mental states, and does enable itself, because if you're not in Serenity, you enter Serenity with this card. But yeah, point being, if you're doing Stance Dancing, this is going to be 1 mana enter Serenity more often than it's going to be 1 mana draw 3 cards. That is the problem with Koishi's card draw. That is also why blue is one of her best of colors. Generally, I like both blue and white, not so much red. I'll explain why when I get to those card packages. But yeah, since Koishi doesn't really have a lot of card draw, and the one she has is very conditional, you're generally going to want to draft very specific packages, generally play smaller decks. That's why I don't like pile decks so much, and why I tend to not play follow-up only as much. But yeah, that would pretty much be it for the follow-up package. If you want to play mainly follow-ups, you need to find like the Embers of Love in Act 1, pretty much. If I don't have Embers of Love in Act 1, generally my drafts are pretty doomed if I try to play pure follow-up. And you're going to want some defense cards. So Claustrophobia is pretty solid. Persecutory delusions can be... The instinctive action persecutory delusions are basically your follow-up defense cards, so they're pretty solid in general. I specifically like instinctive action a lot, only costing 1 on upgrade, so it's 1 grace for 1, which is, you know, mana efficient but not amazing. However, the follow-up attack makes it extremely mana efficient. And as you might have noticed, we are mostly talking about common cards here, which means the other way I think you can actually play follow-up here is as what is it? Neutral green ability as an instant body deck. Since a lot of the more common, I guess, cards for follow-up are commons, instant body actually works pretty well with them. The idea being, like, let's say you have an instant body plus, you play it, you get the vitality, you save it up. You go, let's go to Koishi cards. So you play like a couple of your basics, claustrophobia, and you have +4 temporary firepower. If you then play your Arcus, not only is Arcus also going to gain a firepower after, you're technically doing 2 attacks with the Arcus. Because you're doing the Arcus, and you're doing the extra attack. If you also have Dances of the Heart rather than Instinctive Love, like let's say you had a couple of Dances of the Heart, if you got 4 firepower, you play Arcus plus for 1 mana, 6 damage, goes to 10 with the temporary firepower. Dances of the Heart plus, doing 10 times 3, except with the +4, it's 14 times 3, that's 42 damage. So you just played 52 damage for 1 mana. That is huge. And that is one of the reasons why Instant Body tends to be one of my builder runs for follow-up Koishi. Generally, you want multiple copies of Instant Body, but I tend to stop at 2. More than that can bloat your deck too much, and that is, you know, kind of dangerous. So yeah, I tend to like 2 copies of Instant Body. Generally like 2-3 air kisses or instinctive actions, because these are the more efficient ones for an upgrade. You generally want to play a lot of cards on the same turn with instant bodybuilder runs, so you do like the more efficient cards rather than persecutory. And so if you do instant body rather than persecutory delusions, you're generally going to like claustrophobia more. You could also get like some of the barrier cards, one of Koishi's best defensive cards, in my opinion, Close Heart, 2 mana, gain 18 barrier. But yeah, in general, that is the thing with Koishi. With follow-up decks, you want them to have... Basically, the follow-up package is not so much a deck that you can make to have it work properly, but rather a support package for a different deck. For a different card, or as part of the deck core. But it's not something that works on its own. So yeah, if you want to play pure follow-up, I only recommend it with Embers of Love, because it gives you the scaling you need. I also like, instead of building pure follow-up, you build in an instant body deck that uses follow-up as basically a finisher, because it plays several attacks for very little mana. And yeah, that would be mostly it for follow-up. I think I'm not forgetting anything, but let's follow up. Oh yeah, Jokai EG and Imaginary. Yeah, these 2 I also wanted to talk about. This I'll talk about when I get to the off-colors. But yeah, Jokai EG is 4 mana, deal 18 damage, perform a follow-up attack. If you have Instinct, you do an additional follow-up attack. And it upgrades for 1 less mana, so 2 mana and 1 black. The Jokai EG tends to be best early on, when you still have your basics. Because let's say you have early on Urkis, Jokai EG plus, you upgraded it. and you still haven't removed any of your basics. If you do Air Kiss and Jokai EG, you're going to get 3 follow-up attacks. You're going to get down to the instinctive love anyway. And yeah, the EEG, assuming you can actually set it up, is actually pretty solid. When I'm playing pure follow-up, if I find Jokai EEG at the around Act 2 or start of Act 3, I'll pick it up in the hopes of finding like a couple of copies of Dance of the Heart Instinctive Love, because early on the EEG is actually pretty hard to set up for Instinct, because it costs quite a bit of mana. So if you try to play your cards, you're actually gonna be spending too much mana. You're not gonna be able to play this. Even upgraded is 3 mana, so you can play like one of the 2 mana basics. This is best when you can actually set up the Instinct. So generally, Act 2, start of Act 3. You don't want it too early, although early on is, when it does have the best effect for the Overflowing Loves. If you pick it, it's generally going to be speculative. So yeah, you pick this up speculatively to get Dance of the Heart Instinctive Love, or let's say you beaten lead, you have an exhibit that gives you plenty of mana consistently, you can pick it up if you haven't been able to remove your Overflowing Loves, and this will get rid of most of your follow-up cards, so you can actually get down to the important ones, and it's going to be, a lot of extra activations regardless. Like, you're going to get several follow-up attacks. If you just do this into 2 Overflowing Loves, that's still, 18 plus 10 plus 10, which is still pretty solid. And outside of that, Imaginary Danmaku, this card is, very sadly, a complete trap. You do not want this to ever perform follow-up attacks. This card is best in decks that don't have any follow-up attacks. If you get this, you actually just want, like we're playing Koishi B, you actually just want Air Kiss, Instinctive Love, that's it. Those are your starters, so you actually keep them if you want to, because you're generally going to prefer removing your basic cards, but you do not want to add any extras to your card, to your deck, I mean. Because the thing is, if you have Imaginary Danmaku, and this performs your follow-up attacks, let's say for 3 mana, you're performing 3 follow-ups. That is good, but the card doesn't do anything else on its own, so you don't have, the extra efficiency of, oh, this performs 1 follow-up for 1 mana, but it also has the extra effects. This performs 2 follow-ups for 3 mana, but it also has its own damage. The issue with the Imaginary is that if it performs the follow-up attacks and does nothing else, it's just like an okay card. That's it. And the problem is, let's say you actually do this, perform your follow-up attacks, you now have no follow-ups left for the rest of your cards. You have no follow-up for the Arceus, no follow-up for EG, no follow-up for Delusions, whatever. So what you wanted to do is, since the card doesn't actually have whether there are follow-up, doesn't actually care about there being follow-ups in the deck, because if there are not enough, this will just generate random ones, and they don't even go into your deck. It just performs the attack, and the card it did just disappears again. So yeah, this card is actually a trap that's better when you don't have follow-ups. And you might be saying, like, if you have Imaginary Danmaku, you can just add more follow-up cards to your decks. However, that means that if you're ever in a turn where, let's say, you have to block a lot, and you didn't manage to to play the Imaginary Danmaku, or worst case, your bottom 5 cards are this, another card, and 3 of your follow-ups, you're going to draw a massive hand of bricks when you get down to the bottom of the deck. So yeah, this is best when you don't have follow-ups. It's a very good card in my opinion. It's very efficient for the mana it costs. If it's upgraded, you play it. Worst case, because it can't get basics, worst case, you're going to be dealing let's say you're up against a single target, and you get 3 emotional surges, that's still 3 mana, 51 damage. And very often, like, you're going to get a Lonely Heart, you're going to get the Dance, etc, etc. You might even get the... Actually, I don't think it can generate the rare, but yeah, the point is, it's going to generate one of these 4. You're going to get 50 to 60 damage approximately, so that is actually pretty good. But if it's still in targets for your other follow-up performers, it's going to cost you trouble. And yeah, that's about it for the follow-up package. I'll talk about Cute Call on the off-colors. So, as I mentioned, that is one of the packages. So, what are the other packages? Let me go. Standalone card that I really like with follow-up for reference. Passion and Memories. It's a retain card that enters Passion, upgrades to cost 0. The idea being, the follow-up attacks tend to be very burst-based. Because on the turn you have your follow-up cards, you play them, you do a lot all at once, and then on the turns where you don't have follow-up, if you have, like, let's say, other attacks or your blocks, you're generally doing a lot less damage. So your damage is very focused on specific turns rather than happen, all throughout the combat. So Passion and Memories is a card you can retain, pay a single mana for, and suddenly you enter Passion, your attacks are doing double damage, and you can use it to easily finish, one of your combats. I see it similarly, but obviously lower quality, to one of Marisa's cards, Event Horizon. This enters first, which the only actual difference is that entering burst is going to give you back 3 of your mana, but this is still like double your damage for the turn. Next turn you lose. You can treat it very similarly, in my opinion. So yeah, Passion and Memories, pretty solid card in that aspect, and I tend to like it with both follow-up cards, pure follow-up, because once you've gotten enough firepower from the Embers of Love, this is going to double the extra damage you get from the firepower as well. It just doubles your damage, basically. And it also works very well with Instant Body. First, because it's a common card that you can upgrade to play for 0. And second, because once you play this, assuming it's the last turn of combat and you're not going to get hit, you're just going to double your damage, which means every Instant Body is giving you effectively 2 damage instead of 1. So yeah, that is why this is a standalone card that works very, very well with the follow-up packages. So it's not a follow-up card, but I'd consider it part of those packages, honestly. Now, let's go to the next package over here. Here it is. The Serenity package. Basically, while Koishi B is not generally going into mental states, the follow-up cards she has synergize in a way that basically lets you effectively reduce your deck size and have access to a lot of burst damage. And since the bottom shufflers also go to the bottom on redraws, you don't really have to play them. So you basically have a very efficient card that has a lot of power. And if you're in a very draw-heavy archetype, you can keep replaying this over and over. And if you keep replaying your very efficient card and very powerful card over and over, you're actually going to get a lot of damage efficiency for all your mana. And so, that is where the Serenity package comes in. The Serenity package is basically Springtime Vacation, Calm Mind, where is it? Withering Dreams, and Crazed Thorns. Those are the main cards, I would say, of the Serenity package. And the idea of this deck is you basically make use of Springtime Vacation being actually consistent draw if you're always in Serenity, and that is actually your strategy. You enter Serenity and you never leave. You're just in Serenity forever. And the idea is Serenity by itself doesn't do anything. Being in Serenity doesn't really matter. for actually being it. What Serenity does is give you mana once you exit it. However, so what this card package does is you're not actually using Serenity for its effect, but rather for the cards that have extra effects in Serenity. So, as we can see here, Springtime Vacation, 1 mana draw 3 when upgraded. Considering how little draw Koishi has, having a card that can consistently draw 3 for 1 mana is extremely solid. Withering Dreams, 3 mana, 18 to 24 block depending on upgrade. In Serenity, it is Barrier instead. 3 mana, 24 block on an upgraded card is solid, but nothing super special. However, gain 24 Barrier is extremely powerful. For comparison, Guard Up from Sakuya is a pretty decent card that gives you 24 block on upgrade, and block isn't lost at the start of the player's next turn, so technically it lets you keep more than the block that this card gives you, but it's only until the start of your next turn. On the other hand, if you play like Withering Dreams, that barrier is going to stay there until the enemy removes it. And that is a very high amount of barrier to get. Also works well with Capriciousness, giving you Spirit. It's not really all that different from like Gather Faith, the white card, but if you're going to be playing defensively, it's actually a pretty solid card. And sometimes you can also like use it for the firepower if you do it before you enter Serenity. I've generally only done that in combats where like it's turn 1, I'm fighting an elite that does something that's not attacking turn 1, and I don't really have much else, so I play it just for the extra firepower. But you know, it is an option. But yeah, the idea is she has access to Spirit, so she can use it as part of her defense. It's not a massive amount, and it's not like perfect, because Withering Dreams is like a high cost card, and those scale slightly worse with Spirit, because you know, you only gain plus 3 block, which isn't percentage wise a lot, but it generally helps because you know, you still have to get to high values to actually keep the barrier after blocking. So yeah, Self-Control is technically also part of the Permanent Serenity package, but I don't really think it's a very good card. Like 2 mana for 9 block. On the like, if you're not in Serenity, the card does nothing. Once you enter, you're generally able to keep very solid amounts of block with Withering Dreams. So I don't really like the card. It's not the worst thing you could be doing, that's for sure. But it's not a card I really like that much. It's good enough, but I personally wouldn't pick it very often, if at all. On the other hand, however, there is Graced Thorns, which is, shall we say, the build-around, technically, of the deck. The actually important part, the biggest reason you want to do this is because you get to draw 3 for 1 mana. But Graced Thorns is your damage scaling, basically. You get 1 copy of this, and because you have a lot of draw off of Springtime Vacation, you can play it plenty of times, and because you are in Serenity, it only costs 2 mana to play, always, 2 colorless mana. This also means, for reference, if you recover it or with something that changes its cost, like Deep Memories, which is a card, you know, Koishi has access to, or try to reduce its cost, if you're in Serenity, that's not going to work. Because the cost is part of the card's text, it is always enabled as long as you're in Serenity. So changing its cost, not going to work. But that also means, as far as I know, Long Night doesn't affect it. It's still going to be 2. Things like that. So yeah, the idea is 2 mana for 25 damage is extremely solid. And the card has growth. So the more you play it, the more damage it deals, the more efficient it is. So this could be easily both your scaling and your burst damage at the same time. And yeah, the Serenity package is basically that. You get a lot of card draw, a card that self scales on its own, a very solid full block, full turn block that lets you keep your block for later, and you get to just play your cards very consistently. If you can manage to get the cards, I'd say this is one of Koishi's most consistent archetypes because it's the one that has access to card draw. Now, the off-colors, they say Serenity on them, they're not Serenity cards, I'll tell you that much now. And then there's Diving Consciousness. In Enter Serenity, it's not like very important for the archetype, but it is one extra way to enter Serenity, and the card itself is very solid in my opinion. So if you find this could easily be like your best off-color option for entering Serenity. So the card is just good, honestly. The Serenity is just a nice bonus in case it takes you some time to, like, if your sprinting is at the bottom of the deck, maybe you find Diving Consciousness first. Doesn't really matter. Card is just solid. And Anata, is obviously stance dancing because it requires you to exit Serenity to get any benefit from it. It just increases the mana you get from exiting. And Kokoro we'll get to on the off colors. It's just a very, very good card, but we'll talk later. You actually might use it. It's not a Serenity card, but you actually might use it in this archetype. But again, we'll talk later. And now for the final package. Right. The last package is actually not. Oh no, there's two. Still two left. Sorry. The second package is the Fugue package. Basically, you have Flash of Inspiration being the main card. This adds 3 Eurekas to your drop pile. Eureka is a 0 mana token, but they're basically potions. When you draw them, they do an effect and they give you mana. And you draw an extra card because they have Replenish. The effect here isn't damage, but instead, when you draw all 3 of these, they're gonna give you 3 Inspiration. When you get 3 Inspiration, you enter Fugue. So you gain 1 mana and draw a card for each card you play. The idea of the Fugue archetype is you use Flash of Inspiration mainly. Moment of Inspiration is a decent, support card for it. If you have 1, it allows you to, let's say on one of your turns you play Flash of Inspiration. Next turn you only drew 2 of your 3 Eurekas. If you also have Moment of Inspiration, you can enter Fugue immediately. Eventually, when you draw your Eureka, you're going to keep 1 stock of Inspiration, and you'll get to, chain them more easily, basically. Now, once you've chained those, the idea is you're in Fugue, you draw for every card you play, so suddenly that's your card draw. Rather than playing 1 card to draw a lot of cards, you're just constantly cycling through your entire deck. It also means your cards that have effects in Fugue get extra effects. For 1, Emotional Surge deals damage twice, so that's 3 mana, 17 times 2 in an AoE. That is very, very good. And on the other side, there's I'm not gonna count Mental Reset. This is just in Fugue you can barrier, but it also exits the mental state, so I don't really tend to like it. If you do play this card, you're always gonna do it as the last card of your Fugue setup before you get to the next one, because you're going to waste every stack of Fugue you have left. So the actual Fugue support cards, I would say, are Mischievous Rose and Tar the Hermit. Tar the Hermit is a mana neutral card. For 3, you gain 3 Philo, and you scry 3. But in Fugue it actually costs 0, so it would be a ritual that lets you scry for card selection. And since you're gonna draw immediately after this because of the Fugue, you're going to, like, the card you leave on top, you're going to draw it immediately. Which means, if you upgrade the Hermit, you're going to upgrade the card you're going to draw, and then draw it immediately. Because once upgraded, Tarot scries 2 more, but also upgrades the card you leave on top of the draw pile. So yeah, that is one of the support cards for Fugue loops. The deck, by the way, it tends to be extremely thin. just tries to play the same cards over and over with a lot of card draw. So yeah, it is a deck designed to get infinite loops. It is not a deck you play as support for other things generally. You want to play it to loop, to get an infinite loop, and that is generally going to be your win con. The reason why that also works is Mischievous Rose right here. Mischievous Rose is the main reason why you actually get to have scaling and card draw before you actually have consistent ways to enter Fugue and cycle through your deck for the entire rest of the fight to actually loop. This is 12 block, 12 damage, upgrades to 16/16, and adds 1 Midsummer Flowers to the hand. In Fugue, this adds 2 instead. So the thing is, let's say you spend like 2 cards to generate mana. You spend 1 card to, you spend the Flash of Brilliance. You spend the Flash of Inspiration, to put the inspirations in your deck. And then you use the neutral card to actually draw your inspirations. Suddenly, you have a lot of cards. You have a lot of card draw because you have 5 stacks of Fugue, but your hand is actually very small at that point. So you play Mischievous Rose, it gives you 2 flowers, and once you play both the rose and the flowers, you'll have spent 2 total mana, considering you get 3 back from the Fugue, to draw 3 cards, deal a ton of damage, gain some block, and scale the Midsummer Flowers twice. So yeah, the Midsummer Flowers from Mischievous Rose are actually a very strong support for the archetype. I'm going to mention these because I think this is where they go best, but they're generally very good in general. Kokoro and Epiphany both have the option to enter Fugue, and both upgrade to 1 cost cards. So they are very strong support for the deck because they allow you to, you play one of these, you play the Flash of Inspiration, and suddenly you are already starting your Fugue loops with the instant Fugue cards, and you're eventually gonna draw the Eurekas. So yeah, they help with that. There is a very important, in my opinion, neutral card here, and that is Black Skull Devil's Codex. If I find like Flash of Inspiration and Devil's Codex on the first shop, I'm generally picking them up instantly, upgrading Flash of Inspiration, and I'm going to play Fugue Loop 100% of the time. Devil's Codex allows you to easily exile the bad cards in your deck, set up the infinite loop very easily, and it also, because it's card draw, allows you to get to the inspirations faster. So if you get lucky with like 2 Devil's Codex, Flash of Inspiration, first turn you play Flash, you use both codices because on the view they add back an occult to your hand, so they pay for themselves, and you draw your inspirations. You're already in Fugue, you can start just replaying your entire deck. Goes into infinite loops very easily like that. So yeah, that is a card I really, really like to play Flash of Inspiration with, and it's honestly something I find extremely solid. If you do play like that, I am going to recommend you have to very heavily value finding the Close Heart. Close Heart is a very strong standalone card regardless, but it is also one of the best defensive cards for Fugue setups, because if you find, for example, Remelia Scarlet as your Act 3 boss, your loop is fucked because you only get to play 5 cards per turn, so you want to play basically strong blocks that give you barrier. So yeah, you're generally going to want Close Heart. You might even use like Forest Depths, since it allows you to, you play 4 cards, you generate a lot of mana with your Fugue and stuff, you dump all of that mana on the last card of the loop, being Forest Depths. Panoramic Shot, same deal. Upgraded Panoramic Shot is best when you have a lot of unspent mana, so you play it, and you get a very, very solid 2 mana block. So yeah, you are going to be looking quite highly for a defensive card that you can play over and over, and benefits from having a lot of mana, so that you can actually beat Remilia on the Act 3 boss if she appears. And since the archetype is designed around infinite loops, you're generally not going to have issues with most other bosses. Finally, oh, and don't forget, Seiya is also an issue, because she's going to be dealing 2 damage to you every time, so you also want a defensive card to actually take care of that chip damage. That is why the other defense cards will be useful, even if you don't face Remilia, because you have to block against Seiya Scissors. Finally, the last package is actually focused on a neutral card that I think Koishi uses extremely well, and has a synergy package that is mostly focused on the black and green colors, which are Koishi's initial colors, which is why she tends to use it better than most. That is Danmaku Dupion, Rainbow Danmaku Dupion. Basically, Rainbow Danmaku Dupion is a 5-mana card, deal 18 damage to each enemy. The upgrade is not very relevant, it's just plus 6 damage. The important part, however, is here. You add 1 rainbow to the hand, and for each mana of each color you've spent, so if you spend 1 of each of these to pay the cost, or you spend like 1 green and 4 Philosopher's mana. Philosopher's mana for this card, for reference, can pay for any of the colors. So if you're missing 1 color and you pay Philosophers, this is always going to cover it, but it can't pay for every color. So if you play 3 green and 2 Philosophers, you technically only covered 3 of the colors, not all 5 of them. However, if you pay 5 Philosophers for it, you actually do cover all of the colors, so you would be fine there. And the effect is you gain 2 firepower and 2 spirit. This means that you actually have a very, very potent scaling card that works on both firepower and spirit, both your offense and your defense. And the reason why it is so good on Koishi, by the way, you can see here over a Sea of Trees, it's another card that benefits from spending different colors of mana. For each mana of a different color spent, you deal 9 damage. If you spend at least 5 mana, you return 1 card from exile to hand. However, since the card is an X cost that only lets you spend different colors, you're not actually going to be able to activate this just by paying 5 green, because the card literally will not let you play this for 4x with 5 green. So yeah, this is a rare that if you're playing the Dupion package, you're just really extremely happy to see, because it's a multi-hit that benefits from multiple colors. And Moonlit Lotus, also very good support for it. But that was not the point I was trying to make here. The reason why it works very well on Koishi is, as I mentioned, because he has very good support for it. On black, we have Deep Memories. Choose 1 of 3 random cards from the discard pile to return to your hand. Instinct, it temporarily costs 0. 1 if it's not upgraded. So what this can let you do is, you play your Dupion, you play this with Instinct, you recover your Dupion, you play it for free, so you just did 18 AoE damage, more if you've already scaled your firepower, and you get back a rainbow, which lets you set up your next Dupion to actually activate with the rainbows you just got. Because Koishi is in green, she also gets Autumnal Harvest at common, which, when upgraded, adds a rainbow to the top of your draw pile that has Replenish. With all of this mana ramping, you can also make pretty good use of Flash of Spring, although this one actually also works on the Tranquility setup. One card I forgot about on the Tranquility setup, in fact. Let's go back for a second there. Because Tranquility setup really likes using Calm Mind, it actually works well with the Flash of Brilliance as well, because it gives you a lot of mana. 1 mana, gain 4 mana. The idea is, because Springtime is 1 mana, draw 3, if you can draw Calm Mind and have a lot of Springtimes, this pays for the Springtimes, so you can also end up looping or just spending your high amount of colorless mana on more Springtimes or the upgraded Grey Thorns, since it costs colorless mana when you're in Serenity. But yeah, Calm Mind, also part of the Serenity package, in my opinion. Not a Serenity card, but works mostly best with those. But the point I was trying to make was... Autumnal Harvest puts the rainbow on top of your deck. You can use that to set up your rainbow Danmaku Dupions. And there's also a rare Koishi has access to that works really well. You're not only on neutral synergies, you also have synergies with the Koishi cards. First, not the most important, but it's still a very solid one. Claustrophobia here is gain 12 block, instinct, gain 6 barrier. The thing here is, if you have Spirit, both the barrier and the block numbers go up, so it basically scales twice with Spirit cards. So if you gain 2 Spirit and 2 Firepower of the Dupion, you're actually gaining 4 block on your Claustrophobias with Instinct. So this is one of your best blocks for the Turbo Dupion, is what we generally call it on the Discord. So yeah, for Turbo Dupion, that is an extremely potent defensive card. And on the rares, there is Unleash Potential. 3 colorless mana, deal 6 damage to each enemy, gain 1 mana of each color. When upgraded, also gets the colorless and philosophers. This card basically gives you the mana to play the Danmaku Dupion enabled immediately. So you do Unleash Potential, you do Danmaku with the mana it gives, you guarantee that you're going to scale off of it. Yeah, that is actually a very, very good synergy there. And it just generally works to, like, as a ramping card as well. Like 3 mana, you deal some damage and you gain 5 or 7 mana depending on the upgrade. That is just a very, very powerful card in general, in my opinion. Among those cards, also Rosal. X cost card, green, black, and X. For each 2 mana you spend, you deal 12 damage to each enemy, 9 before you upgrade it, and gain either green or philosopher. And this is both a payoff and an enabler. First, it can convert your mana into philosopher, so you can actually pay for the Dupion. And then once you've actually acquired a lot of firepower, you can do a very powerful multi-hit where all of these benefit from the firepower. So that is a very good card as well. And then there's Hardman's Yokai Garo, which is part of the autoplay archetype, but I don't really consider the autoplay archetype something you can really do right now. However, it does go very well on the Dupion part, because at the start of the player's turn, play the top card of the draw pile. So let's say you have a decent chunk of cards that give you mana, cards that are very expensive but have strong effects like the Danmaku Dupion, things like that. If you autoplay them, you're basically getting a lot of mana value out of your free card plays. So I also do like, when I'm playing Turbo Dupion, to use the Harman's Yokai Girl. Then there's like Tard the Fool, which is just honestly a solid standalone card, but it works a little bit better on Dupion than on most other archetypes. It's not amazing for any of them. I think it's a solid card, but not amazing ever. It's never really that bad though, so do take that into account. I think this works the worst specifically on the Brilliance loops, because if you play the tokens you put into your deck with Flash of Inspiration, like if you play this, you do nothing. So if this is like the top card of your deck, you're forced to either discard it to the discard pile, which delays your fugue, or you're forced to like actually just leave it on top, which means you play the Eureka, which again does nothing and just sends it to the discard pile anyway. So yeah, the fugue archetype is the only one that doesn't really like the Tard the Fool, but in general, just a solid card. However, you might have seen here, Tard the Hermit is also very good with the Dupion loops. I mean the Turbo Dupion. In general, Turbo Dupion and Fugue are the 2 archetypes that have the most synergy between them, and those are an archetype you actually can combine. I've played Dupion in my Fugue builds relatively often, because it just gives you scaling when you're not actually infinite. and Fugue does do a lot of does create a lot of Philosopher's Mana. So it's just very solid combination all around. And since you're going through your deck relatively fast, thanks to the card draw from Fugue, you're also going to be playing the Dupion a lot, which means you actually get to, scale a lot. Calm Mind, by the way, the mana card, is sometimes also used in the Fugue decks, because when Moment of Inspiration is upgraded, it goes down to colorless, which means between the mana you get from Fugue and the mana you get from Calm Mind, you can actually go infinite just of like 3 Moments of Inspiration and Calm Mind. That's probably never going to happen, but it's still solid support to the Flash of Inspiration. Mostly you want Flash of Inspiration as your looping card. Because, when you draw the Eurekas, when you draw 3 of these, you get 3 mana back. So the Flash of Inspirations basically cost you 0 mana. And you're going to generate 5 mana and draw 5 cards off of Fugue, assuming you have enough card draw and stuff. So yeah, that is solid support there. And I think that is that is all of the archetypes. Yeah, there's like a few cards that are standalone good cards, but you can see those in general. One I don't tend to like very often is Cyclock here, just for reference. I really like the card, I think it's very powerful, but this really just needs mental states to work. I mentioned this because I've made it technically work on Fugue setups before. Like, Fugue is the hardest of the 3 mental states to enter, so if that's the one your deck is focused on, and you have like, let's say you have 1 copy of Passion and Memories, because you drafted it early and you thought it might have been good as a finisher, you could also like get one of the cheap Tranquility cards. Like the other Retain Tranquility card could actually work. Where is it? Here, Serene Memories. You enter Serenity and retains as well. This one could also work. The idea being you are constantly in Fugue already. So when you are ready to finish the combat, you do Serene Memories to enter Serenity. You do Passion and Memories to enter Passion. That covers all 3 of the states, because you were in Fugue initially. You do your turn normally, using Passion to deal double damage with the cards you have in hand. And once your hand is empty, or your mana is gone, you play Cyclock, and you get an extra free turn, where you're already in Passion to deal even more damage. And that way you basically have an extra turn, where you can finish the combat. And this is also a Retain card, so that is when it generally works best. So yeah, that would be the one way I could see myself using Cyclock on with one of the card packages mentioned. And yeah, as for rares, there's like a couple of rares that you have Lend Me Think, you have Perfect Crying. They exist. I think they're just bad. Let Me Think is, I guess it's okay upgraded. At the end of the turn, you add an Eureka to the draw pile. That enables like easier Fugue loops. But if you're looping, like the turn you go off, that is the last turn of the game. So this stops getting value pretty much immediately. That is why I generally don't like. Let Me Think is actually best in a build that doesn't have a specific powerful synergy, and is just like a defensive deck somehow. If you have like a Numbers of Love deck, you ended up playing a pile deck, so you need defense and you draft some extra defense. Let Me Think could be okay in those situations, but it's not really a great card in my opinion. Plus, because it's green, 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 you're only ever gonna find it if you have like if your deck gets a 3rd green somehow. So if you have an exhibit that gives you green, stuff like that. For Koishi B, it doesn't actually affect you that much. And I think Perfect Crying is a completely awful card. I would just completely disregard this. If you never pick this, you're probably going to have a higher win rate than if you pick it every time you see it, because the card is more useful. Like the card is useful less often than it is useless. You basically spend either 4 or 2 mana to steal Grace, Optical Camouflage, Flawless, and up to 3 Firepower and Spirit, except you only steal Firepower and Spirit if the enemy actually has those. There's almost nothing that scales Spirit, there is very little that scales Firepower, mostly bosses and stuff. Guess it could be a tech card for bosses, but it's not a card you want to have in general. And there's like Grace is relatively common, but Optical Camouflage and Flawless really are not. So it's generally not worth actually getting this card. It's a tech card in a game that doesn't like tech cards, basically. Okay, so those were the packages. That is... I mean, I guess there's one more package. I'll talk about it, but it's not very good. There's the unhit package, is how I call it, but it's basically focused on one of Koishi's one of the cards Koishi has access on neutrals because of her starting colors, which is black, green, actually, and on this filter, Dark Dancer. The idea with Dark Dancer is whenever your player deals unblock damage, you also apply 1 or 2 poison when upgraded. You pretty much always want to upgrade this if you're actually running it, because it doubles the effect. That is a massive increase. It's like playing it twice. And Koishi does have a couple of cards that synergize with that. First off, if you're doing Erkis stuff, like if you're doing follow-up stuff, Dance of the Heart, Erkis are both technically decent with it. Erkis is an efficient attack that is generally going to pull a second attack, so you're applying 2 stacks of Dark Dancer. Dance of the Heart is a multi-hit, so it's a good target for it as well. But generally, the cards you want to make work with that are the DNA cards. So DNA Transcript, you can see here, 0 mana, deal 4 damage, permanent echo. This means that most cards that have echo, when you play them and the echo activates, they lose the echo, so you're only gonna get 1 copy. DNA Transcript has permanent echo, which means when you play it, it generates the copy. The copy still has exile, but this actually keeps the echo. So every time you draw a DNA Transcript, this is 0 mana for 2 4 damage attacks. If you have Dark Dancer, that is 0 mana for 2 applications of Dark Dancer, which is 4 poison. If you also have DNA's Flaw, which is here, start the player's turn, add 1 DNA Transcript to the hand, so every turn you're getting 2 free applications of DNA Transcript, and if you upgrade it, you also get 1 immediately on top of reducing the mana cost to. Sorry, I don't think this package is actually that good. I generally don't like it because it's a purely offensive card package, so you still need to find your defense somewhere else. Meanwhile, like follow-up has Delusions and Instinctive Action. Serenity obviously has the Withering Dreams. Fugue loops are able to just play their basic defense or stuff like that over and over. Or, the Mischievous Rose also gives luck. And what was the other one? Oh, and Rainbow Dupion obviously has the Scaling Spirit. However, the DNA cards that attack over and over don't really have a defensive package that fits well with them. So you generally just have to pick generically good defenses. Something like that could be the common multicolor card. Luminescent Knight, gain 20 block, gain 10 P. The P isn't really all that important because if you're not playing follow-up, your Erkis is going to generally get your 1 follow-up, which means your spell card doesn't really have a target. If you do the spell card, your Erkis doesn't have a target. So yeah, that is a small issue with it. So, but the card is still like huge chunk of block for the cost it has, so it's still kind of solid. Other than that, really you just get, I guess, Claustrophobia is one of the better defensive commons for sure. Close Heart is very, very solid defense as well. So yeah, you have to draw the defense cards separately from the offensive cards. Doesn't really fit neatly into a package, in my opinion. And also you have to play abilities that don't do anything immediately, which means you're going for the long fight in most fights, even on the hallways, which can be an issue sometimes. But it is there, it's not awful. The best reason you can have to play the DNA cards, and for the same reason the Dark Dancer cards, well, there's two reasons actually. The second best is that Dark Dancer is actually very solid in Act 1. Sorry, this is very solid as a boss killer, because you actually get to stack up poison, and that is a very easy way to actually kill a boss. With enough synergies, this is basically a much more powerful version of Unexplained Sickness. Melancholy Garden also fits into it because of the poison, and this is a very potent Act 1 solver that is still very good on Act 2. If you find this on Act 1, I would pick it 100% of the time. Further than that, not really sure, but on Act 1, you can play this card upgraded, and it will kill every encounter in 2 to 3 turns. On its own. That's it. It is that powerful. Also works well with the fact that 3 Fairies of Light are 3 enemies, so it's an elite that this literally kills in 3 turns. Aya has Grace, this ignores Grace, and the Ring can also gain Grace, and this also ignores Grace. You can technically use it on the spirits, but that is not as important because she's still going to detonate one of them in your face, because they tend to have, like, they almost always have more than 20 HP on Lunatic, as far as I remember. But yeah, this is a very good standalone card that I would always pick on Act 1, and it does work decently well with Dark Dancer. And yeah, the second best reason to pick up Dark Dancer is that you're early on, you're desperate to have something that kills the boss consistently, you pick this up, and you try to make it work. But the best reason is if you get specific exhibits early on, which are the masks. As you can see here, Hania, Fox, and Hyotoko, technically also the Mask of Hope, but these 3 are the important ones. Hania Mask, whenever you play 3 attacks in 1 turn, you gain 1 firepower. Fox Mask, the same but you gain Spirit instead. And Hyotoko, you gain 5 luck. Mask of Hope is gain 10p. The idea being, since Helixes are 0 mana attacks that give you a copy of themselves, you have for 0 mana 2 attacks played already. So let's say you have Hania Mask from Act 1 Elite, and like you find the Fox Mask in the shop. I don't even know if it can appear in the shop. I think so. I don't really know which ones can appear in the shop or not. But let's say you get this one from the Elite, get this one from the shop, and you find like a DNA Helix, or even better, the DNA's Flaw. You actually do want to play those, because the mask exhibits are the best payoff bar none for the DNA's Flaw and DNA Transcript decks, and these are extremely potent enablers for those. So yeah, that is, like, the masks are the only reason I would ever actually go into that deck, honestly. Yeah, these masks, mostly these 2, but this one's okay. But these 2 masks are the main reason to actually ever go into that deck. And yeah, that is mostly it for deck building on Koishi. As I mentioned, you generally want to draft specific packages. You tend to want to go all in as soon as you find your build arounds, and you generally prefer Thing very consistent. You almost always prefer Thing decks because they're very consistent. And honestly, in this game, playing Thing decks is a lot easier than playing bigger decks, just because there's so much free exile. Removals are easily accessible, while upgrades are less accessible than they usually are in these games. So yeah, and draw power is also extremely efficient. Like 1 mana draw 3s are in pretty much every character. Koishi has the worst ones, but that's why the Tranquility build really exists. Serenity build, whatever. So yeah, you're generally always going to want a theme deck but Koishi represents that even more than the average character, in my opinion, because of her synergies and her lack of efficient card draw. Biggest issue really with her card draw is like, let's say you find Reimu, you go into her cards specifically, only uniques. Ascension Kick is a free cantrip. Maiden's Aerial Dance, decent card draw when unupgraded, efficient card draw that has grace when upgraded. 3 Gods to Sumijoshi, 1 mana draw 3. Maiden's Walls, 1 mana draw 3 that upgrades the rest of your deck. You go to Koishi, and the biggest thing with Reimu, you find 3 Gods, you find Maiden's Walls, you find whatever, you can use all of those together. Like, you're not gonna have an issue. Like, if your 3 Gods draws you Maiden's Walls, okay, you're not gonna get Temporary Firepower or Spirit, but, like, that's it. You're not getting them, but they're still good. On the other hand, if you use... where is it? If you use Springtime Vacation to draw, let's say you use your first one, you enter Serenity, you use your second copy, you draw 3, and then you do Curiosity. Suddenly, you've left Serenity and have to use the card again to actually be able to start drawing cards again. You're doing a Fugue Loop, Curiosity screws you over, because if it draws the Eurekas, and you enter Fugue with the Eurekas you drew off of the Curiosity, the exit the current mental state effect immediately screws you. You're doing Fugue and you want to draw with Springtime Vacation? I mean, you're in Fugue, not in Serenity. That is literally it. For reference, the Fugue cards do work as a bonus. Like, if I find Epiphany, I will play it on Serenity. Because if you're in Serenity and you do Fugue, you're gonna draw 5. You're leaving Serenity, but you're getting the extra mana to play the cards you want to play on Fugue. And generally, thanks to Fugue, it's relatively easy to get back into Serenity because you've drawn a lot of cards. But that is pretty much the only way I would ever mix the mental states when playing Koishi B. And yeah, that is because of that lack of card draw and the fact that you generally can't combine the few card draw cards you have, you generally just want to play thin deck. It's really the best way to play Koishi. Thin deck, consistent strategy, and you draft around the packages. That is my experience. That is also the opinion of other top players I've consulted. Mostly, Soapy in this case, who is one of our best players in the Discord server at least. But yeah, the Koishi is just very focused on thin decks, and that is like just the conclusion I came to myself and then was confirmed, rather than something I learned from others, honestly. So yeah, there's a pretty strong consensus in that, I think. Regardless, final thing I wanted to talk about actually, the off colors. So because this is still the beta branch, Koishi is still not fully finished. She actually doesn't have that many off colors. Most characters have 3 of each at least. As you can see here, there's 3 whites, 2 blues, and 2 reds. For reference, if I go to Cherno, I pick up her off colors, 3, 3, 3, and well, technically 2 off colors for Clumpies, but yet another off color card. Sakuya for non-blue white. Don't even have to say it; they literally go below the 2 front rows. For Marisa, same thing here. And for Reimu, for Reimu, the same. If we do the same for Koishi, she only has 7. So yeah, she does have less of colors than most other characters because of mostly being not finished yet. Give me a second, I'm going to drink something. Okay, so for the off-colors. Butterfly Dream is not a card I like as part of any of the packages, but if any of your decks end up being heavily focused on defense, or for any reason you didn't manage to find powerful scaling, Butterfly Dream is a decently powerful card that will eventually give you scaling. Because at the start of the player's turn, you add one completely random red card to the hand, it has Exile and Ethereal, and mana of any color can be spent to pay its cost. It costs 3 mana, and it is Ethereal itself. If you ever pick up Butterfly Dream, I think you should always upgrade it immediately. No excuses. When upgraded, it gains Ignite, but also it goes down to 2 mana. So the idea is, you play this on your first turn because it's Ignite and cheap, you play your defensive setup, whatever, and you let this be one of your forms of scaling. Because the completely random rare is eventually going to give you like a powerful ability, something with a strong immediate effect, things like that. So you're going to get either a bunch of ethereal cards that don't really bother you because they're ethereal, they're not going to go into your deck and keep reshuffling themselves, or eventually powerful scaling cards or powerful cards you normally wouldn't have access to. So it's very good in that regard. So yeah, this is something I'd pick as basically an emergency button for deck building rather than combat. You didn't manage to find any scaling, but you have like decent defense that allowed you to survive the Act 1 boss, and you see this on the Act 1 boss, you pick it up and hope it gives you enough stuff eventually. Works for bosses, works for some of the longer elites, stuff like that. Anata is completely useless outside of stance dancing, because it just increases the mana you gain when exiting the Serenity. Don't even consider it on Koishi B, that's it, not going to say anything more. And Kokoro is one of the strongest uncommons in the game, in my opinion. Basically, it works best when upgraded, because the upgrade is both a mana reduction and the unity increase that opens up the third active immediately, goes to 5 unity. And the card is for 2 or 1 mana, of color white, because black is already in your main color pool. Every turn, you dream 1. Dream is a newish mechanic that was added on the beta branch. Whenever you dream X, in this case we dream 1, you put the top X cards, so in this case we put the top card into the discard pile at the start of each turn, and once you shuffle your deck, you're gonna pick up one of those cards you dreamed and put it into your hand immediately. So this is a bit of extra card draw, but mostly extra card selection, because if you dream like 3 times, you're gonna have to shuffle 3 times to get a card every time. So in general, you're gonna like have card selection more often than you actually have card draw of the dream, but it does help with both, and it's only 1 mana when upgraded, so it really doesn't affect you that much. The big abilities are actually the important ones, the actives. For 2, 4, or 5 mana, you can enter any of the mental states. For 2, you enter Passion. For 4, you enter Serenity. For 5, you enter Fugue. I most often see Kokoro as basically a Fugue card, in my opinion. You get it, you upgrade it. For 1 mana, you enter Fugue, which, you can notice, is actually just Epiphany. So basically, both non-red of colors have access to, an instant Fugue effect for 1 mana on uncommon, which really helps a lot with a lot of your setups. Like having 1 mana, draw 5, gain 5 mana, assuming you're playing enough cards, is going to really help you set up your turn 1s very effectively, get through the long night issues that are caused on your first turn, and just see more cards, all of that. So yeah, these are, in my opinion, strong Fugue buttons. Worst case, Kokoro can also help with other states. Like, it can get you into Passion if you want some extra damage to finish the combat, and it can get you out of Passion if for some reason you're using like Kokoro on a pure follow-up build and you didn't use the Fugue. You can enter Passion to deal a lot of damage, and then just activate Kokoro to enter Serenity, and you're not taking the double damage if you didn't finish the combat on that turn. So yeah, mostly though, I do see her as a fugue bottom, and she's a very good one for that. If you don't upgrade it though, you actually have to wait one turn before you enter fugue. That is why I said the unity increase on upgrade was important. And for the blue ones, we have the other fugue bottom. Literally has 3 mana enter fugue, 1 mana for the upgrade. Diving Consciousness, which we already saw. I think the card is extremely solid. I would play this on pretty much every deck. Either archetype, any of the packages. It's very powerful card selection. The Enter Serenity is very rarely an issue. Can be with Fugue, but you know, it is still like 1 mana, Dream 5, and immediately get one of those 5. So it's very good card selection that will get you an extra card eventually when you shuffle because of the Dream. So yeah, I do think the card is very good. Perfect for Serenity builds, still good on pretty much everything else. Finally, the Red of Colors, which are the same. I don't think either of these works well with the general packages. Lunatic Love makes your Passion deal 50% extra damage. When upgraded, only costs 1 instead of costing red. And you immediately enter Passion, also gains Innate on upgrade. So yeah, this is basically like mostly a stancing card. Because you don't really want to enter Passion immediately on Koishi B, because you're going to just get your ass kicked if you don't kill the enemy on turn 1. So yeah, generally I don't really like this for Koishi. Terrifyingly Cute Call is a bait card in the same way that Imaginary Danmaku is a bait card. They're both extremely good, very solid cards, but just because it says follow-up on them does not mean that they are follow-up cards. Terrifyingly Cute Call basically has 3 effects. Whenever an attack card is played, you perform a follow-up attack. 2 effects. Whenever an attack card is played, you perform a follow-up attack. And if there are no follow-up cards in the draw pile, Ring will be used as a follow-up. What this doesn't specify is that if there are no follow-up cards in the draw pile, whenever you perform a follow-up attack, Ring will be used as follow-up. So this doesn't just mean, oh, whenever I attack, I perform a follow-up attack, and if I have none, I play a Ring. No, whenever I perform a follow-up attack at all, I will play a Ring. So if I play the Cute Call, and I play, let's say, the Erkis, and I have no follow-up attacks in my deck, I'll deal 6 damage, I'll perform a follow-up attack, which, because I don't have any follow-ups in my deck, will actually be a Ring, and then I'll play a second Ring because I played an attack. So yeah, the Ring doesn't actually only work with the attacks that activate it, but just any follow-up in general. Once you play Terrifyingly Cute Call, if you play any follow-up at all, that is going to trigger your Rings. So if you, let's say, go into red after your Act 1 boss, and if you don't really have a strong, consistent strategy yet, you find Terrifyingly Cute Call, your deck is now a Terrifyingly Cute Call deck. You don't actually pick any follow-up attacks, you just pick more follow-up activators. Erkis becomes 1 mana, deal 30 damage. E.g., 40 extra damage just off of Rings. So yeah, once you have the Terrifyingly Cute Call, if you go into red, which, for reference, I don't really recommend going into red very often, because I don't think I think both of the other off colors are better. But if you do, let's say you fight Reimu hoping to get the the white rod that gives barrier, so you can have access to both Reimu card draw and the Koishi white cards that are very good, like I mentioned, mostly Kokoro, but also the Innate Dream. But instead of getting the rod as an offer, you get the Bloodthirsty Jinjang Orb. That is actually a good option as well. And if you find Terrifyingly Cute Call after getting the Jinjang Orb, you actually just completely ignore follow-up attacks, but you do get follow-up enablers. You absolutely... Embers of Love becomes actually just outright better Eternal Flame every time. Air Kiss, 1 mana, deal like 30 damage, because it's 6 damage and then 12 from the Rin-Rins. Persecutory Delusion, 15 block, deal 12. Still not amazing, but oh well. Instinctive Action, however, 1 Grace, 12 damage at a minimum. But yeah, mostly you just want Air Kiss on Air Kiss on Air Kiss, and eventually you can maybe sometimes get the EG as well. But yeah, just spam Air Kisses, spam low cost attacks like the Cucumber Missile you can get from the shop, for example. It's just in specific situations, this is basically just 5 mana, 12 firepower. That's it. Also, it upgrades to only cost 4, so it's one of those super scaling cards that upgrades, whose upgrade reduces the cost. So it's actually very solid in that regard. But yeah, Terrifyingly Cute Call is not a card that I am going to get often, considering how I play and how I like to draft Koishi. But if you do, you can build around it for massive effectiveness. And with that, I believe I finally have gotten to the end of the deck building section. Yep. One last quick check on the neutrals. Ageless Dream is a solid standalone card that you tend to want on the same decks that you'd get the Passion effect, but honestly just solid in all around. Just keep that one in mind. Violin Solo does tend to enable Fugue Loops very well, because on the turn you play it, it is 0 mana draw 3, so this can let you get to your Eurekas immediately on the turn you actually play the Flash of Inspiration. So it has very strong synergies in that regard. And once you've established your Fugue Loop, losing 1 mana and 1 card draw from the Quiet Moonlight doesn't actually affect you all that much, so you don't really care. What else? Sing of the Black Horse does tend to work very well in instant body builds. Like if you're getting firepower of your commons, you have this upgraded. After you enter Passion with the Retain Passion card that I mentioned, is very good on instant body setups as well. You play this, suddenly you're losing 1 life, but dealing like, let's say you have 5 temporary firepower from instant body, and you enter Passion. This is 30 damage 3 times, that is 90 AoE damage. Pretty much destroys anything you find in any hallway fight. Some of the elites, any AoE, it's just very solid in that regard. Embrace the Darkness is actually a pretty broken card that Koishi can't use all that well. So yeah, the one reason I would ever want Embrace the Darkness on Koishi personally is if you're playing Fugue Loops and you want basically an instant setup for hallways. The idea being, once your Flash of Inspiration is free to play, and your Scry effects are as well, even if you only get 1 go through your deck, because most of your cards are going to get exiled, the idea is you're going to have Mischievous Rose left at the end of the loop, and this is going to be an attack that if you upgrade it and play 2 of these, you're going to get 32 block anyway. So you just play 2 of these every turn and use any leftover mana you have on Midsummer Flowers. If you get, for example, Old Sake offered, that could be a build around that likes the card, because you can play the Midsummer Flowers and they'll give you back the mana they cost with the old Lunar Sake. But in general, I would not play Embrace the Darkness on Koishi, despite being one of the more broken build arounds. Truthful Moon is completely busted on pure follow-up. Idea being, you play this, the follow-up attacks don't actually count as cards played. So you play this, you play an Erkis, the Erkis plays like a Dance of the Heart. Plus, for 1 mana, you just got 4 hits, and each of those hits just got extra 9 damage with the firepower, so it dealt 36 extra damage. The 99 barrier also removes your need for defense in any hallway fight, which means you can always play your follow-up enablers, since you don't need to worry about blocking, and also you don't need to have that much defense, because the barrier will actually take care of itself, so you can focus on drafting the good follow-up attacks and removing cards. The biggest thing you do have to keep in mind if you go for a true full moon setup is that for Seiya and the Act 3 boss, you're going to want one of two things. An alternate Wincom, because the true full moon 9 cards is not going to be good enough to finish the Act 3 boss or the Act 4 boss, or something that removes the debuff or blocks it on true full moon. That being, like, we have one of them here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Tortoise Shell Hell. The idea is the True Full Moon debuff. What it does when you reach 0 cards left is it deals 9,999 damage to you. So if you actually play Tortoise Shell Hell and you don't get hit because you have the barrier, so the barrier means that you're not going to get hit by the enemies, they're not going to activate the Tortoise Shell Hell, the very front True Full Moon, I mean. That means this can actually block the 10,000 damage from playing too many cards, and then you just get to keep the 9 firepower forever and don't actually die. Another way is like an amulet exhibit, the shop card that actually for shop cards actually you do have 2 pretty good ones. You can get they're both tools for reference. You can get the disposable amulet, which if you play it before the true full moon means you don't get the debuff, or the first aid kit, which means you can remove the debuff after you play the true full moon. If you end up going into white, one of the green-white cards you can get is Bumper Crop Rice Shower, which removes all debuffs from the player. That also saves you from the true full moon debuff. So yeah, stuff like that. You're going to need at least one of those things to actually beat Seiya if you're playing True Full Moon for follow-up Koishi. But the good thing is with True Full Moon, follow-up Koishi can actually get to Act 3 pretty much with no other... Like, if you gave me the starter deck and the True Full Moon Plus, I think that alone can already get to the Act 3. Maybe not just that against the Act 1 and Act 2 bosses, but as long as you have like any extra support for the bosses, you'll be fine. And for Act 3 and Act 4, you get something that removes or blocks the debuff, and you can easily just get through the entire thing. Like if you find on the early shop, let's say you find on the first shop first aid kit, you can just have this in your deck, keep it for the rest of the run. Once you get to Act 3, use one of them on the Act 3 boss, one of them on the Act 4 boss. You will be completely fine. After you remove the True Full Moon debuff, you have all your firepower. You can go ahead without any issues. And I think that might finally be all our important neutral cards here. Well, I've already explained it. I didn't recall mentioning it again when checking the neutral cards. This is good for not quite as much for... It's good for all the packages, but not quite as good for follow-ups, for example. It's best with either Fugue Loops or the Serenity package, because those tend to both go into looping and playing the same cards over and over a little more than the other packages. So having consistent XL that also draws your cards is going to help with those very often. I think it's best in Fugue rather than Serenity, but it's good for both. And okay, that is it for the black ones. There's good cards in here, just none that are especially good for Koishi, so I'm not going to mention those. Yeah, I think that is about it for the Neutrals, just in case, I'm going to check the off-color neutrals, but mostly I believe that was it. Dance of the Empty Masks, technically an extremely good combo with the Dark Dancer setup. So if you ever do go into Dark Dancer, I don't recommend going into Dark Dancer if you can avoid it. But if you do, and you go white as your off color, try to pick up the Dance of the Empty Masks. In fact, try to go white as your off color so you can actually find this. It's an uncommon. So if you get white on Act 1 and you go to pretty much every shop you find, you're very likely to at least find one copy. That means, like, every time you attack, if you apply a debuff, like the poison from the Dark Dancer, you're going to be dealing 12 extra damage. So that is actually plus 12 strength. I mean, plus 12 firepower on your DNAs. So yeah, it goes from 0 mana, deal 4 damage twice, to 0 mana, deal 16 twice, which is, quite a bit stronger. And yeah, that's mostly about it, I think. All the setups that work well with deep memories, like the Dupion one, will also work well with turning the tables, most likely. Trial is just a good card in general. Dating guest stars can be good, but like, it's good in the same way in Koishi as it is in every other character. Like, if you have a deck that allows you to set it up, sure, go for it. But there's nothing special, especially about Koishi, that works. If you do play pure follow-up, blue is a very good color, if only because of gifts given and last transformation. The idea with these two being, gifts given is solid, very, very solid card draw, in fact, for 1 blue or 1 black. That also gives you scry, and reshuffles your discard pile, which means all the follow-ups you spent are back into the deck, and you can actually play them again. So yeah, that is actually one of the reasons why I like blue a lot on the more follow-up focused builds. And last transformation, similar reason. Even if you've gotten through like a lot of your attacks, let's say you have like 2 air kisses in hand because you have 2 dances of the heart at the bottom of your deck to use. You play last transformation, you get to use those dances of the heart, like those dances, pretty much immediately for free anyway. And the extra firepower is very good with the follow-up multi-attacks. So yeah, I do think this is actually very solid as a first option for Koishi's follow-up setups, and it also works well with the retain card that enters Passion. So yeah. And I believe that is mostly it. I mean, I guess if you go red, Necromancy can work as like it's 0 mana temporary firepower. If you use this with your follow-ups, should work out well enough. Serial Cleaver is very good just by virtue of being card raw, honestly. Not really much else to say. But yeah, none of those are like super incredible on Koishi. Mostly just, card draw, stuff like that. For white, you do have Bumper Crop Rice Shower for the setups with Truthful Moon. I actually do adore Lunar Rabbit Instance. Koishi, in my opinion, is one of the most upgrade-dependent characters. Most of her cards really like getting upgraded. Like, I feel like she's the character with the most cards that get a lot better once upgraded. And because she's in green and black, she has little to no access to in-combat upgrades. So Lunar Rabbit Instance does allow you to, eventually just upgrade your entire deck if you go long at all. And that is one of the reasons I quite like it. Well, half human, half fountain technically works very well on Fugue setups, because you do get to like pay Philosopher's Mana for both of these, gaining 2 grace, and you start exiling your hand draw and discard, which means you can go into loops much easier. It's very, very powerful option. You might have noticed I've talked about infinite loops quite a bit on Koishi. Sadly, that is one of the most effective ways to play her. So yeah, it's a bit sad, but it's one of the most effective ways to play her. Just going infinite and forgetting about everything else. So yeah. Vivid Color Downpour, actually one that benefits from Fugue a lot despite not helping with infinites. Basically, it's 2 mana AoE that deals 10 damage to each enemy once, but for each Philosopher's mana you spend, it deals damage an additional time. So if you're going into Fugue, you're going to be getting your Philosopher's mana. This is going to be 10 damage 3 times in an AoE, which is very solid. Yeah, these are mostly the neutral cards she has access to from the start. Well, Melancholic Garden, Dubious Tea Party. Garden, a lot more than Tea Party, but they're both Act 1 solvers. This is a lot of poison for the Act 1 boss that you can play consistently. Don't really like it in hallways, because, you get 3 poison, so even if you gain the 3 life, you are eventually going to be losing 3 total life, because this is 3, then 2, then 1 damage. And if you use it several times, you're going to be losing even more HP. So yeah, it's a dangerous card, but if you don't have scaling in Act 1, this can kill a boss on its own, so keep it in mind. Don't really like Rat's Returning. The purpose of this card is basically a extremely powerful, overstated card that for 2 mana that adds a random misfortune to the deck as a cost. This is something you can already do on Koishi simply by setting up your follow-ups. So I don't like Rat's Returning on Koishi as much as I would like it in other decks. Don't like Vakat at all, honestly. It's peakable, but don't really like it for Koishi. It's just whatever. With the Native God, one of the neutrals she has access to, the neutral multicolor she has access to naturally. Just a very, very powerful, solid card in general. If you're not sure about your other rare picks, just pick Faith. You'll never go wrong with it. It has options for pretty much everything. Turtle Shell, as I mentioned, only really like for true full moon setups. As for the red ones, Full Moon, I guess, can help with both Serenity and Fugue. Similar card in that regard as the what was it? I don't remember which one I said, but the one that I mentioned goes well with the loop-ish set. Oh yeah, half human, half phantom. Goes well with the same kind of decks, basically. The Full Moon Pompagling, just by generating a ton of mana. Intense Rainbow Fist does work well with instant body setups. Do keep that in mind. It's basically your second one. Also with Turbo Duping, by doubling the firepower Duping gives you. And then there's the tricolor cards, which, are all just generally good, so I'm not gonna bother talking about each of them specifically. They're all good. That's basically about it. So yeah, that has finally been it for the deck building portion of Koishi. And we finally get to the gameplay. That was like an hour and a half already, I think. But well, I did say this was going to be an overexplained, so I already expected something like this anyway. And yeah, with deck building mostly talked about, I can skip a bit of the explanations for deck building once we go into the run, and most of the knowledge is already given. So if you're coming directly to the gameplay part, welcome. And that's about it. Quick reminder of Koishi B. Spell cards 24 AoE damage, and also performs a follow-up attack. If the follow-up attack is single target, it will target a random enemy. Our starting exhibit. Cards unique to Koishi are at the mana pool, gives you black, blah blah blah. At the start of each elite and boss, you gain 10 barrier, so she has a safer fight against bosses and elites than most other characters do, thanks to that 10 barrier. And Refracted Sunlight deal no damage, which is relevant 99% of the time. This is relevant is like against the 3 Fairies of Lighting Act 1. That's basically it. So yeah, in that regard, Koishi is slightly better than most at doing triple elites, but the fact that she tends to need upgrades so severely means that you generally want to go to a gap or a shop on the first section of the run anyway, so you're not really going to be doing triple elites anyway, sadly. As for her starting deck, 2 of each with 3 of the 2 mana defenses, which is a classic. Her 2 mana basics are different in that they are follow-ups, which, as I mentioned on the deck building part, you want to remove as soon as possible, so you can make your Erkis always get the Instinctive Love. And these two have very good upgrades as well, with Erkis going to only 1 mana. 1 mana for 1 weak and 6 damage along the follow-up attack tends to be extremely efficient. And Instinctive Love, the damage only going up 5 isn't that much, but gaining accurate is actually extremely powerful. Really, really helpful against something like Aya, where if you have this and something that applies vulnerable, you can often just kill Aya with like 2 Instinctive Loves. That's about it. Even more if you have something like Passion. For example, one way I've killed Aya in 1 turn was I had the instinct that like the innate what was the keyword? The retain card that makes you enter Passion, and I had an ageless dream, I think it was the card, to apply vulnerable and weak. And the idea was I made her vulnerable. Next turn, I play the Passion card, 2 attacks, like just for example, I think it was Newspaper into a shoot, and then you just play the Erkis. This is going to be Impassion, 12 damage, which goes up to 18, and Instinctive Love Plus is 25 damage, 15 Passion, which goes up to 75, and that alone is already 87 of her 99 HP. So since I had already heard her slightly before, this allowed me to kill her in 1 turn with like a Newspaper and two 1 mana cards. So yeah, that is a very powerful upgrade. And another thing you can do, by the way, if she has 2 rays and you're guaranteed to get Erkis into Love, this is upgraded. This takes the first race, and this also takes away the second race, despite the fact that it ignores it by being accurate. So you already open up the rest of your attacks with that. Okay, that was it for the reminder. Let's go into the run. And small pause here while you read these. I'm going to drink again. And I don't want to pause just for like 10 seconds of no commentary. So, we have Sponsor, gain 100 money, choose a card from the library to remove, and add random rare to your library. Koishi B, because her effect only works on elite and boss combats, is actually one of the characters where, on average, I do think there's a lot more exhibits that you like than exhibits that you don't like. I just remember something. Sorry. I'm going to reset the run here. One thing I wanted to do actually was I'm going to play with Revealed Fate. But I'm going to talk about the choices first, before knowing what they are without looking, and then use the Revealed Fate to actually see those choices. That way, I can play and make decisions as if I didn't have it on, but I can also teach about the Revealed Fate options. So yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so different options this time. Gain 100, choose an upgrade, lose all money and gain a random rare exhibit. As I mentioned, Koishi is one of the characters that, if you're going to be avoiding elites, this has very little effect. And her off-color cards, as you've seen, can be very powerful in the right situation. So it's actually not that bad to swap her exhibit. This also like gives her access to things she doesn't normally have. If you get a red exhibit, that's not quite as good, but it's probably gonna give you access to firepower, which you can use with your follow-up setups. But if you get access to blue, you're going to have access to card draw, and if you get access to white, you're going to have access to in-combat upgrades, which are both things Koishi likes a lot because she doesn't have card draw, and she doesn't have access to upgrades in her colors, and she really likes upgrades. Which, speaking of which, doesn't mean choose one card to upgrade can be an attractive option. If you're going to go for elites on this first section, despite me thinking that it's generally best to go to removal or upgrades, that is one good bonus you can have. Aja can't appear on the 1-1 section, so you can easily upgrade your Erkis and just have a very efficient attack you can use. Or you can upgrade the Instinctive Love anyway. It'll help in the fight against the Act 1 Section 1 crows. It's just, solid, powerful card. And it's gonna give you a better excuse to use the card directly rather than with follow-ups, because while you're early on, you still have the Overflowing Loves in the deck, so you're not very likely to actually draw both of them before you draw the Erkis. So yeah, there's a chance you actually draw the Instinctive Love instead of being able to play it. So that is one you can upgrade with the upgrade starting bonus. Yeah, this one would be mostly if you're going to go for the Act 1, Section 1 Elite, which I honestly don't recommend, but it is a possibility anyway. I don't recommend it mostly, not because I don't think you can do triple elites. I think Koishi is actually good at doing triple elites, but rather because you actually just want upgrades and removal a lot. You have a massive priority for removing your Overflowing Loves, and you really want to be able to upgrade your Erkis, your Instinctive Love. Most of the cards you get are a lot better when upgraded, so yeah. The trade option I would literally never pick with Koishi on Hidden Fate. So yeah, in Hidden Fate, this is not actually an option in my opinion. Don't pick it, because there's a lot of gambles you can make that will not go out well. As for other bonuses, choose an uncommon out of 3. I would mostly pick up in the same situations where you would choose upgrade, which is when you're going to do triple elites. But you're adding a card, you're not upgrading anything, you're probably going to be upgrade starved, just a warning. Removal, same situations as training, or same situations as where you would pick sponsor if you basically want to do the long-term play. The idea being, sponsors better early on, because you can use the money for things that aren't removals, but since removals eventually cost 100, if you just pick a removal now, you're getting something that you don't have many opportunities to get normally. And the money is, like, if you pick this, you're going to be getting more money early on, but at the end of the run, you would have spent 100 money on a removal anyway. So, on the long run, the removal is the same as the sponsor economically. This is better in the short term. The removal is better on the long term because it gives you access to more removals, which are not something you have common access to. And it can be good if you actually get like an early card you want to follow up on top of the Instinctive Love, because it allows you to remove these two very early. And yeah, the starting exhibit, I would also honestly not recommend on Hidden Fate, because the default King 100 monies is very good anyway, and you can always like go to a shop here and just play the rest of the round normally with 100 money. Or if you see that there's a shop with an elite on the second path, you can honestly just go to a gap on the first one, upgrade one of your cards, and then you go to the shop on the second one, where you'll have actually accumulated quite a bit of money from the early fights before the shop. So yeah, those are both good pathing options for the 100 money. And honestly, on Koishi, sponsor is the option I pick the most. I've come around a bit. I still don't like it as much as many of the others, but I do think it is very good on high money characters. probably more than I gave it credit for before. And yeah, starting with 80 money means that Koishi can pick this up, and even just her first shop can already be very good. If you are going to go to the 1-1 shop, I recommend pathing like this, like 3 fights, so you can actually get the money reliably and enter the shop with like 220, 230. Because you really want to be above 200 if you can, so you can both do an upgrade or removal and get both tools and cards, or maybe exhibits and cards, stuff like that. You don't want to go in just for a removal and maybe like 1 card, because that's not really worth as much. So yeah, on this path, choose 1 card to upgrade is technically an option, though I don't recommend it. So I would always here pick 100 money. However, now we go to the revealed fate portion. Rare exhibit would actually be Ibuki Gourd here. This is quite good on Serenity setups specifically. The idea being, the firepower doesn't really matter as much from the tips you get, although it helps a lot early on. But the idea being, on any setup that uses Calm Mind, and generally just uses cards that they turn into mana, not just Calm Mind, but anything pretty much that just gives you mana, doesn't really give you card draw. So you could maybe even try to stance dance with this, though I don't recommend it either. The idea is, as long as you have enough mana, this is basically infinite card draw, because you just play all your cards, and this gives you more. So it fits best in that kind of setups. However, I don't think this is actually good on Koishi, despite the fact that she doesn't have a lot of card draw, because she also doesn't exactly have a lot of exile. And Lunatic 7 always starts you with one of these bastards. So you're always going to, hit a block, and it also sometimes screws with, your follow-up setups, so that can be a problem, though not as common. So it's not the worst, but it's not like something I'd pick for the starting bonus, honestly. Blank card is actually something I'd swap for. This just gives you access to all the off-color cards. Like, I pretty much always swap to blank card in my opinion, in any character. And Koishi benefits from it more than most, because her starting exhibit isn't that amazing anyway, and she gets access to blue and white, which give her the things she needs. However, I did say I wanted to play this run as if I didn't have Reveal Fate, which means I'm going to go with money. As usual, never pick the blue pill, always red pill, because the 100 power will save you more HP than the 10 max HP will in 99% of situations. And what I'm going to do is, because I'm not actually sure I'm going to go to the shop on the 1-1 section, thanks to having a shop here, I'm going to go for the safe route, which is this one right here. And I'll have a decision at the event, once I know what the event actually is, to go to either the Gap or the shop. If this is a money event, maybe I'll just go to the shop immediately, just so I don't find like the Yorigami Sisters event on one of these two. And if it's not a money event, I'll probably go to the Gap, upgrade one of my starters or a card I find on the way, and make sure I go to the shop on the second part. For reference, Koishi does like events a lot more than most characters in my opinion, because since she lacks the access to exile or upgrades very often, that is like card removal and upgrades are something that the events can provide a lot of. So yeah, there's a lot of good events like Larva, Yomu, giving you Mooncake. On Act 2 you can get Shimiamaru, which is amazing. Stuff like that. I really like going to events on Koishi. So yeah, I do consider them better than fights on average. Even if some of them can be, mediocre or just bad. I do think on Koishi you do want to go to events. Unless you're desperately searching for like cards that you need to find in combats. Or maybe like you have found like you got a money shower event and you want to go to combat so you can get the money. Other than specific circumstances, I think events are better than combats on Koishi. Obviously, you need a balance of both because you need combats for card rewards, but events are something you get less of anyway, so prioritizing them doesn't really leave you without combats. Yeah, this is going to be the path here. But yeah, on Koishi, uh, 2 event paths are something I actually do more of than any other character. So yeah. Okay, so this first hand is kind of a bitch, honestly. But the play here is kind of obvious. So because this one's attacking very often, I tend to prioritize the other crow because this one's going to be attacking next. However, since Arceus here applies weak, that means I actually can reduce the damage I'm taking from the crow by using the Arceus. So what I'm gonna do is use the shoot first to take one of the grays, then use the Arceus to take the second one, and the follow-up will deal 20 damage of the Instinctive Love. If I didn't have Long Night, Overflowing Love would have killed the crow, but that is the issue with playing Lunatic 7. As masochists, get what we want, basically. Okay, yeah, this is just shoot, full block, and we're gonna have block next turn too. Sadly, this one gets to go back into brace, but we should be able to kill it eventually. We're very likely to have enough damage for it next turn, I feel like. Like, any combination of, like, shoot and one of any of these is good enough. Arceus is good enough by itself. Newspaper might be good enough if we get lucky. Should be able to kill this pretty easily next turn, even if we don't attack it now. So I'm just going to reduce the HP on this crow and pass the turn. Yeah, I expect the top one to attack us, but it seems I was wrong. And, okay, we can guarantee that the purple cap crow dies just off of 2 shoots. So it's actually beneficial here to use the Boom Boom Arrow newspaper first, because if this one hits the bottom one, we get to use 1 shoot here, and then deal 5 damage rather than 1 to the top crow. And if this one hits the top one, we just use both shoots on the bottom one, and this 1 damage was going to go on the top one anyway, if we did the shoots first. So here we do this first. We get lucky, which means we actually get to do 5 damage instead of 4 to the top crow. And this turn, sadly, we do draw most of our follow-ups along with the Arceus. However, because we have the Overflowing Love still in the deck, what we can do is Arceus, we have it still because we shuffled, don't get me wrong. We drew enough for this was our last card, and then we drew Flower Wreath when we shuffled. So that's why it's still in the deck. My point being, we can Arceus, the follow-up will take care of the second grace, and the Instinctive Love gets us the lethal blow without having to worry about blocking. So Persecutory, Cage of Roses, Fatal Stim. So Cage of Roses does not fit into our deck at all. This is one of the cards I would never pick on follow-up Koishi. It's good for Koishi A, but I hate Koishi A. Mentioned it in the last Koishi video. Not gonna talk anymore about it, just gonna ignore it exists for the rest of the video. Point being, Delusions is one of the follow-up package cards I mentioned. However, it's not a very good one in my opinion. I tend to like Instinctive Action quite a lot more. So I don't think I'm going to pick it early on. I mostly pick this up when I'm already solidly into that package, rather than, when I actually see it early on. Plus it's a common, so I'm gonna find more copies anyway if I want to. And Ageless Dream is just a solid, generically good card, so this is just what I'm going to pick here. I probably wouldn't pick more than 1 copy, but I always like having 1 copy of Ageless Dream. It's very, very good on single target combats in general. So if we want a full block here, we do have to play a double block. Technically, you have the choice if you want to make that play to Overflowing Love the bottom one here, because this one's going to attack pretty much guaranteed next turn, and you're going to be unlikely to kill it. However, one of these is pretty much guaranteed to to be debuffing next turn, which means you only have to worry about 2 attacks anyway. So if we draw like Air Kiss and Overflowing Love together, because most of what we have here is offense, but like Boundary is going to be enough to block most of one of the attacks. And if we draw these two, which is rather likely, not like guaranteed, but very likely, the point is we can Air Kiss for Instinctive Love, which will instantly kill one of the, like pretty much any of the Kadamas. So yeah, we don't have to worry about them being full HP most of the time. Ideally, this would have been a shoot, and we could just Boundary for full block and shoot something, but it isn't, so this is full block, not take any unnecessary damage when we're still likely to be able to take no damage this turn anyway. And yeah, as I mentioned, we have the Air Kiss here, so this is just going to be enough to kill the bottom Kadama. Sadly, we didn't draw the Boundary, but at the very least, we're only going to be taking 4 damage from this. So I'm gonna go ahead and Ageless Remit and just shoot it. So yeah, just 4 damage, which is pretty much the same damage we would have taken if we had attacked the bottom one on turn 1. So yeah, not really an issue in the end. And at this point, it's just basically flowchart playing. You fully block and spend the rest of your mana on attacks once you've blocked everything, and eventually the damage is nice. Not really, like, I know this is an over-explained video, but there's no real reason to over-explain something that is obvious. So Sleepless Night, I'm not like, these two are not even considerable, so this is just, do I want Deep Memories or not? For reference, Deep Memories can also work with follow-up builds, the idea being, once you've played your follow-up enablers, your big follow-up attacks like Instinctive Love end up on your discard pile, and then you can just Deep Memories for 1, pick it back up, play it for only 1 or even 0 if you've upgraded it, and suddenly you got 20 damage for 1, 20 damage for 1. Basically, you cheat out one of your big attacks and you replay it over and over. The best one for that is obviously the rare that upgrades to have follow-up, but most of the follow-up attacks tend to be big, so they're generally worth playing Deep Memories with. Because Deep Memories is like decently generic and works decently well on every build, like Fugue can use it to get more cards because it generally has plenty of mana anyway. Serenity can use it to recover its big blocks, stuff like that. It's pretty much good on all of the packages, better on some than others, but okay in all of them. I am going to actually pick one up for now, and it will likely be useful no matter what I'm doing. Because we do get a money event here, which I think means I'm actually going to go to the shop here. Okay, so this option here, when we're right in front of the shop, is actually the reverse choice of 100 money or removal on the starting bonus. Because if you gain Misfortune here, you actually get the 100 money immediately, but you have to spend a removal on the Misfortune. So you are losing removal opportunities rather than gaining them, but you're getting more money immediately. On other characters, that could actually be worth it because of the exile they may have, or card draw, anything else. However, on Koishi, I think there's an even bigger reason to just not pick up the Misfortune and just lose the 100 money. Because you don't really have that much access to removal or upgrades, so you want to make the best use of the ones you have. So yeah, this is just going into the shop and getting a removal most likely. Okay, so we can see here, this is actually a couple of cards that are very good for instant body setups. Autumnal Harvest is also one of the ones that works well on many of the setups in general, because like it works in Fugue, it works in Serenity, but it also works with instant body on this kind of setup. And we have Close Heart for a defensive option for instant body. so that is also very good. Not because it's common, but rather because Instant Body is mostly an offensive build around as well, even if it works well with the common defenses for obvious reasons. But yeah, generally you want a more solid offensive option. So this could be like 50. This is 153. Yeah, that is 203, and we'd have 57 left, which does give us enough money for the removal. So I think this is actually my setup for now. That means we're likely to go into a gap rather than the shop here. But we'll decide after this event. And we can start setting up for an Instant Body build. So yeah, Instant Body, for reference, can also work decently to mix up. Like, Instant Body can technically be a bridge card between the follow-up packages and the Serenity packages, because the card draw and the fact that going into Passion is going to give you mana from the from Serenity actually means it makes it a lot easier to set up your big burst turns. So yeah, if we find Serenity cards, we might still get them, but this shop pretty much puts us solidly into an Instant Body drafting, in my opinion. So yeah, that's what we're in right now. Ironically, the Instant Body draft is likely the worst one for the Deep Memories, but it's still not awful. Could still get us like a common card that we like back from the discard pile and get us to play it for free. So still not awful. The fact that it's still not awful is precisely the one reason I wanted to pick it up. Because even in the worst case, it's not the worst thing ever. So, bosses. My decision so far for bosses has been always pick Sakuya if you can, and if you can't, you pick Cheru. Generally, I used to do Sakuya or Reimu rather than Sakuya or Shirno, because Sakuya pretty much has your best two off colors. I really like both blue and white, and Sakuya has a decent white exhibit, not an amazing one because you're not going to be drawing a lot, although with Fugue or Serenity setups, it can actually work. And if you're doing pure follow-up with Embers of Love, the damage, the firepower, works well with the knives, since they are free attacks anyway. Also for Dupion, since Dupion also gives you, the, what do you call it? The firepower, and having a third color makes it really easy to get the Dupion off with the extra mana. However, the issue with Reimu is that unless you have alternative forms of damage, like, as I mentioned, you could have the poison sack one solvers. Unless you have that kind of alternative form of damage, if Reimu decides that her RNG is going to seal you like 3 times in the first 5 to 6 turns, you're pretty much just losing that fight no matter what. Sealing is an absolutely brutal status effect against Koishi. First off, the follow-up cards don't count as cards that you play from things that consider cards played, so they're not going to count for Instant Body, even though they benefit from its firepower, for example. But they do still follow restrictions, which means that if Reimu seals you, and you have, let's say, Instinctive Action, or the Persecutory Delusions, or just simply Spell card, you're not going to get your follow-up attack. Because the attacks can't be played when you're sealed, so they just go to the discard pile, do nothing, and you fuck yourself. That's basically it. So the only way I'd ever fight against Reimu is if I actually have these alternative forms of damage. Repetitive Poison, if I have like a true full moon that can give me enough defense that I can consistently kill Reimu anyway, things like that. But Reimu is extremely hard. However, she is the second best boss when it comes to exhibits. You like both of Sakuya's colors, and you like one of her exhibits, while you don't mind the other. For Reimu, you only prefer one of her off colors, but both of the exhibits are fucking great. So you actually don't mind taking Reimu if you can actually fight her. But she is, in my opinion, the hardest fight Koishi can have on Act 1. Then there's Chirno, who can offer you blue with one of the best blue exhibits, in my opinion. Even more when you're just splashing the color, because if you're just splashing blue, the Ice Wing is extremely consistent. Like, let's say you have blue and your only blue cards are Epiphany and like Diving Consciousness, or Epiphany and like a card draw card you picked up, like let's say Play with Water, because it's very good card draw. The Ice Wing that Cherno's exhibit generates is always going to pick up one of those. So you're going to very consistently have what you want in hand. Like having Epiphany Plus on your starting hand every time, that makes it really easy to get through Long Night and just have your setup ready. That is very good. And for an instant body setup, Fugue is extremely good as well, because it both enables and synergizes with playing a lot of cards on the same turn. Finally, I don't really like Marisa, because if you pick one of her exhibits, you are picking up one of the colors you already have, and if you pick the Hakuro, you're picking up an exhibit that I don't really like using on Koishi, and you're going to have both black and red, which means you're going to have unlocked most of Marisa's on color cards rather than have mostly off colors. So yeah, Sakuya doesn't share any colors with you, and neither does Reimu. That's also another reason why I prefer fighting them. Chirno also shares one color with you, but I think her blue exhibit and the blue color are both massively better than Marisa. That is why my priority order is Sakuya, then Reimu, then Chirno. But because of how hard Reimu's fight can be, I will pick Chirno rather than Reimu whenever I'm not sure I can actually beat her. Which means, mostly, when I'm in an attack-heavy draft, like I am right now. Not because I drafted a lot of attacks, but rather because I want to be attacking on specific turns, and if Reimu seals me while I have my attacks in hand, I'm just completely fucked. Oh, and if you're playing pure follow-up, literally just never fight Reimu, because if she seals you, well, you have like a couple of follow-up performers on the hand, you're going to draw your follow-ups because you hadn't been able to play them before. You're going to fuck yourself extremely hard. That's just asking to lose the fight. So yeah, if you're playing pure follow-up, never do Reimu. Don't even bother. If you're not playing pure follow-up and you don't have Sakuya as an option, you could consider Reimu over Chirno. Chirno is the easier fight. Reimu is the more rewarding fight, but it's extremely hard in my opinion. But Sakuya is just the best choice, no matter what in my opinion, because both of her off colors are great, her exhibits are pretty good, and you actually get a pretty easy fight. Because we have an instant body setup, this is actually the worst setup for Sakuya, because we do play a lot of cards, and that is going to trigger her passive very often. But her fight in general is easier than most, so we shouldn't have quite as much trouble anyway. So yeah, that is the Sakuya pickup. Also, if you get her white exhibit, a lot of her white cards are like 2 white on the mana cost, so you're going to see a lot of less of her on-color cards. And if you see white cards, they're mostly going to be neutrals, which gives you access to things like Wandering Heaven, which are, upgrades, which you really want. And if you pick the blue one, you're going to have access to solid card draw options anyway, even with one blue only. You're not going to have access to things like T-Break, sadly, but still, you should be mostly fine. And now that I've gotten here, I've just realized a small potential issue, which is that if I go to this event, and it's not going to give me money because I just did a money event right here, I actually might not get 18 money of 1-2 combat, so I might not have enough money for the upgrade on the cup. So even if I like events, I'm not sure this is actually the correct choice. I'm very high on life. I mean, I guess I could have a bad combat here, but going to the gap and healing does not seem very high value. However, if I do this, I don't have an elite, Because I think the safest, 100% safest choice would be the bottom path. And if you don't get enough money for the upgrade, you go here, you just get an upgrade instead of an elite. Same thing we did on Act 1, really. And if you do get enough money for the upgrade on the gap, you can go fight the elite. It's fine. You're going to have the barrier from the exhibit, and you're also going to have your upgrade anyway. Worst case, you could even drink tea here if you're extremely low on HP to fight the elite, but you really want to upgrade if you can, so that is what I'd recommend. And again, if you don't have money for the upgrade before going to the event, you can just pick this one and pick up the upgrade on the cup. In this case, I am going to be a little bit riskier. I'm going to go to the event, just in part because I want to show how good the events can be. I'm hoping this is like Larva or Jomu, which would be extremely huge boons to us. And if I have to rest of the gap because of it, too bad. I think it's for the best, honestly. And yeah, going to try to go to the event, and hopefully it's good enough. Because but going to the bottom path still gives me the event if I want it, though. Generally, I like going to events first before going to combats, because the event reward generally helps with the combat, but it doesn't tend to happen vice versa. Yeah, I've convinced myself the bottom path is really just the best one of these. Because if I decide that going to the event is worth it, even if I don't have the money for the upgrade, then I can just go to this path anyway. If I wanna go to both event and delete. So yeah, let's just go to the bottom path. I've convinced myself. And we got one of the easier fights for this path in my opinion too, so that is good. Okay, so I only need 10 defense for this. Yeah, I don't see any situation where I can play Deep Memories and actually be happy about it, sadly, because of the Long Night. So this is just, block for full, punch for 10, as usual. Unless you have very, very low damage, and you're worried you may not be able to kill the red orb with blue's protection before it scales out of control, you generally want to focus the red one. If you have very low damage, because the blue one focuses on protecting the red one, maybe you could focus the blue one before focusing the red one, just to make sure the red one is going to die eventually. Because otherwise maybe both of them get out of control and then you're kind of fucked. So if you have very low damage, killing the blue one first is more guaranteed damage, but it doesn't have the possibility of just killing you. In any normal situation, in my opinion, you just want to go for the red one. So yeah, we play a Tonal Harvest and Overflowing Love on the top. And okay, we drew very heavy defense here. Our next turn is going to be all of these cards except Instinctive Love. So we're very likely going to be playing Instant Body into like double common block. Then into Vitality, so we have green mana. Then double common block into the Arcus to probably have enough damage with these two to kill the top orb, which generally means that we're not going to have any issues with just full blocking this turn and not dealing any damage. And we even get to do the Ageless Dream to reduce the damage our barrier's taken and guarantee lethal next turn. So Close Heart does mean you don't get to see intentions on the next turn. If you are decently experienced at the game, you pretty much know all the fights by heart, and that is not really a drawback in 90% of cases. Some turns have a little bit more energy. For example, right now, I could be getting attacked by both, or getting a single attack rather than multi from the red orb, and 10 damage from this one. So this could be either 24 or 14 damage depending. Well, not 24 or 14 because this one's weak, but in general I mean. But generally, there's always ways to play around the unknown information So it's not really a big deal that you don't know what they're doing with close eye in 90% of situations. But yeah, the card does get better the more you understand attack patterns in the game. And there's always a little bit of RNG, but if you really understand the game, there's not really a lot of it. So it's not really a problem very often. So yeah, as I mentioned, instant body first. So the vitality gives us firepower as well. And then we play Flower Wreath. This is 8 plus 22, so this already kills the top one with the vulnerability. But actually, yeah, since this already kills, what we can do is just is the top one. This will also give us some extra firepower. And since the bottom one always hits for 10 at most, we just do 8 damage to the bottom one. Because we already know, yep, we're full blocking that. And at this point, this is just a very, very easy fight. All you have to do is play your common cards that don't deal damage before the ones that do. And block 10 whenever this says 10. But, you know, I have faith in you guys. I believe you can do that on your own. Get this, into this. And for reference, this is actually one of the reasons deep memories can be good here. It can get us either the overflowing love of the Arcus or a decent chunk of damage at a discount. Or, because we have enough firepower already, we can just get a shoot. But yeah, the idea in follow-up versions of the deck is the deep memories could have gotten us an extra follow-up activator, or just the card that we got off the follow-up, and being a good option there. And as mentioned, only 10 money, so in the end this was actually a good choice. Okay, so Mischievous Rose, Devil's Codex, Sleeping Consciousness. All of these could be good, honestly. So Devil's Codex should be obvious. It's a card draw option, which we really just don't have a lot of on our character. It exiles cards, which means we can generally exile cards we don't want, and set up high value turns with the Occult on the butte, because it's a common card. And in general, just lets us do setups with a lot of attacks, because we can exile, you know, our bad blocks, stuff like that. Mischievous Rose is decent block damage card that also gives us Midsummer Flowers, which are common attacks. The fact that this is uncommon means that it's not quite as good as we'd want it to be, but a lot of synergies between Instant Body and Roses are also kinda shared. And then in Sleeping Consciousness, I think this is the worst fugue card, but it is a fugue card. And the idea is, if we play this along with our Instant Body follow-up, our Instant Body combos, this could easily allow us to just kill the enemies before the next turn comes, so we're not going to be affected by the drawback. Into Fugue, only one card can be played during Koishi's next turn, so you have this turn with Fugue, very powerful, but then your next turn is not going to be powerful. Since this is Act 1, this is also going to allow us to, you know, completely destroy Act 1, which is pretty helpful. We'll be able to draft focusing on the future rather than what we currently have. The upgrade is solid, but nothing amazing. Goes to 0 mana instead of 1. Not huge, because Fugue is already going to give you a ton of mana, but, you know, always nice. And it limits you to 2 cards on the next turn. It's still that, but with 2 cards you can actually sometimes mount a decent defense, or do the last cheap damage you need to finish the combat. So it's not quite as bad, and it's really, really strong early on. The choices would be Devil's Codex for long fights, in my opinion, or Sleeping Consciousness for short fights. Since we are in Act 1 and a lot of our fights are going to be short, I actually do think I prefer Sleeping Consciousness here. So yeah, I'm actually going to be picking this up. And since the upgrade on this one isn't as important, unlike Devil's Codex, which is very important in my opinion, we're actually reducing our upgrade need. We're basically making our upgrade budget slightly bigger by having cards that are good without needing to upgrade them. So yeah, I think In our conditions, Sleeping Consciousness is the better card, but Devil's Codex would have also been a very, very good pick. Okay, that means we do have 17 money, and I have to decide if Event and Elite is better than, two normal combats, despite the fact that it won't give me an upgrade because I'm not going to have enough money at the cup. As far as health, I'm perfectly fine, so that is definitely not a good option. But there's so many events that are amazing for us that I'm honestly still tempted regardless. So the thing is, what needs upgrades in our deck desperately? Instant Body and our starting cards. Because we have an Instant Body setup, the upgrade on Instinctive Love is nice, but not quite as necessary as normal. The Erkis one is very important though, reducing the mana it costs, so we can play even more cards on the same turn. So we only have 2 upgrades that I would consider absolutely necessary right now. So I think we could actually go to the Event and the Elite and not fuck ourselves over too hard. I'm honestly 50-50 on this choice. Either of these could be good, but I do want to show off the events. So since these are both equally good in my opinion, I'm going to go to the path that I'd rather show off first. Okay, not the best event, but still a good one. This is basically gonna guarantee that we have 2 spell cards for an elite and probably either second elite or boss. We could pick the healing up, but we're about to heal at the cup, so it is 45p, which is going to help us quite a bit early on and just guarantee that we have a second spell card on the second elite or just on the boss. But yeah, because Lunatic 7 costs 25 money to upgrade, we actually don't have enough here, so we're going to have to drink tea. And we're only healing 12, so even the drink tea isn't that appealing. But, oh well. Hopefully the elite actually gives us a decent exhibit to compensate, but the more elites I fight on Koishi, the more disappointed I am with them, honestly, because the exhibitors are just a gamble. There's so many useless ones and so many low value ones that you really need to high roll for them to actually be good. So you do get extra money and higher rarity cards, but I've really just been very disappointed with exhibits the more elites I've fought. Still, it's the path we've chosen, and let's hope we just get a good one instead of bitching about the consequences of our actions, because this is 100% the result of my actions. Next turn, she's gonna have her summons, and I really want to be able to defend myself, have some setup with instant body, stuff like that. So I don't think playing Sleeping Consciousness this turn is actually a good idea. However, on our second cycle through the deck, once we redraw this, I'm probably gonna play this and likely finish the fight on the turn I play this. But yeah, because of that, I'm going to not be doing anything other than a shoot on turn 1. Thankfully, this turn we do get to just Ageless Dream, Ring, and double block. And because we drew our Overflowing Love, so we have the Instinctive Love available, and because we had the event that gives us 45 extra power, so we're guaranteed to have another spell card very soon, probably after this fight in fact. I'm actually just going to Hard Concerto here. This is going to get rid of all the spirits and deal a lot of damage to Ring, thanks to this being like 24 plus 20 affected by Vulnerable. So this is going to make the fight into a joke, and we're basically guaranteed that we're not actually going to be taking any more damage on it. And yeah, guaranteeing that we take no damage on the Ring fight is a rare thing. I'm now happy to do it. Because Ring does tend to be the fight with the most guaranteed damage out of the Act 1 elites in my opinion. So yeah, very happy to be able to do this here. And then we just do, set up. Get our barrier so we don't actually take damage. And the memories here is not going to be useful at all because the instinct makes it cost 1. and we don't have 1 mana to play anything after we deep memories, so we just deal 9 damage here and pass the turn. Not even 9 damage, we take care of 1 for Grace. Yeah, this is what I meant with being experienced here, because we don't know what Ring is doing, except because I know her attack patterns. I know that right now she's summoning something. I know this is Spellcard Summon. I mean, summon and Spellcard in like 1 turn. So yeah, because of the experience I have with the game, I know what she's doing despite having the Closed Heart debuff. So that's what I meant when I said that the card was a bit better, like Closed Heart was a bit better when you are more experienced with the game. Because even if you don't see enemy intents, a lot of them are just basically set up to always do the same thing. So you're going to know most of the time. So yeah, we just go ahead and Closed Heart, Autumnal Harvest. Normally, you don't really care about playing the boundary here, but because it is a common, it's going to give us 1 more firepower. So yeah, the Arcus is not going to be affected, but the follow-up it pulls will get the extra firepower. So that is 18 damage from this, thanks to Vulnerable. And next turn, we're guaranteed to either be able to fully block, or just have enough damage to finish off Ring. And since we have 33 barrier here, I honestly don't mind going just, getting a slight amount of firepower. Shoot, and see if Deep Memories recovers anything that we can use with it. If I hadn't carelessly spent all of my black mana when I have plenty of Ring on the Vitalities, this would have actually been lethal, I feel like. Because I just played the Vitalities for the extra firepower, and then we deal 13 damage to Ring. These, again, are the consequences of my actions. So I'm just going to pick up the boundary, play Big Flower Wreath, and this is going to be debuffing or attacking, and she's going to be exploding it. But because of the barrier we had, we were really safe no matter what, and we don't even have to interfere, we just instinctive and that's it. For reference, if you see Tape, Chopper, all of these, as soon as you pick them up, you get upgrades exhibits, always get the card first, because if you have more cards in the deck that can be affected by Tape, it's more likely that they will get hit instead of the basic defense, which you're less interested in upgrading. Here, however, we don't really have anything we want. Tea Party and Moment of Respite I don't want. Respite doesn't really matter at all for us. Only reason I'd ever have to pick up Respite is if I had most of the pieces for the Serenity build, like a Crazed Thorns, Calm Mind, stuff like that, but no Serenity cards yet, as a desperate move to actually be able to enter Serenity. And Tea Party is the solution to the boss, but we already have a decent build with Instant Body and the burst turn off of Sleeping Consciousness, so we don't really need the Diffuse Tea Party here. Question is, do we like Curiosity? Because we're not really entering mental states very often, like basically just Fugue for Sleeping Consciousness right now, this can actually just be normal card draw, like draw 3 cards, exit your mental state, and that's it. Because the mental state doesn't matter, we maybe just get to play 1 mana draw 3. So I actually think, despite the fact that I don't tend to like Curiosity very much, because it doesn't have synergy with any of the other archetypes, this is basically just if you're playing Stance Dancing. But yeah, in our situation, it actually kind of works as card draw, I think. So I'm going to pick up Curiosity here. And Tape did upgrade our Close Heart on top of one of the basics, so not bad. So yeah, we lost an upgrade, but we got an upgrade and extra money and rarity cards, so mostly the same in the end, but this was definitely gambling compared to just going to the upper path. Okay, we go to Raisin, we get sad that we don't get a radio, although Koishi doesn't really tend to have that many abilities, so this is probably the worst of the auto upgrades, so not quite as sad as we could have been. But yeah, high-tech glasses. For those who are not in the know, this is the first step of the necessary exhibit trade chain that we have to do to go into Act 4 and fight the final boss, Seija. So this is basically always just pick up the glasses unless you don't want to fight the Act 4. As for this, we really just have guaranteed not enough money for to do a lot of the shop. It's going to be basically like just a removal or an upgrade. And since we still want to upgrade our Kiss and Instant Body, and now also the Curiosity, because going down to 1 mana is very good. We really just want to go into the gaps. This path is probably better for the gap though, because we can make a choice here just in case if we don't want to fight an elite, or if we somehow get a ton of money for this event. I don't think there's any event that would give us a ton of money right now, but just in case. I guess there could be like a random exhibit one that gives us a bulk with wins or something. But yeah, the 99% chance we go to the gap and we get an upgrade. Jomu! Okay, so if you've watched other videos I've made, you might know Jomu is absolutely my favorite event in the game. I think both of these options are amazing, completely incredible. However, Koishi has so much fucking anti-synergy between the different archetypes that I've actually started to hate anything that says transforming her. So, because we have Revealed Fate activated, I'm going to actually be able to check this card, but 99% of the time, like, I never play with Revealed Fate on, so I would never pick this on Koishi, because the options are absolutely atrocious. In fact, now that we see it, I don't want Dark Dancer. It's a decent enough card if you have a setup for it, does help against the Act 1 boss, but we're not in a setup that needs Dark Dancer because we've already got our Instant Body. So yeah, even on the best case, which is we actually got a decent multicolored, I still don't like it. That's how bad the anti-synergy issue is with Koishi. However, the thing is, on the other hand, the Mooncake is completely insane. I've mentioned before that Koishi really likes her upgrades. Guess what? Mooncake gives us an upgrade every turn. So yeah, this massively alleviates the issues you can have with upgrades. And it is absolutely amazing to get. So even if with Koishi, the multicolor card is infinitely worse than I'm used to, the Mooncake is infinitely better. So it still means Jomu is one of the best events in the game for me, but you're pretty much guaranteed to always pick up the Mooncake. So yeah, that was more of an angry rant than an explanation, but it is the explanation for why we're just going Mooncake here. Even with Revealed Fate, I would pick Mooncake here. Also, that means we're likely going to be taking some damage from the curse, but I still think we go to the gaps here. We don't need to go to Takane's shop. The Mooncakers, the one we're about to get, this one, Creeping Hunger, is honestly one of the worst ones in my opinion. It really does chip you a lot of HP through the fight. However, unless we get it on the turn we want to go off with the Instant Body, we should be able to mostly sidestep it. It's probably going to screw us with Sleeping Consciousness, but the thing is, we're on full HP, and we have like 2 gaps for a normal fight and lead and the boss. I think we should be mostly fine, even if we don't remove it. Not to mention, like, we can check after this fight, but it's actually more likely that we won't have enough money for removal here anyway, so we're going to have to go to the 2 gaps for the 2 upgrades anyway. So yeah, that would make me want a removal a lot more than usual, but it also means we have less chances of removal anyway. So yeah. Okay, so this is... Okay, to be fair, this is a useless upgrade to get in combat from the Sardinia Mooncake, but oh well. Speaking of which, Sardinia does tend to prioritize multicolor cards. It's in part of the description. So if we ever have a hand with Curiosity in it, it is 99% of the time going to get upgraded, which means we now only have 2 priority upgrades, which is very good. As you see here, prioritizes multicolor cards. So this turn is pretty obvious to me. We want instant body set up, and we want to defend ourselves from the damage. Closer hard plus instant body does both, while still leaving us, a little bit of barrier left over for next turn. So this is just the obvious play. This, by the way, is one of the fights where the close hard debuff is actually at its strongest, shall we say. Because there's actually quite a lot of variance between what the bats can do. Any of them could be doing any number of things between giving us a lock-on, attacking us either once or twice but with lower damage, and gaining grace. So this is probably the most random fight in the game, and the fight where close hard does the most as a debuff. However, thankfully we do have we are going to get chipped out on a bit from Creeping Hunger. We do have the chance to go Flower Wreath into Deep Memories here. Yeah, if we get close hard, we guarantee we don't take any damage. Play for 0 because the Deep Memories got upgraded by the Mooncake. And we're not going to take any damage. So we just took 4 damage from the Creeping Hunger here. But it also helped us guarantee that we wouldn't take any damage in the fight anyway. Okay, and at this point, we have our Kissing Hand. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can just go off on this turn. So the idea is we play our Sleeping Consciousness, and we just play our cards. Be careful, you don't want to draw so much that you actually draw the Instinctive Love. You still want to play out off of the Curiosity. So what I'm going to do is use my other cards until there's only one left in the deck to generate firepower, and then when there's one left, I will Air Kiss to kill one of the bats immediately. So yeah, I play Boundary. I play the Flower Wreath, and now that there's only one left, I play the Air Kiss, kill the bat with the most HP, I guess. I left it with 2 HP because I didn't bother to make the calculations, but that is my fault. Should have done it on the top one, but at the very least, I can go shoot and just kill it now. And now that I have the most firepower I could have, we already have decent block, so I'm just going to go and Boundary and play the Overflowing Love on the top one. I would Curiosity, but I couldn't do it while I was in Fugue, and if I do it now, I'm afraid I might actually draw the Creeping Hunger and lose even more HP when I don't need to. Because we have so much block this turn and so much barrier in general, I feel like whenever we draw the Creeping Hunger, we're very likely to be able to just pass the turn, take no damage from it. Yeah, like 14, no damage, just pass the turn, don't take that damage unnecessarily. And this turn, we just get to, deal a little bit of damage to the bottom one, reduce the damage this one's dealing, and setting up vulnerable so that it dies easily next turn. Outside of that, getting our block under firepower, shoot the bottom one because this one has grace. And yeah, we can just, keep doing our thing. Shouldn't be too big of an issue. And I actually get to also show off why Deep Memories is good in follow-up versions. Well, I guess it's not going to matter because we're going to kill the top one anyway, but for reference, Instinctive Love. And now I could Deep Memories and get the Instinctive back to play it for 0 mana. We did play it off from the hand rather than from a follow-up, but that is the idea. Because we have Closed Hard in hand, and this is a ridiculous amount of barrier, I'm just going to do this, because this has grace anyway. But, could have been a good play, is my point. As I mentioned, this is pure defense anyway, so I'd have to start with Curiosity. I'm just not going to play anything. Let Creeping Hunger go. We have plenty of barrier. And now we just do our setups and finish off with our attacks, powered up by Instant Body. We had a lot of money, partially because the 1-3 fights give us a lot of money compared to the 1-2 ones, and also because we just got the high-tech classes. And our cards. Ooh. Okay, so I'm not picking up Unconscious or Romantic Rose. Let's just make that clear now. Romantic Rose is a common that puts us in passion, but the thing is we can only ever play this if we are on our last turn, and unlike the retain card, this could screw us over for several of our cycles, not to mention it can't be played while we are in Fugue without wasting part of the Fugue. So yeah, these two are just non-options. However, even if we're not playing Turbo Dupium, Rainbow Danmaku Dupium is still a very good card. Not to mention, it works well with Upgraded Harvest and with the Fugue here, because it actually is going to allow us to generate quite a bit of Philosopher's Mana. Plus the sleeping into Harvest, pretty much on its own, already sets up Rainbow to scale. So maybe we can just mix and match here. There's not a lot of synergy between most of the packages, but Fugue, Instant Body, and Turbo Dupium are a lot easier to mix and match than many of the other ones. So I think we can actually afford to play Dupium. It's a shame that the Rainbow is uncommon, not uncommon, but I feel like this is still a good pick here. So yeah. We're going for a bit of a hybrid build. It's still going to mostly be focused on the Rainbow Dupium. I mean, not the Rainbow, the Instant Body. But, you know, Rainbow Dupium is a good choice to have anyway. Also, we did actually get enough money for, like, a removal. But, like, as you saw, the Misfortune was minus 4 HP. These are elite and boss fights, but even if it is like minus 6, minus 8 on each of them, would I be comfortable going with like minus 15 HP to elite and boss with like 40 something? Absolutely. So I'm just going to take the damage, go to the gaps, get my upgrades, power myself up rather than worry about the curse being, you know, an issue. And I'm just going to go with my good cards. So Instant Body upgrade makes it have instant value appropriately, because it gives it vitality, so it pays for itself, and the vitality is going to give 1-time firepower. Meanwhile, Erkis is better for the long term. By reducing the mana it costs, we can play it more often. For the elite, I feel like the instant value is better, while for the boss, the Erkis is better. But since we're going to get 2 upgrades, one now and one after the elite, I'm going to get the one that works best for the elite first, and then get the one that works best for the boss on the cap. Okay, and Aja is actually an extremely easy boss to fight with most Koishi decks, in my opinion. Either you have the poison cards as a boss solver, you have the accurate from the instinctive fluff upgrade, or like us, you just have a very strong setups with Ageless Dream, instant body stuff, and you can play a lot of cards in the same turn, which means you can mostly ignore the Grace and burst her down very quickly. I am going to be losing 1 HP here from playing a Tonal Harvest on the Creeping Hunger, but it both removes the Long Night from our hand and also sets up for later. 1 HP is not that big of a deal. And I'm probably going to aggro her right now. So I am going to Curiosity here, because if I do draw the Fugue card, I can already get set up for Rainbow Dupium. And next turn we only need 1 defense card, because he's going to hit us for 10 times 2, and we already have 10 barrier from our exhibit. So yeah, this is probably the best time to do the Fugue setup. So I really want to draw it off of the Curiosity here. And we didn't, sadly. But we did draw Deep Memories, which doesn't have an awful chance of hitting Rainbow Dupium here. So I'm going to go Vitality. Oh, but it's not upgraded, so it doesn't matter. I still think Rainbow might be the best just to set up a Rainbow. But I don't think I would have wasted the Vitality, actually. That's my bad. Yeah, this is still going to give us a, you know, the Rainbow here. And we are going to pass our turn. And hey, maybe we just go into Fugue this turn and we just try to kill Aya here. Erk is an Instinctive Love left. In fact, that is what we're going to do, I'm pretty sure. So, I do Instant Body. Oh, but we don't have that many attacks. We would have to draw them. We have a lot of garbage in here. I still think it's worth it, honestly. So we do instant body first, because I want to be able to play my setup before the air kiss, and that means sleeping consciousness. I only want to draw one card before I can actually play air kiss, so that the instinctive love doesn't get wrong. Yeah, instant body, vitality, and now I play sleeping consciousness into the ring, which draws a air kiss. I guess I could go for the Harpin Charter. Just get the damage, the guaranteed damage through the Grace, I guess. No, it's not. It's not really necessary. Let's just go Arcase, take care of both the Grace stacks, and hopefully off the Fugue here we'll actually draw some attacks. Not the ones I expected, but we should. And that will have to do, sadly. Thankfully, though, we don't have Close Heart here or a ton of barrier. So next turn, even with that on the weak, even if we can only play one card, we'll actually be completely fine with our defense. But yeah, that was not a great fugue. Well, we didn't want to play many cards here, it seems, anyway, so kind of works for us. Yeah, I'm just going to pass turn. This is the Creeping Hunger. I legitimately believe we can finish this fight without taking any damage, so I'm not going to take guaranteed damage of the Misfortune. Yet another time we draw the Air Kiss in a very bad position. So next turn we could have mana from both Harvest and the Rainbow to do Curiosity, and like use the newspapers to remove the Grace and still be able to do Love or Dupion. So I'm actually not gonna Air Kiss, because I don't want to remove the Instinctive Love from the bottom of my deck in this case. It's not a common thing to do, but I do think it's the best thing to do in this situation. And yeah, we have our mana here. Going to be sure I spend mostly equal to get rid of the Grace. And now I can go ahead and do Danmaku Fighting. And Instinctive Love is not gonna kill anyway, so maybe this is Flower Wreath. It's like 15 block. Yeah, just go ahead. Next turn we can probably like between the newspaper and the Curiosity, we can probably get some ways to get rid of the Grace and actually Instinctive. We drew the Creeping Hunger though. Okay, so let's see. If I do these three for the newspaper, I can actually go and do Rainbow and get the Rainbow to scale us up. And I'm going to be losing 10 HP here. If I spell card, I can kill Aya. Will I be able to save more than 10 HP on Sakuya with a spell card? Probably yes, honestly. So let's just take the tongue here. And yeah, we're going into Sakuya with 46 HP. We'll be fine. This is pure defense, so just get rid of the debuff card and set up your mana. And, well, the Curiosity has to draw something, but we do have ways to strip Grace, I guess. Or just block. And next turn we should definitely have enough attacks to actually finish this, yeah. With all the mana we have, so shouldn't be an issue. Fight was much slower than I thought, but still not really all that bad. So yeah, do the Vitality first. Boom Boom Maru. I guess the Erkis is the worst attack I have when I don't have any follow-ups and I don't have draw. Okay, gonna risk it slightly, do the deep memories first. Actually, not even a risk, really. I guess it's a risk in that I'm not gonna be able to recover any of these. But if this hits like Curiosity, that would actually allow us to do Erkis into a follow-up if we just draw to reshuffle. It didn't, so we just got a newspaper to strip away a little bit more grace. And this is just a kill. And there we go. Oh, Sword of His is very, very nice. A lot of cheap damage over fights. It's gonna make our our setups require a lot less cards to actually kill enemies. And honestly just affects so many combat breakpoints in our favor that are just extremely good in my opinion. Plus it's AoE, which we don't have a lot of. We have our Rainbow Dupium basically, and that's it. None of these cards are interesting to me with our current deck, so I'm just gonna skip. And we are going to be upgrading the... What the fuck did I upgrade last? Oh yeah, I mentioned Instinctive Love was not as as big a priority because we were going to play a lot of cards with Instant Body anyway. So the priorities were Instant Body and Erkis, not Erkis and Instinctive Love. I was thinking of these two as the priority upgrades because they are during normal follow-up runs. But yeah, for this, Erkis is the one we actually wanted. And we go into Sakya. So the issue with our deck is that we like to play a lot of cards, so Sakya can screw us over a bit. The good thing is that we have a lot of burst, and we actually have defensive scaling with the Spirit from Rainbow Danmaku, so we actually get to block very well against Sakya's stuff. Plus, Closed Heart is an extremely potent source of block. So yeah, this is... Again, we take 3 damage from the Hunger, but oh well. Not a big deal. We do have to remove the Overflowing Love whenever we can, though. Okay, so I do feel like this is actually not a bad situation for sleeping. So yeah, let's go with it. Sleeping Consciousness. Body. Mostly, by the way, because we had a lot of barrier. So either this turn or next turn we could probably mount a defense. And I'm going to use Legislating to weaken her and reduce her damage output, which also affects the Silver Lockdown. That is why I thought it was good. And while I still have pretty good options here, with both Erkis and the Close Heart, Overflowing Love being the worst but still not awful, I'm going to go ahead and play the Deep Memories before I contaminate the pool with lower value or lower mana cost cards. We got an Erkis, so we get to play this for 1, which, you know, it already costs 1, but we get to play it is the point. And we do the Instinctive Love, which kind of compensates for not having removed the Overflowing Love, at least during this deck cycle. So that's nice. And Autumnal here is just going to make it so we draw the Vitality immediately. And we draw the Boundary behind it. And with what we have right now, I think we can just Flower Wreath, Boundary. This already gives us solid enough block in my opinion, so I'm just going to shoot for some damage. Yeah, she's just put into 10 lockdowns in our deck anyway. Okay, so we start with cards from... You know, the issue with the fatigue effect is apparently never that you get it, but that you fucking forget about it. Happens the same as exhibits, I guess. I'm incapable of remembering turn-to-turn cards and exhibits and effects. So yeah, that was obviously just play Rainbow Danmaku Dupium because she's not attacking, and that way you just get to keep the Rainbow instead of wasting your Erkis that you just drew without actually performing any follow-ups. But I forgot about it, and that's what happens sometimes. Okay, so this is just close heart into harvest. I think taking 1 damage from the Keeping Hunger is worth it for more vitalities that I can use on my high power turns. Although maybe I've removed too many attacks for any high power turns, honestly. But still, worst case, we still have the Rainbow Dupium as a scaling. Not to mention, this is actually a good setup for it. Since we have this many vitalities and this costs 6 mana, which is 1 more than we have, I'm just gonna pop one of them first. And Vivid Flowers should have been the first one, actually. Because if she's attacking, it's not gonna matter. But if she's not attacking, I would have preferred blocking the Silver Lockdown with block rather than barrier. Because if she's not attacking, I'm going to lose my block anyway. And I wouldn't have lost my barrier. Still, this is up. Again, should have done the shoots first, because she had Grace. I'm not having a good combat apparently. So 3 Grace, which means we don't really care about what we get back from deep memories with these, so I'm just gonna get back a boundary for extra block. And then we just get one of the Graces and harvest. We're gonna take some damage. Probably should have spent the spell card at some point here, so we could actually have a strong turn against her. Kinda failed this combat a bit in concept rather than execution, honestly. But the execution hasn't been ideal either. So let's just go Plug or Wreath to block. Let's go close hard too, so we don't take any actual damage. And we do time lockdown, so we can remove one of these, and it only costs us 3 barrier. Okay, so generally she's likely to be doing either 6 times 4 or 10 times 2, which means many of her options don't really deal that much damage to us. We have decent enough cards here though if we want block, so maybe I could just go full Vitality and draw with Curiosity, see if we can do more. Yeah, my 2 options are either that or like Rainbow plus Vivid Wreath with Vitality. I feel like that's the better option. Just lower risk gets us a Rainbow setup for later, so we can scale a bit harder. Shame about the Curiosity, but we'd be taking maybe a bit too much cheap damage from the Hunger. Okay, this is easy weaken. It's going to reduce both the Silver Lockdown and her actual attack. And we block the lockdown with that. And now we block everything thanks to the variant stuff. And we should. And yeah, I'm on the lookout for a chance to use the Hark Concerto, because we haven't really used it. And it was one of our advantages, honestly, that I've kind of wasted. This turn, though, is just easy Rainbow setup. Not going to do anything more because of the Creeping Hunger. Maybe Autumnal. Okay, the extra firepower does mean that the Hark Concerto is eventually very likely to help us kill her. And she is going to spellcard us, so if I drop pure offense rather than defense, I'm going to have to get through the Grace somehow. So I do actually think I want to do Harvest, if it costs me an extra HP here. Yeah, this fight has not been very, the explanations haven't been an issue, but the actual performance I've presented has definitely not been great. So we do want block, so let's go ahead and start with, well, the Vitalities, so we can make hand space. But Curiosity is what I meant. We have enough block, worst case. And we definitely have enough mana. So let's just go ahead and... Christ, I forgot about that. Actually scared me for a second. I completely forgot about the Silver Lockdown. God, I'm playing like a goddamn idiot today. Jesus. What is it with me? Okay, so I'm pretty sure we actually have to go for the kill here. So let's just go ahead and do another vitality. I'm gonna deep memories now, because I'm kinda interested in getting the curiosity. Even the draws aren't that good. I guess it's both Rainbow Danmaku and Flower Wreath that could help as well. But yeah, let's deep memories. We got both. Rainbow did get upgraded, so Danmaku is actually more scaling, which is very, very helpful right now. So I'm going to go for it. We do this. Let's not forget I have to block the lockdown if I don't want to die. And honestly, should I just... Okay, so the thing I have to do here, guaranteed, is actually calculate the damage. Because I'm going to waste one of these on Grace. Then probably Spell Card. That's going to be 33 plus 29. Actually 34 plus 30. So with the Spell Card, I'm basically guaranteed to kill. Assuming I actually do these. So without the Spell Card, am I guaranteed to kill? And do I want to like save 4 HP or Spell Card in here? Because for 4 HP, I'd actually prefer to just skip the Spell Card. The problem is, if I start this and I can't kill, this is actually going to kill me. So I waste one of these. I also waste the Air Kiss on the second Grace. So I'd have these two for damage and the Instinctive Love. After doing these, Love is going to be 31. Then this is going to be 21 and this is going to be 27, I think. So it is 48 plus 31, 79 that does not kill. And if that doesn't kill, maybe I'm just better off not playing any cards this turn. But like even my next turn is bad. Also I draw like Close Heart. I think I have to use the spell card sadly. So let's just shoot. I've already fucked up enough, let's not risk death to another fuck up. Do this. Just overflowing kills. Yeah, I played that fight like complete garbage. Please don't take it into account. The explanations were actually decent, I feel like. Okay, so this is pretty much what I want the most. Magic Poker is better than the knives. Not like a lot better, but better in my opinion still. It's 1 extra color, which means we only need 2 Philosopher's Mana to activate our Rainbow Dupion. So the rainbow we get from it is going to be enough without upgrading it. And even just upgrading Autumnal Harvest is now actually a priority, because getting a rainbow off of this is also good enough for the Dupion. And this is also going to give us the Epiphany as an option for rare cards, as well as Diving Consciousness, both of which are pretty good with what we have. Okay, I don't really like these quite as much. Hardman's is good though. My issue with Hardman's is could screw us with Sleeping Consciousness. But as a whole, it is actually pretty good. Could just play our Rainbow Danmaku for free, which obviously we don't get the scaling, but it is still like huge chunk of damage and it gives us a rainbow, so not a bad thing. It would be a priority upgrade though, since it goes to mana only, which is when it's actually worth playing if you ask me. That means we have 2 priority upgrades again. I feel like that's fine, honestly. 2 priority upgrades is not that much for Noct, even if we pick up other cards on the way. We also do have like 2 priority removals though. But yeah, 2 gaps, 2 shops. We could have like a pretty much a finished deck, quote unquote, by the end of Act 2. So yeah, I don't feel bad about picking Hardman's here. Loyal Servant is never an option in my opinion here. Ichijo Breach is not the worst. Could help us just, you know, retain our Rainbow Dupion, and you know, we play like we have 2 retains. We could get Rainbow Dupion and like a Rainbow, actually get it quote unquote for free. So yeah, if we didn't pick up Hardman's, we'd definitely pick up Ichijo. But I feel like Hardman's is good enough with our deck, so I'm not unhappy picking it. Okay, so since we're going to, okay, so there's 2 schools of thought here. First one is, since we're going to be getting extra money from the trade here, most likely, we are going to be able to sell the tape 100% of the time. And I mean, we're going to want to sell the tape 100% of the time. And we are gonna have like 66% chance, because out of these exhibits, the only ones we can sell are the tape, the mooncake, and the sword of Hizu. I would not sell either the mooncake or the sword, but I would sell the tape every time. So there's like 2 schools of thought here. First one is, we're likely to sell the tape here. We're going to get money off of that. So we do gap here, and then we can go to the shop with a lot of money. The other one is, we want to remove our misfortune. So we go to the shop immediately, and we remove that, and then we can go to the last shop on like the 3rd part of the act anyway. And there's one for either non-elite and elite. So that's also an interesting choice. However, if we go to the shop to remove, we actually have to go through 3 combats with the status. And if we do it here or here, it's still also 3 combats. So I don't think it's actually that big of a difference to go to the shop here or go to the shop here. Which means I'd rather just, you know, get the event, which I've said are good. This event could easily give us the Patchouli event. We transform one of our green mana into Philosophers, and that means suddenly we've unlocked Sakuja's blue cards, which still doesn't get us to the extra turn cards, which are honestly quite good in like any character, but does get us to cards like Tea Time or Tea Break or whatever it's called, that are very powerful card draw cards, and also even offer sustain. So yeah, that could be a very good option. We could find, what do you call it, the Purify, and since our deck isn't quite as heavy on black as it used to be, we could purify one of our black mana and just have a lot of extra colorless, so we don't have to have quite as many issues with Long Night and stuff, and we're able to pay high generic costs. Like, for example, since we have the mooncake, our basics are often going to get upgraded, so they're going to cost generic when upgraded only, so that is also nice. Yeah, there's like a lot of good events here as well, so I think this is actually the path we're going to take. Less combats early on. Worst case, we could even just drink here, but yeah, that is the idea. Okay, so with this setup, I'm actually going to go ahead and sleep in consciousness on turn 1. It is risky in that if I don't kill one of them, they're extremely likely to both attack turn 2, and I have to defend myself with only a single card. However, this into instant body here and the vitality should get us some firepower immediately, and is very likely to draw us enough actual damage to finish at least one of them. Plus there's several draws that could actually let us kill both, like Rainbow, or like getting Deep Memories on a good target, things like that. Airkiss could easily just one-shot one of them with Instinctive Love. I think it's worth doing, so I'm going to go Sleep in Consciousness into Instant Body and try to go off a few here. Plus, since this is the one that got upgraded from the mooncake, we do have 2 cards, so maybe we kill one and then partially block the other. So yeah. Instant Body here is going to give us, of course we drew the Creeping Hunger first thing, so we're going to take cheap damage here. Okay, so we can go Love into Deep Memories, but the Fugue is going to draw and make it so Deep Memories isn't instincted anymore, sadly. So not actually an option in the end. Okay, we do draw Dupion at least. Okay, so I guess my only decent option left is Deep Memories, the Overflowing Love, and just kill the top one. And we did lose quite a lot of HP from Creeping Hunger. Yeah, we drew Creeping here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we lost 7 HP from it. But it was pretty much worst case, so I still think this was not an awful choice. And thankfully, we do get to just close hard here, not have to worry. And since we only get to play one card anyway, we just play the big one. But yeah, next turn we're guaranteed the kill on Instinctive anyway. It's... Thankfully it's irrelevant, because like when we kill the enemy, the combat ends, and so we're not going to take the 1 life loss. But it's, you know, kind of salting the wound to immediately draw Creeping Hunger again from the autoplay Curiosity. So all points bulleting is card draw, and does help against Seija, which, you know, since we're a setup deck, we are not going to have a great turn 1. So having the turn 1 damage be mostly done off of bulleting is actually nice. And if we find the Horai Sea of Trees, we could actually replay this off from Exile, because we already have a setup that allows us to do a rainbow stuff. So we could pretty much guarantee 300 damage on Seija turn 1. So yeah, I do like Whole Points Bulleting quite a lot here. Going to pick it up. The upgrade is also like sending it to 0 mana draw 2, which is part of greed levels. Yeah, as I mentioned, I'm going to take this for the purple, or black, whatever. And we're going to the gap as mentioned. This is a joke, right? Whatever. Consequences of our actions, can't get too mad. Going to lose 4 life here because I'm not going to draw for the bulleting, but I do wanna block all of that, and then Ageless Dream on the Keystone. It feels like the universe is trying to punish me for my hubris, I guess. So is it the turn for sleeping? Worst case, we do get like a lot of both block and barrier. Next turn we guess to still keep the barrier. Just in case though, I am going to Deep Memories first to guarantee I get something decent like Flower Wreath. And now I'll Consciousness and open with this. And yeah, Erkis here. Can't wait actually, because we might draw the Overflowing Love. Just play the low cost cards. We did draw it now, so now I get to Erkis for the kill here. Now that the fugue is over, do we have anything interesting to draw? Not really. Because if I draw Rainbow, I can't play it, and if I draw, I don't know. Like, I can set up for later, but I can't draw immediately off of the Curiosity because I have already played it. So I'll just Overflowing and block. Just for no reason. I should have done it in the opposite way. Would have been 1 more damage. Whatever. Yeah, we have 22 barrier, which is likely enough. I mostly think she can be doing like 9 times 2. So I'm just going to do Rainbow Dupion, because it's the most damage we can do with a single card, and it lets have the rainbow. She wasn't attacking anyway, so no issues. I mean, I know it says 12 plus 2, 12 times 2 right now, but that's after the firepower sheet is gained, remember? I'm playing like shit, but not quite that much. We get 1 mana Dupion here. And actually, with what we have, I want to throw myself off a cliff. I drew, because maybe we drew lethal, instead I drew minus 1 HP. And we didn't even get to play the all points bulleting. So none of these are good. The Will of Misfortune could be decent, but I intend to remove this as soon as I can for what should be painfully obvious at this point. So let's upgrade Hartmann's or All Points or Autumnal. I feel like Hartmann's is the most necessary upgrade, because I still do useful stuff with both the Dupion and the Autumnal Harvest without the upgrade, but Hartmann's pretty much needs it to actually be playable and not have me take like 20 damage. Of course, we get the worst RNG, we don't get to sell the tape. I'm not selling either of these. Some players would actually sell the Sword of Izu because this is a lot of money, but I think the Sword of Izu is worth that much money, honestly. This gives you way too many encounters. There's just way too many encounters in my opinion that cheap damage helps a lot with. And it just helps you reach damage breakpoints much earlier than the game would expect you to normally. So yeah, it's very, very good. As usual, we start with Creeping Hunger, which is even worse than usual because we're not going to be able to have big turns after the charm. So I'm just going to let the hunger do its job, honestly. Like, I'm going to take like 10 damage this turn, but if I don't, I'll probably just die to the fox eventually anyway. Actually, maybe I'll stop after this. Yeah, Erkis on the Trickster, get rid of it as soon as possible. And that should be enough at least. Don't really need to do a 1 damage shot. The barrier is going to be good enough because this is attacking us for 8 times 2 if I remember correctly. And I'm going to go ahead and Deep Memories. Hopefully we get the Dupion. Not counting on it, but it's my hope. Erkis will have to do actually. Oh, we have the Fugue effect thing, right? Yeah. We're not taking any damage regardless, but yeah, I completely forgot about that again. Should have just blocked. Okay, so now I'm obviously like kinda tilted, but I don't understand why I was playing so badly before. Really don't. Oh well. Let's just do let's just kill the Rabbit Trickster, honestly. Here we go, Vitality. Dupion. Instinctive. That way we don't have to worry about the debuffs. And hopefully we won't have to waste any more HP to the Creeping Hunger chip damage, because we're only gonna have to play like 1 card to defend ourselves. We have plenty of mana, and if I want to play this with Instinct I have to use the Rainbow anyway, so I'm just gonna do it now. Erkis isn't exactly right. Yeah, none of these are good, honestly. Not with the Charm debuff. So, yeah. I guess it's 1 more turn of week, so I'm going to do it, but yeah. Honestly, the Fox Joker was always going to be a bad fight for a instant body deck. But our opening hand was definitely not helpful in that regard. Still, the close heart has been helping us massively. I don't have any attacks, so I can't go for the kill here. So yeah, let's just block. And we'll likely be able to kill next turn, even without the vulnerable. Yeah, Air Kiss is going to pull Instinctive, which means we're... Oh, and this Sword of Izo actually means Air Kiss kills it by itself. Yeah, the sword is definitely has definitely been helpful, honestly. Okay, we have two amazing cards in here. Devil's Codex and Passion Memories. So the thing is, Devil's Codex is card draw, but Passion Memories is common. So, Instant Body benefits more from Passionate Memories. However, the fact that it's common also means we're more likely to find more copies of it. Well, we're not all that likely to find more copies of Devil's Codex, and it is honestly extremely potent. We could just get rid of our Flower Wreaths eventually. Actually, let's get rid of the Overflowing Love, while still being able to remove the Creeping Hunger on our next shop. Also, let's just, do Harvest into Codex to draw immediately. So yeah, Devil's Codex is the most solid card here, I think. Oh, and we got Hina event, actually. So that's great. So Hina event is an event that I see very little, because you can only get it if you have a Misfortune on you. And there's two options. You can accept Hina's help, and she'll remove all misfortunes from your deck. Well, most misfortunes from your deck, because this is unremovable. Or, if you are doing if you're doing a misfortune build, you're going to have misfortunes, so you're eventually going to find the event. So you're not going to want to accept help. If you have Broken Amulet, Wheel of Misfortune, things like that. But she also has the Embrace option, which actually gives you a misfortune. So if you're doing a misfortune build, this is an actual option you could take. It would give us the Moonscape. But yeah, in our case, this is just an extra removal. That's great. We get rid of the Creeping Hunger, and we actually get to go to our shop and remove the card we didn't want. So that's very nice. Kinda tempted to buy the Dreamcatcher for the healing. But yeah, it's obviously not worth it. So we also have News Fabrication and Big Perfection here, which is very, very strong combo of cards. First things first, let's just remove the Overflowing Love. Yeah, we have this, however, we don't really have enough card draw for my liking yet. And the fact that we didn't get the second blue by getting Patchouli event, we got Junk instead, does mean it's harder to make these work because we don't have enough card draw. Plus Hardman's Yokai could screw me over with Big Perfection since it doesn't do anything when we play it, or News Fabrication by forcing me to discard 3 when I don't want to. Yeah, I'm not gonna pick this up. I might pick up, however, Extending Arm, because I do tend to have 6 cards in hand very often thanks to all the vitalities and stuff I accumulate, and it is a common attack that gives us back the mana we spend on it. Plus it can be upgraded to Filter to Philosopher, which can easily happen with the Mooncake prioritizing multicolor cards, and that would enable our rainbow thing. So yeah, actually seems like a good buy here. And it does leave me enough money to buy a Ballistic Shield, which is probably a necessary thing considering my HP is pretty low and I'm about to walk into an Elite. So yeah, that's gonna be it for now. We get Nitori. Plus Shield should get us through this without any actual issues in the end, in my opinion. Let's see what we draw for the all points. Yeah, this is just easy Hardman's Yokai into Close Heart, in my opinion. Gets us a lot of barrier on the autoplay setup, which should make for a very safe turn 2, no matter which strong she gets. So yeah. Sadly, we're not going to be able to see what she's actually chosen, and our Air Kiss is here, so we are going to end up drawing the Instinctive Fluff eventually. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see if they're both attacking us or what happens. Here we got an auto-played Devil's Codex, which with this hand I'm pretty sure is just Flower Wreath. Yeah, that's actually very nice for our combo, because we're about to do Instant Body. What could we draw here? Shoot Boundary and Sleeping Consciousness. We could just go into Fugue this turn. Let's see if we get the card we want of the Curiosity. Oh, if we do that, however, we do want to have one less card in hand. Oh, we're already down to 7, never mind. Yeah, I was going to say, since the Vitality has Replenish, we're actually going to be drawing 4 rather than 3. And yeah, I think I'm just gonna go into Fugue and use my mana cards and stuff. Get the full amount of firepower I can get before unleashing all my attacks. And maybe we'll have enough damage to kill the drone before they actually get to attack. We're gonna spend the Ageless Dream as well. Get the Harvest, let's just get this immediately. But yeah, the Ageless Dream is going to get spent as well. But because the drones are immune to weak and vulnerable, we're actually just gonna use it on Nitori, even if we're not going to attack her this turn. And that is going to be our hand for the turn. So what am I actually playing? I think the entire hand. I have 12 mana. This is like 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. So yeah, I can play my entire hand. So I just play my defense first to also gain some firepower from them being common. I do want to play the extending... Actually, I didn't even take into account the extending arm, so I have even more mana than I needed. But yeah, ideally you play that when you have 6 cards, so you actually get the mana back. And we're not going to be able to kill the Purifier, but we're going to get very close. And we still have a ton of block and barrier for next turn anyway. So yeah, Frontal Fire and damage from Nitori. We got an auto-played Rainbow, which was amazing. We only get to play 1 card here, so Erkis is just going to kill the Purifier. I actually remembered for once that we only get to play 1 card. And yeah, Nitori is not going to deal enough damage to get through 42 barrier ever. In a single turn, I mean. And now the rest of the fight should be relatively simple. We'll just keep doing our damage. Play our card draw. So I can actually do Deep Memories even if it's not discounted to recover the Curiosity, which will get me another Vitality and, you know, more cards to actually feed the Instant Body and end up killing Nitori. This time I didn't remember to make space for the Replenish Vitality, so that's kind of my bad. But if we just play all our commons here, we're actually gonna have enough damage to kill, thanks to the Erkis follow-up. I really hate when I do these really long explanation serious videos and end up playing like shit myself. This is kind of embarrassing in a way, but also like kind of feels like I'm undermining what I'm teaching by not playing correctly. But yeah, thankfully a lot of this was focused on deck building and stuff. And I guess what you can see is with a properly built deck, even if you don't play well, you still win from what you can see. At least for now. I still have plenty of time to just get myself killed. Speaking of which, you should always check the boss. It is Tenshi. The Sword of Izu is gonna be very bad against her. Basically just feeding her 5 power every turn for no benefit. Our main game plan is likely going to be focused around scaling Dupion, so we actually have enough defense to block her big spellcard turns. And then I might actually even save the Ageless Dream to do so I can guarantee I have vulnerable on the turn I try to go off. And yeah, we're gonna have to be very careful. I do still think I play the Harmon's Yokai because it's a lot of extra value, but I'm gonna be very careful. Maybe force the spellcard turns when I don't have vulnerable and stuff. As for these, I'm pretty sure this is just a play with water. A very solid card draw. It's common. If I had Flash of Brilliance, I would have picked Moment of Inspiration, but since I don't, this is just the solid card draw, like solid common card draw option. Okay, so these are both very good. Potter the Donga does let us keep a lot of our mana, which is very helpful for like Rainbow Dupion and instant body turns. While Parasol is basically a guarantee that we're not going to take any serious damage turn 2 with a lot of temporary firepower. I think with us having Rainbow Dupion and the instant body, the Potter de Donga is going to be the better option. Not to mention, with Sleeping Consciousness, we're always going to have one turn if we go long, where we're not going to be playing that many cards. We're going to be able to conserve a lot of mana from that turn. Yeah, Potter de Donga here is very solid, and it's what I'm going to pick. Low money means we're doing one of the gap nodes, and as I've mentioned before, I prefer event before enemy, so let's just go for this path. Jiachi event. So the good part is we have Sword of Izu, we have our spell card, so we're very likely to be able to kill one of the drones turn 1 and get the rest of the drones like turn 2 or 3 at the latest. The big problem, if we don't have a good turn 1, where we actually kill one of the drones, we might just lose the game on the spot. But that feels so unlikely that I think we can actually take this, and it could be a massive fucking option to save our asses. So yeah, it's a risk, don't get me wrong. But yeah, it's Helium 3 after seeing what it is, so if I had known it was Helium 3, I wouldn't have even thought about it, I would have just clicked. But yeah, as I mentioned, without knowing what the exhibit was, I was almost guaranteed to say yes, and I did end up saying yes. Knowing what it is, it's basically a guarantee. The thing is, we have our spell card to basically guarantee we kill one of them. It's not outright a guarantee, because it's going to be like 20 plus 24, so 44 plus 5 is 49. But it means literally any damage, even a shoot, guarantees that we have the damage to kill at least one of the drones. So we are not going to get like one shot turn 1 unless it's like the most disaster hand I can think of. So yeah, that's why I think we can actually take this. As you can see, it's like 52, 52, 52, 54. And we do have close hard here, so we should be fine. Just going instant body into vitality. I'm doing all of this first, so the extra firepower actually helps with the Heart Concerto as well. I'm always playing the close heart, and I guess I should probably play Vivid Freeze here, because I'm taking a lot of damage if I don't. But now the last card I think should actually be a shoot, so I'm going to see what the Heart Concerto aims for first, and then decide what I do here. Because there's still the chance it hits this scouter, and then I actually get screwed and I have to boundary, because I'd be taking way too much damage. But yeah, I have 32 block, I'm taking 32 damage. If I just do a shoot here, 5 damage from the Sword of Izu, like almost anything I could draw actually kills. Even if I don't know what each of them is going to be doing, I feel like there's basically no chance I don't get out of this fight alive. And worst case, if I have like somehow a completely useless hand, I could do the second spell card, but I don't think it's going to be necessary. Even less because, I did draw Rainbow Danmaku, which was ends the fight. So, I could technically have stalled a bit to do all points bulleting if I could, but that fight is just way too risky. I had an out, I just took it. Technically not optimal because I didn't check if it was possible, but it's just not a big deal, I think. And I do get a second all points here, which is very good. So I'm actually starting to have quite a bit of card draw. The all points is uncommon and does cost 1 pre-upgrade, so not perfect, and it exiles, so not perfect, but it is going to, the second all points is basically going to guarantee that I fight Seija with maximum damage on turn 1, so I can spend my turn 1 setting up, not have to worry about actually dealing damage, and then use my setup to just deal 300 on turn 2 and 3 if I am able, and finish the fight on turn 4, so she doesn't actually have time to get the value from the second item. Last transformation is also not like a bad option to combine with instant body builds, but I think the card draw is going to be more useful for us. And we get our Helium 3. And we even got oil, because that fight is considered like an elite fight. So even better, 2 exhibits. Yeah, this is going to be a rough turn 1. Standing arm here is going to be free, quote unquote. Long Night not makes it not free, but close enough. And then since I have plenty of mana anyway, actually if I do the Flower Wreath first, I'm gonna activate Helium 3 because it's getting its cost increased by Long Night. So I think I'm actually gonna Flower Wreath before doing all points. It keeps me it gives me less mana, in that I've spent more mana before I decide what to do with the cards I've drawn. But it is more efficient right now, so I don't think it was wrong. And yeah, I get to just instant body and close hard, I'm pretty sure. So I don't take any damage. And playing like boundary shoot here isn't a big deal, I feel like. So I'm gonna have 22 barrier, 13 block. 1 block after this. So 7 barrier left. This could make it 12 barrier left. They might attack, so fine. I guess it's not that bad of an option. And it lets me do the shoot for 7 instead of 5, but not a big deal. Next turn, if I can guarantee a kill on the top one, which is unlikely because I think she's going to repair it, or just buff. Okay, just buff. If I can guarantee a kill here, I'm going to feel safe enough to not have to worry about dying. If I can't, then I'm probably going to spellcard or Ballistic Shield. And seeing that all our mana got purified right now, I'll only do like Flower Wreath into Arceus. That does kill the top one though. So I feel like this is safe enough. I'm certainly not dying, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so like, let's say this is doing 11 times 2. I don't remember what the damage from the Kappa is, actually, the Joyful Kappa. If this is doing 11 times 2, it's going to take care of all my block and barrier. Does she deal 18? I don't think so. I guess playing the Ballistic Shield is not that big of a cost. It is a cost, don't get me wrong, I lose one of the stacks on this, which is important. But it does mean I'm not risking my life, so they weren't even attacking. As I mentioned, some fights it is actually relevant. It's not like it's not like Close Heart has no drawback. But so yeah, that fight was one of them, definitely. I can go Sleeping Consciousness and do the Dupion turn, which should put me on track to just finish this fight now. So let's go for it. We start with our mana generation. Deep Memories is going to let me do double Dupion. So I'm going to start with Shoot here. 4 more AoE damage. Yep. And yeah, I'm guaranteed to do 2 Pyong, Deep Memories 2 Pyong already. So as long as I have less than 3 cards in the discard pile, I can actually play whatever the fuck I want. So since the Armaments is not going to see any play because I'm ending the fight this turn, I'm going to exile it with Codex, which lets me do Occult here for more firepower, Harvest, Standing Arm, and I forgot what I was doing, god damn it. Still, should be fine enough. I'm just not having a good day, huh? Can't even blame sleep deprivation today, because I slept plenty fine. Though I guess 1 day of sleep doesn't, help with way too much time of not sleeping properly. But yeah, whatever. This is still a kill, like, Erk is this. By the way, if you kill something with an attack that performs a follow-up attack, as you can see, the follow-up attack will simply target a random enemy, so you're not wasting it. So we got another roll point. Like, they exile themselves, but without the upgrade, I'm not really happy with the third copy, I think. I think third copy is too much. I know it's card draw, but like, Curiosity to play with Water's already 2 draw cards, and these 2 draw cards that are going to exile themselves. I think I'm fine without the third copy. And I don't have that many upgrades. I do have the Mooncake, which means that Curiosity doesn't need an upgrade, Extending Arm doesn't need an upgrade, because they're going to get upgraded very often just of the Mooncake prioritizing multicolors. But I still want to upgrade the Codex, still want to upgrade the Harvest, possibly the Deep Memories eventually. So yeah, not gonna pick it up because I don't have an upgrade budget for it, and I don't like it without an upgrade. So as I mentioned, coming here to upgrade. So my priorities right now are Extending Arm, not Extending Arm. This is the one I just said didn't actually need it. Sorry. Devil's Codex, Autumnal Harvest, Deep Memories. I'm going to need Devil's Codex for the boss, but same situation as last time. Harvest is better in general. Codex is better specifically for the boss because I'm gonna want to cycle through my deck a lot. So let's get this one before the Elite, and I can get the other one before Tenshi. I do have 18 HP though, so maybe I'll actually just rest. I drink tea before Tenshi. Maybe I should have drunk tea here, honestly. But I feel safe enough with Sword and Spell card against Kokoro, who was not guaranteed to be our Elite, but it was either Kokoro or... Okay, I'm going to remember this thing. This was Nitori. This is Kokoro. The third possible one was Jomu. So yeah, Jomu, thanks to our barrier and our high burst turns, we wouldn't actually have to worry about her Grace, so we could actually just burst through her Grace very often, and the follow-up card, removing her last Grace and dropping Instinctive Love on her is also a very powerful option. So yeah, I wasn't super worried about Jomu either. So yeah, not to worry about which elites we could find, so we could easily take them without healing, I think. In this case, I'm going to do the Vitality in all points last, because doing these first means I'm getting mana back from the Helium 3, thankfully. So now I do Vitality, throw off of all points, and yeah, we're just gonna kill one of them and Reiki's with Erki's Instinctive Love. I killed the bottom one because I don't know if this is a hard rule, but my experience has confirmed that this happens every time. The top one is going to attack, and the bottom one is going to defend. Not to defend, to debuff me. And I don't want to deal with the debuff, so I'd rather kill the bottom one first every time, in general. Because the debuffs both screw my long-term fighting, and also scale up the Gathering of Dark Emotions. For reference, by the way, you can see here that she has a stack. That is because Close Tie is a debuff. One I've applied to myself, but a debuff nonetheless. That means Kokoro gets fed from it, And if we have found the event that has Moko fighting against Kaguya, we could have gotten the Kinkakuya amulet that gives us 10 barrier whenever we gain a debuff, and actually activated the amulet ourselves with Closed Eye, which is one of the reasons I really like that event when I have Closed Heart in the deck, because this makes the first, like, basically gives it the view, gain 10 extra barrier on top of the 22. So yeah. And yeah, since we are going to already get the debuff from our Close Heart, I really just want to get rid of the Manreiki very often. So I'll do this for some firepower and shoot the top one. Like, honestly, the Manreiki are already a high priority target in most Kokoro fights, but when you're doing stuff with Close Heart, they're an even bigger priority in my opinion. So yeah, let's go Autumnal Harvest into immediately drawing it. We got our Sleeping Consciousness here. However, we can't really end the fight next turn, I mean this turn. And next turn, we're not guaranteed any high amount of block. So what I'm going to do is Deep Memories here. If I get the Close Heart, I'll go Sleeping Consciousness and just do my best to destroy them as hard as possible, gain a decent amount of block to guarantee that next turn I can keep up my barrier. If I don't get that, I'll probably just go with an alternate line where I play my Rainbow to use my Devil's Codex and go off from there. Didn't get it. So I'm going to go ahead and pick up the Harvest, because that's another Rainbow. Use this one. Devil's Codex. If I get it next turn, I do still want it. I mean next turn, next time I go through my deck, I'm still gonna want it. I don't want to exile card draw, but I think it's the worst card I have right now. Because the shoot I want, because I'm going to try and kill them in Reiki. Any of my other attacks actually just kills on its own though. Like this one needs like 2 more firepower, but it will kill. So I guess this shoot isn't really necessary as damage here. So yeah, let's exile the shoot. We did draw the Rainbow Danmaku, which means I'm actually incentivized to do this here. Wait. I'm probably gonna spend the Occult anyway to play up my other cards, so let's conserve some of my Philo mana. There we go. And yeah, now I get to just play... I guess I can play the Curiosity, as the rest of the cards are, you know, only cost generic mana. And if I really have something I want to play, like... if I draw like Hardman's and Extending Arm, I can play the Rainbow and play one into the other, because they'll filter the mana. So yeah, let's go ahead and play Curiosity. Actually no, because this is one colorless, my bad. Honestly, with what I have, can I not just go into Fugue anyway and do Extending Arm? I feel like I could. Because I can get block for this turn and still have Barrier for next one. Because she does have like a 9x3 attack sometimes, that right now I feel like would be 11x3. But she doesn't ever do it twice in a row, I think. So Sleeping Consciousness is not that bad right now. Yeah, I feel like this is my best play right now. Let's go ahead and do it. Rainbow, Consciousness, Ageless, so that Extending Arm gets a little bit of extra damage. Play with water here, it's going to give me a lot of card draw. And I'll discard Eviction, I guess. I do want to have Hardman's in play, so I'm going to go ahead and just do it now. And yeah, this is just the Nerkis for massive damage. And since now I know that I'm not going to draw any further attacks, I'll just block with what I can and do my shoot last thing. For the maximum amount of damage I can get. And yeah, this turn is 11, so I have 24 barrier next turn, which should be plenty enough to actually block whatever she does. Actually, I don't have the debuff anymore. Oh, I just autoplay the close heart. I was like, I don't have the debuff anymore, and I check here, and I do have it. That's because I just autoplay that. So yeah, I have the Rainbow Danmaku there, so I feel like just playing Autumnal Harvest. I'm not going to take that much damage this turn. It's all gonna get blocked by the barrier. And next turn, I have more scaling from the Dupion. Oh, and the Potted Udonge, by the way, doing its job. Sadly, we autoplayed the Deep Memories when it was empty discard pile, but oh well. So yeah, Rainbow. I can get some extra firepower first, actually. Autumnal. Codex on the Glare. Get rid of it. It's status after all. And discard whatever. Okay, and now let's make sure. First things first, actually. All of this on my blocking. If I do this now, I still have enough mana for what I want to do. And I drew one shoot and one wreath, which means I can do this. Do my scaling. And just finish the fight with Rainbow into Arcus. I didn't realize he was solo. But yeah, we ended up taking no damage. Soljang means that drawing Dupion on our first turn is always going to be amazing. And if I ever find the exhibit on the shop that makes it so you always start with a specific card in hand, I'm definitely picking up the Dupion. Also, only after we leave gaps, by the way, after visiting a gap. So these two were never an option, but Claustrophobia Plus here is not just good on its own, but also good synergy with our deck. Because as I mentioned, it scales twice off of the spirit that Rainbow Danmaku gives us. So I'm insanely happy to find this here. Because it's even a good card against Tenshi for us, because it's defense that is very powerful and also gives us barriers so we can set up for future turns. I do want to upgrade the... what was it I wanted to upgrade? Oh, the Devil's Codex. However, I really do worry that Tenshi might catch us in a bad turn whenever she does one of her spell cards and just like one-shot us. So I feel like healing 40 here, thanks to the Exquisite T-Set, is actually going to be a better option. It's a shame we waste an upgrade, but thankfully these are Dinia Mooncake. You know, the misfortune has cost us a lot of HP, but this also has saved us a lot of upgrades, so yeah. Not unhappy with it anyway, despite the high amount of HP lost. And if we take a slow scaling plan of just trying to do Dupion consistently against Tenshi, that is also like, you know, a very good exhibit, because it's going to give us a lot of upgrades. Yeah, all points. We're going to try and find the Dupion if we can. So let's play our card draw first. Didn't find it, sadly. So we start with Weaken. Play the Arm because it's free damage. And now I want as much block and barrier as I can, which means Flower Wreath, Boundary, and Claustrophobia is going to fully block. We're very close to fully blocking already, but I needed this to have Instinct so I could maintain some barrier. And that also leaves us enough mana to play Hardmans, which will hopefully not hit Sleeping Consciousness only to lead the first turn, because I feel like it's fine if it hits it any other turn, but if it does it next turn, we're probably going to have to set her up for Spellcard when we have both debuffs. Thankfully, we hit a Devil's Codex, which is very good here, just get rid of a Boundary, since it's a... Actually, small blocks are going to be useful with the Rainbow Danmaku later. But I don't really want to exile any of the other ones, so I guess it has to be it anyway. What a shame. Eviction Order was literally next. Okay, so... I guess I'm just hoping Curiosity guesses the Harvest. If not, maybe just Deep Memory, see what we get. I need my black more than my green though, so let's do this. We did get Harvest. What did I plan to use to draw this, actually? I guess whatever I get from 3D memories if it get draw. Which I did, Curiosity. So let's make hand space here, weaken her, get the card draw we wanted, get the rainbow, and we can scale off of this, and then we can use the rainbow to play our instant body, and the thing we got off instant body to just block a little bit more, because we're still not fully blocking, or even close to it really. So yeah, we don't need it for colors, because this is like upgraded off of the mooncake, and this is like giving us 17 berries with the black we had. But I do need it because I do want to play both of these, so I can keep as much barrier as I can for future turns when she has a spell card. And this doesn't put her into spell card range, so I'm going to do it. That does mean that in 3 turns, the Hiso will put her in spell card range. But if I remember correctly, next turn she's doing the Flawless spell card, and we'll have 1 stack of debuffs, and that is probably when I'll pop her above 100 power. Yeah, if I remember correctly, this is going to be the spell card that gives her Flawless and helps her scale. We got a Devil's Codex, so that's going to be Blackwood Wreath, because I want my small blocks more than I want my big ones, because they scale better off the Spirit from Rainbow Danmaku. And yeah, I'm going to... I'm gonna need block next turn, otherwise I would have just popped Fugue here. Maybe I still do, honestly. I know what she's doing next turn, guaranteed. She's going to be spell carding, because I'm gonna force it. First spell card is 40 damage, 28 if weakened. I'm gonna have plenty of barrier regardless, even if I can only play 1 card. I'm going into Fugue. And I don't even need to block this turn, because I know she's not attacking. She's doing the spell card that gives her Flawless. And actually, the turn where she goes Flawless is the best turn to play Fugue cards for the Sleeping Consciousness debuff, because she's actually not going to take damage anyway. Perfect. I actually thought through the turn and actually got to the right conclusion for once. Hasn't been happening a lot in this video, but thankfully has happened some randomly. I don't have any replenish cards here, right? No, so I can do this just fine. And not overdraw off of the Fugue. Actually, the discard happens before the Fugue draw, so I guess that's really fine. The draw is going to get me to draw this immediately, and because I have 9 cards and this takes me down to 8, the Fugue and Replenish combination is not going to put me above anyway. And if I do Rainbow though, because it gives me a Rainbow, it will actually put me above. So let's go ahead and do Extending Arm here. Into Aircase, I want to make sure I don't draw the Instinctive. It's also a lot of damage with the vulnerable she has. And now that I don't have any more Fugue, I can go ahead and do my Rainbow Dupion. See if I get lucky and recover it, because I have plenty of Rainbow. That's a shame. I can get the Devil's Codex though and exile the Eviction Order. And because I'm going to draw, I actually want to play the Rainbow, and play the Close Hearts first before the Devil's Codex, so that it goes into my discard pile, and I might actually draw it off the reshuffle, because right now Barrier is the only defensive resource that I really give a shit about, because next turn I'm not going to be able to play a lot of cards. And yeah, this is just Rainbow for the mana, Autumnal Harvest, to remove it from that part of my hand. And I get to play Claustrophobia for 8 more barrier. And since I have, the Rainbow on top, I think I can actually just go ahead and Curiosity. I could shoot, 24 damage isn't bad, but if I do that and I get like the close heart, I can play it immediately. If I get extending arm, also very good. I can go rainbow into extending arm into the shoot and maybe whatever else. So yeah, there's a lot of good cases still, and I have a lot of firepower from the instant body, so I feel like this is actually worth doing right now. Yeah, I got extending arm and deep memories, which makes me think my play is actually just rainbow into extending into the instincted memories using the colorless for the one I have to pay after. Not great option, sadly, but I get to just double codex and exile one of my bad cards, I guess. Actually, I don't think it matters what I get, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to shoot. It's a lot of damage right now. So yeah, sadly not the best option there, but it's still very good situation. And Tenshi's actually pretty long life. I could spell a card for 70 damage, which with vulnerable would be extremely close to killing. She has flawless next turn though, so I'm not really sure it's worth doing. And I have a ton of HP, which I doubt I'm going to lose. Let's just... I feel like I can just end the turn now. Not in that big of a bind, I'd say. So I can only play one card, as mentioned. So it's either Vivid to conserve as much fire as I can, or just Rainbow so I can get the Rainbow. And considering I finally have like decent card draw with the Play with Water and the Devil's Codex Curiosity, I feel like I can actually just go ahead and get some mana. And yeah, that was the one card from the Fatigue. This time I did remember. Oh, I could have conserved a lot of mana actually if I just... Yeah, I remembered one thing and I forgot about the Powder de Donga. Because the thing is, if I just played like the 2 mana block, I would conserve a ton of mana for this turn. So it was actually a better play than the Rainbow Dupion. Just can't help myself, I guess. But yeah, we just got a lot of block here. Wait, what did she do last turn? I was distracted and I couldn't see her intent, so I... Oh no, I actually dealt enough damage that she actually did her spell card. And she still has like 195 power. Okay. Because I saw her at 195. I thought she just hadn't consumed her power yet. But no, she actually just has that much. Because I've done a ton of damage to her. Jeez, that caught me off guard for a second. Sorry about that. Okay, so I have plenty of block and barrier at this point. So I'm definitely not using the boundary. So I feel like I do discard boundary, exile the shield with the Devil's Codex to draw from Harvest, and I can either kill her already with whatever I draw and some extra firepower, or at the very least deal a lot of damage and possibly kill her next turn. Since I don't have to block, and next turn she's going to do another spell card again. So yeah, that's Harvest, Codex on the Ballistic. I drew Rainbow, so at the very least I'm going to do this for even more scaling. And now I get to just play both shoots for a lot of damage. And I guess I can play it close hard, whatever. Very strong defense. For reference, I could just play all my mana cards for mana, since the Powder de Donga is going to conserve the mana anyway. But, as you can see, I drew Extending Arm, and I do like conserving at least one, so I can be guaranteed that the Extending Arm will actually get me the extra mana. So yeah, I like in the middle of saying that, I got instantly rewarded for doing it, so yeah, you can see why it might be important. I did draw Instinctive though, because I feel like if I do curiosity first here. I can go like arm into memories into guaranteed arm, and at that point there's basically no way I don't do lethal damage to her. So you just reshuffle the deck. Now that it's reshuffled, I have arm into memories. Now that I've guaranteed that I have the arming here, I can play like a boundary for firepower and still be at 6 cards. So I play arm now. Instinctive. And Erkis does not quite finish the fight actually. Let's see if I can draw something that does though. If I play the Flower Wreath, it's only +1 damage, so it'd still be 1 damage off. Okay, I do draw something that finishes the fight. Shoot! And there it is. Very good combination of instant body plus the Dupion. And now we have 3 options here. So, Barley Rice has a lot of good points and a lot of bad points. The good points gives me white, which is another, like the other amazing Koishi off color, and is 1 more color for the Rainbow Dupion, which is extremely nice. It's very powerful. However, I don't think the effect is very good, and to boot, the exhibit we have here is Sakuyas, which means if we get white, we'll actually be unlocking a lot of her own color card pool, which is also like the white card pool, which doesn't really help us much. Even though the neutrals would actually be pretty helpful, because those are the ones that have the upgrade stuff. You could argue it still like only unlocks the 1 white cards, because we didn't end up getting the Philosopher's Mana. So it's not gonna unlock a lot of Sakuya's knife cards, mostly just the cycling ones and like a couple like the 3 mana AoE that hits twice, which would still be good with our firepower and stuff. So yeah, that is an argument to make. But the effect is honestly quite bad of the Tengu Barley Rice. Our spell card's not really that useful anymore, because very often, like I mentioned on the deck building part, I think, the Arc is going to get the Instinctive Love. We're not going to have follow-ups for the spell card anyway, and if we do use the spell card with the Love, the Arcus is going to be the one without a target. And yeah, the Barley Rice itself is just very, very low value in general, but even worse with Heart Concerto. So yeah, a lot of good and bad points in my opinion here. Levitating, the effect is also always like kind of niche. You also get the issue with possibly getting vulnerable yourself and just taking it up the ass. And it is black mana, which we don't really need that much more anymore. We've proven we're doing well on black mana, even with the Devil's Codex costing black here. So yeah, also not super interested. Fragments of the World is probably the best one here. Second blue unlocks a lot of Sakuya's card draw, and just very solid cards in general. And honestly, it's just, yeah, like blue cards are just very solid as card draw and help us with our stuff. Not really much else to say. However, the effect, while powerful, is also like not ideal, because if you remember, I've mentioned that Koishi's transformations are honestly pretty sad. So if we get like a random uncommon or rare card that we don't even like, we've kind of wasted part of the effect. Still think this is the best option, because we could get like Sakuya's off color cards since they're all uncommon or rare for our colors. So probably the best option we have is Fragments of the World. But I have to say, I don't really like any of these three. I would have been a lot happier with like the Plate or Miko for white, Telescope for Fragments. I don't think any of the black exhibits I would have actually liked, maybe the Bottle Soul. But I will admit the black ones had a high barrier to pass to actually impress me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just Fragments here, and we'll get rid of like 2 of our basic defense. The 5 mana cards. Does this transform conserve rarity? So Shingmyomaru event does, and there's a couple others that do, or at least one that does. Don't think this conserves upgrades. So I think I actually don't want to remove this one, I want to remove the other two. Or I could science it. Okay. Optimal play, I think, is removing the ones without upgrades, because as far as I know, this doesn't conserve the upgrade status. But the up value on this is so low that I'm actually willing to just check it out, choose both of these, and see if they conserve the upgrade or not. My guess is they don't. But, you know, let's check, because I know Shingmyomaru does, and I'm pretty sure there's at least one other event that does. Or one other exhibit, I'm not sure. But I don't actually think this conserves this upgrade status. Let's check it though. It doesn't. Holy fuck, these are awful. Holy shit! I prefer my defense. We got Koishi's Worst Rare, bar none, and the fucking Dark Dancer, which I've already said I didn't want. I guess at least this gets exiled when I use it. And this does too, so, you know, long term, they help me cycle the deck. They kinda count as soft removals, but holy fuck, those were awful. Yeah, this is why transforms are bad, guys. Don't transform cards on Koishi. The best part about this is that it kinda proved my point. Honestly. Yeah, just don't transform on Koishi, guys. Because we have Tarot the Fool, Last Romantic Night, Cold Silver's World. Okay, so the Fool, just mediocre, acceptable card in general. I've said it plenty of times, I think. Okay, I already know what I'm going to take, by the way. Yeah, the Fool just has like Dupyeong as good target. Technically, Perfect Trank because it's high mana cost, but you know, fuck that card. But yeah, doesn't really have great targets for us. Just one Dupyeong, and it does mean that it plays it for free, but we don't get the scaling, obviously. Romantic Nightcall, we're not really playing follow-up. Does work well with like deep memories. I can Urkis if I get these early on, like I Urkis for the Romantic Nightcall once I upgrade it, 36 AoE damage, deep memories for another 36, 72 AoE damage kills most things. I mean most encounters, most hallway fights, I guess, or at least heavily maims them. So that is nice, but not a priority, I'd say. And yeah, on the other hand, Filthless World is just completely busted for us. We can play it because we have two colorless, obviously, otherwise it wouldn't show up. But like, Urkis is free, Deep Memory is free, Instant Body is free, Curiosity is free. It will screw us over once it hits Rainbow Dupyeong and doesn't let us scale. That is something I'm plainly aware of. It's going to suck when it happens, but it's still insanely good, just by virtue of making all our card draw basically free. Like, free, recursion free, attack is free, doubles codex is free, play with water will be free. Actually, I'm not going to upgrade. If this is pure before upgrading, I wonder if it keeps being like 0 mana after. I don't think it is. Yeah, the upgrade from Mooncake is actually going to screw us here. But yeah, it makes most of my card draw free, which means like eventually I don't even need the Danmaku Dupyeong scaling, because I'm just going to go infinite. So yeah, the Filthless World is just an extremely solid ability. And we still have the option to play Dupyeong to scale before Filthless makes it pure. So yeah. It is, for reference, one of our priority upgrades now. And since we have Sumi Record Trade here, I just want to go to a gap rather than a shop. It's a shame that the only gap here has 3 combos because I'd rather go to an event. But yeah, we have one, well, less now that we have the filters, but still one. Only 2 priority upgrades actually. Maybe we can just do an elite then. Get an elite fighting, we'll get one event on the way. We have 2 priority upgrades. Might be fine, honestly. Let's go for an elite. Let's go to the top path. Actually, this one still lets me go to an elite, and I have the shop as a backup if I don't feel safe going to the elite. So let's do this one. Rather than the top path. Okay. Hanabi? I mean, not sorry. That's a name I use on a different online platform. Saving, focus, Apex Speedster. Please let me not forget through the entire fight. That's for this thing. No Devil's Codex. Saves us 1 mana to do it this way. Yeah, the Hanabi thing I mentioned, I use it as a prefix for my name on some online platforms before. It was like Hanabi saving, but yeah. Not something you care about, just wanted to explain why I said that, because it sounded really weird. I can actually... Can I just go into Fugue now? Kinda risky, because I'm pretty sure this is going to be doing 11 times 2 next turn. Yeah, I don't think that's a good option. Yeah, no. She's going to be doing 12 times 2 next, 11 times 2 next turn, I'm pretty sure. If I remember her attack pattern correctly. So let's just do this. Put her very low. And Occult for some card draw, because I still do want to play a couple extra cards, not just the Boundary. Okay, perfect. I can H. Oh, it's already weak. Let's see what else I draw. Lupion Boundary Bulleting. I guess now I can do double Boundary, at least. Rather than Ageless. And actually fully block this turn. And there we go. Shame that we don't have Rainbow later, but we'll redraw eventually. Okay. Speedster. I have Block with Instinct. Perfect. Oh, another time. Yeah, the reason I'm focusing so much on that is because I forget way too often, by the way. Like, it's absolutely painful how often I forget about the Speedster. It's probably easy to believe considering how I forgot about Potted Dodonga and like half the goddamn exhibits and abilities. But yeah, it's kinda painful, so I don't want to repeat it on this time. Let's do Harvest and Draw. Hopefully we get to the close hard because we don't really have a lot of block right now. We didn't. But this one's going to die to the sword anyway. And these have too much grace, so my attacks don't really matter that much anymore. Let's see what I get off of Deep Memories, and if it's nothing good, I'll just Rainbow for either Hardmans or Filthless and do the Ballistic Shield to block. Like, honestly, I could just do Hardman's Ballistic to do and Rainbow for the Deep Memories for it to be free off of Instinct. But the only reason I'm doing Deep Memories is so maybe I don't have to use the Ballistic Shield. So that's why I'm doing it now. Not exactly ideal, could be said. Let's just pick Harvest, I guess, and do what I mentioned. And let's just do the autoplay. Although this isn't that important yet, I think. Could just get rid of the Dark Dancer mana cost for free the next turn though. No, we have plenty of mana. Our efficiency is the problem. We're not gonna have that much card draw anyway. No, I could have saved my mana. I forgot about that. I play the shit on this when I don't really know if I needed to. Oh, that was nice. Perfect Triangle stole the race. Wish I'd stolen the Crotangus Grace, but now we don't even have to worry about the Apex Speedster, because it's just getting Grace. Nice. So let's just do this to kill the Crow, and only have to worry about the Tango at this point. Get rid of that and get rid of some Grace. And close heart. And don't do the shoot for no reason, because you can actually save your mana. Okay, play with water. Let's get rid of the eviction order. Actually, let's get rid of Spirit News, because I can double Codex the eviction order. Oh, I'm going to draw though. Yeah, I was about to say that it was easier to get the deep memories to go off of instinct from here. But I guess it doesn't really matter because I'm going to draw off of the Devil's Codex. So let's just do this one then. Rainbow. Curiosity. And yeah. Do these here. And one of each color for the Rainbow Dupion. And we deep memories. Knock back Dupion. Play it for free for a lot of damage and another rainbow. And at this point, I kind of want to get some blocks, so let's see what we draw off Codex. Kind of like block. Lets me also play instant body. Taking a slight amount of damage, but oh well. Certainly not a lot, thankfully. I remembered. All points. And yeah, we can just go safely into Fugue at this point. He has 47 HP and 7 poison. It's hard to believe we don't find enough damage here. That's enough damage with the newspaper, in fact. And we'll let her die to poison. Suffer. Suffer as I have suffered. Do we have any meta scaling here? No. And no. And I feel like we've already spent all our oil thingy. What meta scaling did I have? Oh yeah, the all points. I was pretty sure I had something, just I don't remember what. Yeah, let's just stop playing cards, let's just suffer die. Ooh, two that I really want. Because at this point, if I get Dance of the Heart, I could very easily find like any other follow-up activator. And that is one of the best combinations with high firepower that we get from Codex, what Codex? Fuck, Body and Dupion. However, T-Brewing is also like insanely good card draw that could help a lot with the infinite thing I mentioned for Seija. That reminds me, who's our Act 3 boss? Junko. So Filthless World is actually going to be a massive win against her. Because if we can go infinite with pure mana costs, we don't really care what she does with our mana. Really unsure which of these two I want. They're both commons too, so I'm likely to find both of them regardless in a way. How much card draw do I have? I have a decent chunk of card draw already. So I do still want more if I can get it, but I'm likely to find them both. But if I don't find the Dance of the Heart, and I draft another follow-up activator for the possible Dance of the Heart I get, I'm going to screw myself a bit. However, if I don't draft T-Brewing and I don't find more, I just don't have as much card draw, which is not that big of a deal. I'm not screwing myself actively. So I'm going to pick the Dance of the Heart. Because I want to look for an extra activator for it. So I'm just going to guarantee that the activator is necessary, and now I can have a good reason to actually do that. Grace, Optical Camouflage, Flawless, Firepower, and Spirit. Dude, why doesn't this steal like Amulet or Barrier? Seriously. Fucking garbage of a crime. That's the perfect crime? Seriously? You really had nothing better? That's the worst crime the world has ever seen. But let's exile. Let's just do Long Night. Saves us too much mana not to do. And so like I want to get rid of this so I can deep memories with instinct on the doubles codex, but it's literally like 2 mana exile itself on a fight where the enemy has several buffs, barrier. Like, what the fuck is this card? It's just sad, man. It's just goddamn sad. Let's do this first. I can use the Vitality to play this. Congrats, I exiled it. Deep memories, guaranteed to hit codex. Fiction order. And I guess I'll just claustrophobia. And I'll Dancer to get it out of the deck as well, I guess. And just taking some damage, I think, not a lot. 20, 36. Yeah, taking 7. Kind of chunk. Not even gonna play the shit, just keep the 1 filler. 7 damage. Let's start with card draw, see what we get off of it. Honestly, with the Fugue, I can probably at the very least kill these 2. Which means I wouldn't have too many issues next turn even with the summon. Yeah, I'm going to discard a boundary. Going to Fugue and try to finish or at least make most of the combat irrelevant for this turn. Got null points as well. To draw a lot. And yeah, I just drew Rainbow, which is going to help massively. Let's do Ageless. I do have the mana I need actually. So Rainbow. Because I only hit the variant, I didn't actually technically do unblock damage, even though I destroyed all the barrier. It didn't apply poison, so this still has the amulet. Not like a big deal, but like, come on, dude. Like Dancer. Standing Arm. Doing it early because I'm running out of colored mana at this rate. Thankfully, I do have the Rainbow here, but you know. Both of these are follow-ups. I guess I'll just do one of them now. Kill Kaneko. And I'll draw the other one, but oh well, what can you do? Full points. Okay, yeah, this should be plenty. Sending Arm. Red Harvest. Curiosity. The Rainbow again. And just kill above. Kill on the bottom. And that was the fight. We immediately found the Tiberine too, so that's probably the last card draw piece we need. We don't want to load our deck with too much card draw either, because if we do, like eventually, if your card draw draws more card draw, and you don't actually draw your useful cards, you can use your other card draw to keep drawing, but you're getting hit by Seiya every turn, which is the only thing that I feel like could be a problem for our deck at this point. So we don't want to bloat our deck even with card draw, because that could be an issue. In fact, unless we get some ridiculous cards, I don't want to add a single extra card to my deck other than one activator for follow-up, which would be either another Erkis or another or one instinctive action, ideally. But I would take, if necessary, the accusatory delusions or persecutory delusions, I think it was. The Rummy event, not really interested, I think. I mean, not I think, I know, come on. My deck's not good enough for Sage yet. So, the question is, do we take the random exhibit, money, and misfortune? And I feel like with Devil's Codex, the random misfortune can't possibly be that bad. and if it is, we can eventually exile it regardless. We still have like a lot of removals, and honestly, if I get the 100 money and random exhibit, I feel like I can actually just go to this shop regardless of wanting to save money for the Sumeraka trade. So if I go to this shop, that is +1 removal. So it doesn't really matter that this is -1 removal. So yeah, my decision, even before Reveal Fate, is not fully 100% sure, but leaning towards a yes. So I'm going to say yes before looking at the event, because the last time I made a decision before checking Reveal Fate, I will admit, it kind of looked like I wasn't sure before I clicked. So I wanted to make it very clear, even without the reveal, I was going to take. But if I had reveal, I actually wouldn't have, because the grave is not worth a misfortune. But I still think just the money is honestly like mostly similar, and the random exhibit was a bonus. So I don't think this was an awful option regardless. But if I had known beforehand, I actually don't think I would have taken it. But as I mentioned, I want to play as if I didn't have Hidden Fate, and I only did Reveal Fate, so I could help both those who play with and without. So let's pick it up like I mentioned I would, and we're going to the shop anyway. And yeah, I forgot it's not a random misfortune, it's like psychedelic every time. But yeah, I can just exile it. Okay, so as you can see, we have Springtime Vacation here. We can't play it for what should be obvious reasons. We break Serenity with Fugue. Actually, this is our only Fugue card. Oh yeah, the Curiosity. I forgot. That was what I had in mind when I started talking. I just forgot in the middle of the sentence. But yeah, Curiosity screws us over with it, and it doesn't go as well as Curiosity does with the Filthless World. So, going to ignore it. We do, however, find Hooray Sea of Trees here, which is one of the strong synergies we've mentioned before. We already have plenty of multicolor stuff, so that is actually going to be very solid. And actually, Filthless World can't screw that one up, because the X cost cards don't get affected by cost changes. So we still have a payoff for our multicolor stuff, which would be recovering cards from exile. We could recover the Fugue, I guess, not going to be useful very often. But most often what we're going to recover is either extra card draw, or just, we can recover the rainbows we get. Like, if we get like a Rainbow Plus, we can do ORAC for 5, recover 3 of the mana, and we have 2 mana, 5 hits, effectively, so that is very good. And yeah, it just has very solid synergies in general. So Hoyer Sea of Trees is one of those cards I mentioned, one of those cards that fit the unless it's extremely cracked, I'm not gonna add a card. This is extremely cracked. It's a massive payoff for firepower gain as well, because this hits for as many colors as you spend on it. So like at the minimum we already have 4, because colors does count as a color. It doesn't count for Rainbow Danmaku, because it specifically asks for these 5. But since this just says for each mana of a different color, colorless does count for it. So yeah, we're buying Horacy 100%. We're doing a removal 100%, so we can remove... Actually, what were we going to remove? For priority was removal. What was the priority removal? Was it just the Dark Answer and the... Perfect Crime? And the Vivid Wreath, I guess? Because these two at least do excel themselves when I play them. So I don't want to waste the removal on them, because it's not going to help me loop. So what was I going to remove? Is it just upgrades that I was focused on? I think so. Kinda lost the thread. It's being a long video, to say the least, and yeah, spending too much brain power and everything. I think I was just focused on upgrades at this point, yeah. But I do want to remove like at least one Vivid Breath. Just get rid of all the basics that cost more than one. These at least scale very well with Firepower and Spirit. And if you got more removals later, I guess I can spend them on like Dark Dancer and Perfect Crime. But honestly, mostly at this point, we just want to upgrade our deck. Yeah, I'm not gonna pick up anything else. Princess Undying and Vivid Color Downpour were both like contenders, but I don't have enough interest in them to actually pick them. I could pick one of the tools though. No, I can't pick one of the tools because I have 145, and I want to save my money in case I want one of these rares. Okay, so we 100% want either run Sakuya usage or Heian Dark Clouds. Dark Clouds is an infinite enabler, because eventually what you get off of this is a 0 cost card that exiles itself. So you do exile cards with this, it's very slowly and randomly. But on the way, it does get you a lot of value. And run Sakuya usage is just solid card draw that, I mean, it's not solid card, it's just 1 mana draw 1. So it's a 1 mana tax to eventually get a 1 mana extra turn, which is a very powerful effect. Not interested in Dream Express, plus our average mana cost isn't really all that high. And Sleeping Consciousness has lost most of its usefulness at this point. It was mostly good early on, and it's still good now, but I'm wondering if it's not better to just save our money and get rid of Sleeping Consciousness finally. It's finally gone, basically. And we don't have to worry about it. And I feel like that's the choice. Yeah, I'm actually not gonna pay, I'm just gonna trade for the Sleeping Consciousness. And pick up Sakuya usage. So, for reference, Heian Dark Clouds is just guaranteed win here. With Heian Dark Clouds, where is it? The Fiddler's World, and Devil's Codex. Eventually, both Codex and Dark Clouds are going to be free. Heian is going to exile any card you want until you find, like, basically you're gonna exile one of your cards. Well, let's explain the loop calmly. We're playing the game. First turn, I do some blocks, some stuff. Second turn, I get to play the Fiddler's World. Third turn, I just get Devil's Codex discounted, cost nothing. I keep playing. Eventually, the Heian Dark Clouds gets discounted to 0 as well. So I'm in a situation where both Heian Dark Clouds, Devil's Codex, and let's say play with water. And yeah, basically I can set up a situation where I have 2 free card draws eventually. Let's say play with water and tea brewing. So that gives me infinite card draws, assuming one of them draws the other. Devil's Codex allows me to exile my deck slowly, so I can also do this to reduce my deck to a size where I can actually guarantee play with water will draw tea brewing, and tea brewing will draw play with water. And Heian Dark Cloud, if I have enough patience and just draw it every time and it's free, let's say I have discard pile is play with water, my hand is tea brewing, Devil's Codex because I haven't exiled my entire, because I still have it from exiling my deck, and the Heian Dark Clouds. If I have those 4 cards, what I can do is play Heian Dark Clouds for free, exile the Devil's Codex, and I'll get a random card that costs 0. If I think that card is good enough to perform a loop with it and just play this card forever, I can keep it, use it for 0, and just do my draw loop, use this infinite times, whatever. If I don't think the card is good enough, I do play with water. Actually, play with water discard, so I would do play with water into the tea brewing. Though at that point it's probably upgraded by the Mooncake, so I don't actually have to. Point is, I can get back to Heian Dark Clouds, and the original card I didn't like, that cost 0 mana now. I replayed Heian Dark Clouds on Devil's Codex, and I basically reroll the card into a different one. In that way, Hey and Dark Clouds gives me access to any card in the game, which means I can just get infinite meta scaling. I can look for literally any card I could want against Seija. I could just find an extremely efficient card and loop that one infinitely. So yeah, it's an extremely boring way to play in my opinion. I'm not going to bother with it because I think I've won regardless. But the optimal play here is picking up Hey and Dark Clouds, upgrading it, and eventually you are always guaranteed a way to win by looping this card and just exiling something until you get the card you want. That said, I'm picking up Sakuja usage. Because Overexplained videos might want to teach you the best way to play, or at least the way I consider the best, like the one that gives you the best chance to win. But I do also think that infinite loops, well, they are cool sometimes. Like when they're not common, it's a cool thing to have happen. When I was new to the game, I was really excited when I got my first one, like intentionally, and it was really cool. However, I feel like the game is balanced in a way that going infinite is your best playing like 90% of the goddamn fights, and I really hate that. So while I will tell you when a loop here is a good strategy you can go for and actually the best play you can make, personally I don't think most players actually enjoy playing like that, at least not every goddamn run. So yeah, I'm actually going to try and, like, the infinite loop has been demonstrated. If you're going to play that, you don't need me to teach you anything else at this point. You can just do that, it'll happen, that's it. It's once you the issue with those is in deck building, not in actual gameplay. Playing them is extremely easy. The issue is actually getting to them, and let's face it, in Lost Branch of Legends it's not that hard either. But yeah, point being, the ones where gameplay actually matters are the ones that are not deterministic. So I'd rather just continue playing in a way I like, and in a way I think most people prefer playing, and show that off. But obviously, best play there, pick Hey and Dark Clouds, go infinite, have access to any card in the game, thanks to Hey and Dark Clouds giving you random cards, constantly just giving you random cards that you'll eventually have a good option. That said, yeah, let's just keep going with the run. So I kind of want to go to an elite, and this one doesn't have an event. So I'm just going to go to the top path. At this point, we're really strong. Our cards are good enough. We mostly just want some upgrades. And the elites are going to give us exhibits without giving us too much risk. Again, the only thing that could worry me at this point is Seija, but I think our win is guaranteed. But if Seija is the only thing that worries me, let's play around Seija specifically, which means getting as strong as possible, no matter the risk we have to take. So we're going to go for elites and exhibits. Maybe we'll go to a shop on this one, but with 145, probably like around 160, 170 after combat. I don't feel like the shop is that great. Plus, there's no elite on the path, so we can avoid it for now, and we'll just go on Act 3. I mean, on Section 3 of Act 3. Karakaza. Honestly, this is not about money, because 2 upgrades on shop are 50 and a removal is 100, so this wouldn't be saving us any money. However, if we're talking about opportunity cost, having 2 chances for an upgrade or 1 chance for a removal, when I value both upgrades and removal mostly the same right now, because I think my deck's pretty much finished. If I wanted more consistency, I'd probably remove the Dark Dancer and the Perfect Crime even before the basics, honestly, because these at least scale with our Spirit and stuff. But yeah, I think upgrades are more powerful than removal right now, which means 2 upgrades and 1 removal, while economically the same, the opportunity cost is actually in favor of the upgrades, because the chances of finding a place to upgrade and finding a place to remove are mostly the same. So 2 chances is just better than 1. So yeah, I'm actually going to accept the misfortune here. By the way, this is not reveal fate, this is just information about the misfortune. You get this one no matter what. But yeah, I'm going to take the misfortune here, and I'm just going to remove it on Act 3. And that will basically mean the same as me having gotten 2 upgrades on the Section 3 shop. Which is something I would do if I had the chance, so happy to do it here. That means we're definitely upgrading Filthless World, and it's either double Codex or Ransack usage, I assume, or the Horace. I'm going to be able to upgrade all of these anyway. Let's just go double Codex, because it's the one that has been waiting the longest. In the end, it looks like I'm not going to upgrade the all points bulletins, sadly. Their upgrades are good, making them 0 mana and accumulating a little bit more damage, but I'd rather have upgrades on the cards I'm using consistently. So yeah, that's Filthless World, Doubles Codex. And that was basically a benefit in the specific part of opportunity cost, so not unhappy with it. If this is a fight we really want to end as soon as possible, so we might actually just spell card turn 1, because the Charm from the Fox is going to keep us from playing a lot of cards. And Perfect Crying, as usual, being completely useless even in a fight with plenty of buffs and debuffs. Let's hope I at least get the rabbits, so I can show off the good part about the card technically. Yeah, that was a pretty awful draw. And I'm gonna need to play the Rainbow if I want to play the rest of my hand. So let's just go Rainbow, Dark Dancer, and spell card to see where the follow-up goes. Okay, that kills the bottom doll. Honestly, I'm not happy about not being able to kill any of the other 2 here. I feel like the charm is still the biggest issue, even if this is hitting us for like 9 times 2 right now. Next turn it's probably going to do the unblockable attack that poisons anyway. So what I want to get rid of right now is the charm if I can. We're going to be taking a little bit of damage both from the attacks and the poison we got. But honestly, this fight was always going to be a guaranteed damage. And we even got extremely goddamn awful hands on turn 1 and 2 as you can see. So yeah. That makes it even more guaranteed. Let's do Curiosity, because I don't really care about Filthless or Harmon. They're both mana cheating. I guess I care about Harmon. But I'm probably going to play, like, if I play Close Harmon, the last thing I can play is also a draw card, so let's at least draw first, see what we see, see what we draw, and then I can decide. And yeah, it's still Close Heart plus Filthless. Plus Harmon. Right? Oh yeah, if I do Arceus, I don't have Heart anymore. This is 26, doesn't kill the Joker. Yeah, Close Heart. Can't do Harmon because I spent the fucking black mana on it. Because the auto tapper. Yeah, not the fault of the auto tapper. These 2 are warranting my hand. This is actually legitimately just my bad. So yeah, let's just play all points just to accumulate some Sage damage. Whatever. Yeah, this one legitimately I fucked up. Maybe I should have spell carded again, even if I run out of spell cards. Okay, this is actually a good one, I think. I can do Tea Brewing to gain life. It's going to leave me with 2, 2, 2, 3. I can then spend yeah, I can just do Rainbow and Horror, I think, and finish the fight then. So yeah, this is healing. In fact, I think I can just Horror right now to kill. 8 times 4 is 32. Doesn't kill this one, but the poison would. Yep, and extending arm finishes this anyway. Okay, not as bad as it looked on turn 2. We lost more HP than I would have liked, but not really a problem. As I mentioned, I'm not gonna add any more cards to my deck unless they're extremely good. And those were... You might have thought they're good or bad, but they certainly don't fit any definition of extremely good. That's why I didn't bother explaining them. Okay, so yeah, this is just full race, right? I would say yes. Yeah, let's do the horse. Got the border sensor, which is the last part of the chain for... Okay, so I didn't explain this so far. I honestly assume at this point most people know, if not everyone. But since this is an over-explained, the border sensor is the last part of the question you need to actually access Act 4. It starts in Act 1 when we got the glasses, as I mentioned. Then when you get to the Ring Nosuke, which is the first of the central nodes in Act 2, where you can actually sell one of your exhibits to him. After you sell the exhibit or decide you don't want to sell anything, he'll ask you for the glasses and give you a console in exchange. Then on Sumireku, which was where we did the rare trade here, where we traded our sleeping consciousness for the other rare. After that, whether you trade with her or not, she'll also ask you to trade your console for cosmetics. And finally, the next time you go into a gap, you'll get the offer from Yukari here to exchange the cosmetics with her for the border sensor. Once you have border sensor, after you finish Act 3, you'll automatically go to Act 4, well, you'll fight the true culprit, which is Seiya, and who acts as the Act 4 boss. You don't fight immediately, there's a shop and the gap beforehand. And yeah, you have to do that exchange chain to access Act 4. So there's really like... It's just, if you want to access Act 4, you're just forced to do it. You could chance it and do and just hope you get the event we got in Act 3, where Doremi lets you skip to the end of the act and gives you the border sensor herself, because that would let you access Act 4, and you wouldn't have to do the question to trade. But like, if you want to go to Act 4 consistently, because that is generally the way people like to play from what I know, beating Seiya is what's considered like a win by the community in most like high-level play circles, I guess. The game does consider it a win just to beat the Act 3 boss, for reference. So you don't have to go to Seiya if you just want to win as classed by the game. But yeah, point being, if you just want to go to Seiya, you don't really have a choice or any nuance at all. You just repeat the question every time. That's about it. The only nuance that you could possibly ever have is, once you do Sumireku, the cosmetics give you 2 HP at the end of the fight, 2 health, while the border sensor does literally nothing. So technically, if you wanted to keep the cosmetics for as long as possible, you would want to avoid a gap here, and avoid a gap here, and simply do the exchange right at the end, right before the Act 3 boss, since you are forced to go into a gap then. So yeah, if the only nuance in the question ever is, do you want to conserve the cosmetics for longer? If so, you have to go into shops instead of gaps for these two sections of the act. That's literally it. Now that we're done here, I've already done my upgrade, I think, yeah. So let's just move on and go to our elite. We get Doremi here. Like, we probably spend the first turn on the setup, let her sleep for a moment, and then on turn 2 just go off and destroy her. We found Ransakia usage here. If this draws us the deep memories, we'll recover Ransakia usage and use it again, so we can set up the correct usage already. It didn't. Let's transform our mana into Philosophers. And honestly, I can just skip drawing for now. Yeah, doesn't seem likely that we'll find it. Yeah, at this point it's just not just unlikely that we'll find it, but unlikely that we'll do anything. So let's just play our Filthless World. Honestly, I'm willing to gamble here. Just play the Arcus. If this wakes her up, good. If not, we'll just wake her up next turn. Or actually, next turn we're gonna be weak. Yeah, I don't even want to do it this turn. Let's just wake her up next turn if we're able. And yeah. Yeah, we just get to play Hardmans for free. T-Brewing for free is just ridiculous. Oh, we want to wake her up. This is gonna have to get card rock, and I don't think there's a single card that does it. Or spend our spell card. Let's see what we get though. We just get the free Tree Brewing again. This is going to get us Codex, Body, Rainbow, and Shoot, because these two are at the bottom. So yeah, we're no longer worried. Just do Harvest, Ageless, Tea Brewing, and as mentioned, Body, Vitality for Firepower. Unless we have plenty of mana, let's just play these. Play Codex, Excelling Psychedelic, Occult, Rainbow, do our scaling with Rainbow Danmaku, and just play the Rainbow, and we just play both of these, which will give us back 2 mana. We don't really care about the second mana, but the first one's going to give us enough for a shoot. Or actually, we can spend the first one here, and then we can actually Claustrophobia for 10 barrier. That actually seems better than just a random shoot. So yeah, we shoot. Cancel the art. And we get to Claustrophobia for 10 barrier. We got on Close Heart as well, I guess. But yeah, I guess she always uses multi-attack first, so maybe that was a mistake. Okay, let's start with Autumnal into Devil's Codex to get rid of the Scar. Play with Water. Get rid of the Eviction Order. Dragons are out of the deck. I wouldn't mind either Harvest or Codex here. So I do want a Deep Memories. And I actually don't want the Instinct, because the cards I want cost 0. Yeah, Autumnal again. Keep Brewing. Just keep accumulating firepower. Play these. And Extending Arm. We have plenty of Philosopher now. So we get to do Rainbow again. We do Strong Sakuya usage, which is going to put the correct one on top of the deck. And Rainbow and Curiosity will draw it for us. And allow us to play it too. But first, we spend our 2 colorless mana, our 2 shoots, to use all the temp firepower we've gained. Honestly, the instant body was good, but in the end, this wasn't really an instant body build around as much as a mix and match of Dupion and instant body. Still, you saw how we focus on certain packages, and yeah, it really just ignored most of the things that didn't fit into the 2 packages we got, and we only even bothered with getting 2 because they were 2 of the very few that actually had synergy between themselves. Yeah, we just take an extra turn. Kind of forgot this was going to be our extra turn. Thankfully, we got the Claustrophobia for 20 block, so we're not taking damage regardless. And we actually get to do a lot of damage with this. And hey, we can Perfect Crime and do literally nothing. I don't like that card. It's not a secret. Okay, so as I mentioned, Rainbow Dupio does have the issue with Filthless World, that eventually it loses the green cost, and you actually can't activate the second part anymore. So if you do combine Filthless World with Rainbow Dupium for any reason, like us being able to get some scaling off of it first, and then going into Infinite Loops with free card draw, just remember, this no longer gains the Firepower and Spirit buff, no matter what. Okay, so with that said, Harvest lets us Deep Mums with reduced cost. I'm just gonna cancel the heart, but I'm going to save it for later when I have all my temporary firepower from the instant body. So let's do Standing Arm to make some hand space, because we're about to draw a Replenish card. Exile Eviction. The Nightmares are not really going to be a problem. The Rem is not going to be alive in 4 turns. In fact, I'd be surprised if the Rem lives past this turn. In fact, let's just do this. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that is it. Between the vulnerable and the firepower, that was plenty. Black Lotus isn't a bad exhibit, makes our turn 1s a lot easier to play. So, Flash of Inspiration could easily get us get into a Fugue loop, and Tea Brewing is, more powerful card draw. But as I mentioned, this doesn't even increase our consistency anymore, because we are already going to go infinite really easily. So, yeah, we can just ignore it. Nimble Fabric, Honey Musk. Honestly, we don't really need much defense anymore. The 2 Grays on turn 2 could be nice, but I don't think they're necessary. I guess the Honey Musk doesn't really compare to the scaling we get off Duping, and yeah, I kind of wanted the Honey Musk in order to make the infinite faster. But I guess the actually good play is picking up the Fabric. This would just be the anti-boredom play. But yeah, this is an overexplained video. Don't want to make too many suboptimal decisions. I already ignored the Hay and Dark Clouds. Let's just take that. Our defense is not bad, certainly, but also not ideal. It gets a lot better once we've scaled our spirit a bit. So having 2 Grays on turn 2 is going to generally be a solid option. I actually don't think it does much against Seiji, because she always does her accurate attack on turn 2. And Junko does an accurate attack, but I don't remember if it's turn 2 or 3. I think it's 3. So at least against her it's going to be useful. But yeah, and we'll be going to a shop here. And as I mentioned, we do want to fight elites. So it's either this path or this path, which are not really any different. So let's do the bottom one in case we want to pivot to the cap somehow. And let's go ahead. Okay, so this event, I only ever do like money sometimes, very rarely. Max HP when the healing basically means the life I lose is kind of irrelevant. And the random exhibit very often. However, these 3 options, I don't like any of them. And since I'm going to a shop rather than a cap, I don't actually want to lose that much HP. So blind, I don't pick any of these. However, with Reveal Fate, there are tool cards that heal you, so these ones could actually be worth it. I'm not going to pick them regardless, because I've already made my decision on Hidden Fate, but I wouldn't pick them anyway after knowing what they are. However, if I had checked and this was like canned food or something like that, it would have still been worth it to pick it, as for reference. Because it would have healed you more than the HP it costs here. And since it's a 0 mana replenish card, we wouldn't have any issues finding it. It wouldn't be bloat. Wouldn't worry about that. As for the random ability card, absolutely not. Not even with knowledge of it. So yeah, we just click leave here. And we lost 7 HP on that event, sadly. Too bad, not a big deal. Incredible. I am going to show you the most amazing thing in this combat, my guys. First things first, we gain life, because we're gonna have plenty of block for these fucks. So I'm honestly only worried, I'm honestly just going to use that for healing. I say that, but I'm actually going to take damage turn 1. Not a lot, certainly less than I healed, but still. Let's go for the 4 hits of the Hover Sea of Trees. And then just play Hardmans and close Heart. And we shoot something. So I took 6, I healed 10, it's gonna be fine. Oh, here it is. This is the most amazing thing you have ever seen. The one and only reason you actually ever pick Perfect Crime is if you hate these little fuckers. I have taken your flawless. That is the one and only reason I would ever consider taking that. Only because you hate these little assholes. You get to steal their flawless. That's it. It's not that impressive. It's just, you know, if you hate this fight, that is definitely a way to destroy it. And eventually, once we get back to the Hierarchy of Trees, we can actually use it to recover the Perfect Crime from Exile and do the same to the other one. But, you know, I'm hoping the fight is not gonna last that long. Let's get some cards, because the cards I have in hand right now are not ideal. Oh, whatever, I have flawless, whatever. There we go. And just punch them in the face. Actually, I probably should have tried to kill this one, huh? Whatever. I'm just gonna end turn before I embarrass myself any further. And yeah, thanks to the flawless, we're only taking 3 damage from this. 1 damage because I increased the first 2 hits. And this first air case, so I don't draw the second one, which I should have done before. Exile the extending arm. Okay, actually, since we're on this, as I mentioned, colorless is technically a color. So this is 5 colors spent. We get back Perfect Crime. Steal the flawless. Down to the heart. The one and only reason you would ever actually pick Perfect Crime. We had our fun. The card is awful. I hope you enjoyed. If you got some enjoyment out of seeing me massacre those little assholes, then at least it was worth it, I guess. Okay, so I did find this smart speaker, and it leaves us with enough money for an upgrade. Not really much else to say, honestly. We're going to have the Scare in our deck, but I don't really care. We'll exile it eventually, this is just way too good. And upgrade... Like, Curiosity is always going to get upgraded by the Mooncake. I guess I'll just do Deep Memories, because it's the most consistent 1 mana reduction if I can get instinct on it. If I did, like, Sakya usage, all points, or... I mean, Sakya usage which actually gets me 1 more card. But whatever. But yeah, if I did, like, all points or Perfect Crime, they both would be mana reductions on cards that exile. So, like, I'd rather just do it on the one that doesn't exile. Not a big difference anyway. Yeah, let's... I guess Dark Dancer is the best upgrade I have. Just because it doubles the effect. I care so little about it though. Do I really want to upgrade this? I'm not getting the instinct on the Deep Memories that much anyway. Fine. I'll upgrade Dark Dancer. Don't really like any of the upgrades I have left, but you know. Okay, so we're fighting ourselves here. And we do actually have a pretty easy time. Because Koishi is generally the easiest boss. Like, she's the newest one, but she's the easiest one in my opinion. Oh right, this is from a shop, not a gap, so we don't actually have this. I had the idea in mind that I was already here, and I was going to immediately get the 2 PM for this. But, you know, whatever. 2 PM is still good. Since I have it on Instinct already, I'm going to go and do the Claustrophobia. Just guarantee that I have good defense this turn. And then go T-Brewing. All points. No quills. Let's see how many of you get that reference. And yeah, just I guess block and hooray for the multi-hit. Actually, shouldn't be focusing Koichi, I should be focusing Eiki. Koishi is just not a threat at all, she's the weakest of the bosses in my opinion. And Eiki skills far harder than her, so I should be focusing on Eiki. Okay, let's open with extending arm since we don't have instant yet. Just so we can get the mana. So crying with Devil's Codex so we can get rid of it without having to use it. We do find instant body now. We might not use the vitality unless we get something interesting, so let's do our draw first. It doesn't look like we'll be using the vitality this turn. This is 19, this one's not attacking. And we are grazing, so we don't actually care about our defense. So let's just discard boundary, play Hardmans. And I guess actually it's worth using the occult here. Sorry. Had to cough, sorry. It's worth using the occult here so I can Ageless Dream into Erkis for the damage. I just remembered, I never got a second. I was thinking about so much other stuff, I never got a second follow-up activator for Dance of the Heart. So I guess our best play is to draw Devil's Codex with Instinctive Love to exile it eventually. Yeah, that's a small mistake, but still a mistake. Okay, that was free dupium, very good. You want Tunnel Harvest, Dark Dancer. Just do the Dance of the Heart now. Wanna really just have open space in my hand. Play more card draw. Deep Memories actually has a solid chance at getting the Dupion, and if not, Dance of the Heart. Yeah, you have both as an option. Which one do you prefer? That's just kills here, I think. Or close to it. Very close. In fact, I can go ahead and Rainbow and have the Erka skill. And since I do have enough, I'm going to take quite a lot of damage from Koishi and Psychedelic, huh? Since my upgrades are not really worth that much, I think I actually might rest at the last gap and heal up with the T. Yeah, let's go ahead and do Vitality. Bloodless shoot. Yeah, 3 damage from that. 27 from Koishi. Oh, the healing attack. Okay, let's focus up a bit. I don't wanna die here because I was being an idiot. Draw cards. This is mana conversion. Codex on the small boundary. This should put the right cycle usage on top of my deck. So I can just draw and take the extra turn after my 2 shoots. I have enough barrier to survive now. Do I have any healing in here? Not really. Okay, do Autumnal. Yeah, no healing here either, or card draw. So let's just do as much damage as we can. And whole Sea of Trees will hit as hard as possible. Would a spell card kill here? 27, 13 times 3, 39. No, it wouldn't. And it might kill with the poison, but I don't care because the only reason I wanted to kill was so he wouldn't lose the life to Psychedelic. Yeah, I started autopiloting, which is a massive mistake and probably my most common mistake, with picking up cards that I didn't actually need, coming a close second. Guess I'll pick card draw. And yeah, we can easily finish this. But do we have any possible chance of healing beforehand? Doesn't seem like it. Not on the exile pile either. So let's just finish the fight now. Yeah, definitely healing before Junko. That was a mistake. Okay, the wooden fish does give us 30 HP on Junko, but the upgrades we have left are like super mediocre anyway, so I'd rather just heal up and not risk it. Passionate Memories, not great against Seija, although still good, and definitely great against Junko. So yeah, last piece of the puzzle, I guess. Yeah, this was like, as I mentioned, good standalone card that lets you have the burst of damage at the end of the combat, so you can finish the combat earlier. We heal and go to full HP against Junko, thanks to the wooden fish we just got. And yeah, playing against Junko, we play the Filthless World as soon as possible, and use that to actually go off. Still, the first thing we're going to do is play our Rainbow Danmaku to scale it up. Going to be very helpful. Play Hartmann's here. And yeah, if I play one card that costs me black now, the mana I lose is going to be the blue one, because it's the one at the bottom of the order. For reference, the bottommost, assuming you have the same of every color, it will target the bottommost one first. So if I spend black here to use Ageless Dream, I'm going to conserve my black mana, which means I can do Claustrophobia with Instinct. And I don't really have anything to steal with Perfect Crime. I'm slightly tempted to do Rainbow into Curiosity, but I've already blocked enough, and I would only have one colored mana to actually do stuff with it so I'm going to just save my Rainbow and go next turn. I can conserve all of this anyway. There's Filthless World. This requires colorless mana, so it's the last card I'm going to use, but I'm definitely going to play it. Hopefully this doesn't just hit 3 of the statuses you put into our deck. I guess that's Curiosity, forced. And let's go ahead and spend... that spends our only payload mana right now. Let's go with Playful then, as well. Okay, we found an Autumnal Harvest, which will be good next turn. Right now we're not going to play the T-Brewing anyway. I'm definitely not playing the Rainbow just for it. So we can discard it. And Erkis before we lose it. You just harvest, block, block, and Filthless. And I guess this is all colorless mana anyway, and I do have a Rainbow plus worst case. So let's see what we draw. I'll use the small Rainbow I just put into my deck and just do Dark Dancer and all points. Okay, this has convinced me to do Rainbow, Instant Body. And this will give me two green, one of them will get purified, but I'll be able to use the other one for Sea of Trees, and I'll keep the mana I have anyway for next turn, so that seems like a better play. And now we are definitely just ending the turn. We're going to keep 4 of our barrier? Oh no, we had 2 grays, so we actually didn't really care. Okay, this is pretty sure I'm just using Devil's Codex here. Get rid of the Psychedelic. The Ronsaki usage will prevent us from losing the green right now. We are actually, if I do the Occult, I can still have black mana later to do Close Heart and still conserve Ronsaki usage here. I mean, open up hand space to use Ronsaki usage. And I drew Pure Radiance instantly, and I can't use Close Heart. Fuck! The good thing is, I did draw Rainbow Danmaku as well, which helps us fix that issue. We're not going to be able to scale off of it, but it does give us a Rainbow. So I can do the Close Heart anyway. Let's open up some hand space by removing these Lunacies, because I have plenty of colorless anyway. And play all point to see what we draw. And I actually feel like defense on Junko if you have a normal deck, you're gonna have plenty of damage. But defense on Junko can screw you over sometimes. So I'd rather just focus on my defense. So I'm just going to do that to open up Instinct for the claustrophobia and play it, rather than spend my mana on Instinctive Bluff. And the Dark Dancer is providing us some extra damage, I guess. Not the worst thing ever. Don't regret upgrading it, even though I really didn't want to have it. Okay, so Harvest into Play with Water here. Should still let us keep a decent amount of Philosopher's Mana. And we are losing HP now from the Purification, so wanna avoid that if we can. I just don't enjoy playing against Jinko, I'll admit. But it's not too big of an issue so far. We do have like 4 temporary firepower and 4 actual firepower. So I feel like this is still worth it for a triple hit, 36 damage. And even like 6 poison. Yeah, I don't mind. Like, it doesn't feel great to fight against her. But, you know, it's the kind of puzzle that I don't mind actually being in the game. Okay, this is pretty solid. Let's just convert our mana. And since she's not attacking this turn, I feel like this is actually the best moment to go Pashing. It also lets me Deep Memories for the Extending Arm. Turn one of my colorless into 2 more Philo. Which, I guess I'll Deep Ruin first. See what I get. The Radiances can't purify Philosopher's Mana anyway. And yeah, this is just 5 hits of Foe Race. And with Passion and the firepower we have, is an easy lethal. So that is Junko out of the way. As for these, honestly, neither of them are all that interesting. I'm tempted to just pick up the Beautiful Plate, just because it's 1 more color, so it's like super easy to just get the rainbow to activate. Like, we could still spend 1 of our color mana on something and still have the other one. It's also an extra for, like, let's just do Horace of 3 baseline, because we'd have technically 5 colors even if one of them is colorless. And the Astrologies are probably the best of the effects here, but their blue mana is whatever. I guess it unlocks Sakuya's extra turn cards, but we're not really all that interested in those anymore. We're already going to have turn 1 fully to set up. We don't have to do any damage, because the all-point bulletins have accumulated 320 damage, which means they're not actually going to do 320, they're going to do 300, because that's the damage cap Seija has, and these get stopped by the damage cap, and also they are stopped by the turn 1 damage cap, which means we're literally not going to be able to hurt Seija on turn 1 anyway. So yeah, we only really care about our setup, so we don't really care about that. So Cyclock could have been interesting if I had actually any way to use it. Sadly though, I only have 2 of the 3 states, which are few. I don't even have few anymore. Yeah, just Pashing. So yeah, not gonna happen. Mate Streak could be a nice bit of consistency, I guess. Not super important or anything. Mostly lets me discard the Misfortunes before I actually manage to exile them. Grimoire Study is just probably the best of the 3 cards. Exiles itself gives me a massive burst of tempo for the turn I played. Let's just go for this. I can even recover it from exile if I feel like that's a good play with Horace, Sea of Trees, so yeah. None of these are of any interest to me. So removal or upgrade. Kinda wanna remove the Scare. Is there any set of 2 upgrades that would be better than removing Scare? Probably just, you know, Sakuya usage and Grimoire Study. So I should upgrade here and at the cap as well. Yeah, let's just do that. Sadly, no money to buy disposable amulet and upgrade anyway. So let's just upgrade here. Go for run Sakyo usage, so it gives me 2 cards the first time I play them. I would kind of like if the run Sakyo usage plus also gave you a correct Sakyo usage plus, but the difference is minimal. It's like 1 mana if I remember correctly. Yeah, just cost 0 instead of green. So not a big deal. And we've found Seiya finally. Short run for an Overexplained. Oh wait. Okay, I'm going to restart just to show off what happened. I forgot about I wanted to look at the clock. We've been at this for like almost 4 hours. And that was like an hour and a half for the deck building section. So 6-hour video. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna restart quickly just so you can see what happens. This is what happens with the bulletins, the green Sakuya off color card. You enter combat, and you pull out the Glock 95. Just absolutely destroy her. 300 accumulated damage, and we hit the damage cap. So yeah, we do what we prepared with the rainbow and smart speaker, and we start scaling from turn 1. Autumnal harvest. I can conserve the mana anyway, so I'm going to rainbow now. And before I draw the harvest, using the fact that I have hand space, I'm going to Grimoire Study first. Some of these are useless, but not all of them. Plenty of them though, because I can't exit Passion, so entering it now is just taking double damage. I can't even hurt her this turn. So yeah, that was one of the worst fucking Grimoire studies I've seen. But you know, if random transforms are bad on Koishi, it stands to reason that random card generation is as well. So yeah, just more proof, I guess. I don't want the boundary, I want the others. I'll play this if I need hand space later, but for now I have enough. And I guess I'll be discarding one of these at least. Claustrophobia for block, which I really need because I don't really have a lot. And at the very least, we've weakened her so we didn't take as much damage. And we've set up our Filthless World. And she started with 300 damage anyway. So mostly a good turn 1, even despite all the issues. We're only taking like 10 damage anyway. Oh, and the iron was a pretty good one for us. Pendant is generally not like super risky. Plus, we actually have like Sword of Hizo, Forest Trees, the Rainbow Danmaku. Plenty of ways to actually screw her over anyway. Anything XL we're interested in? Not really, not even the Grimoire, honestly. So let's see if we find something that we care about before I start playing the full thing, Hori. Honestly, let's look for some defense. We don't have any in hand. Okay, find a boundary here. Play the instant body. Let's see if we can get lucky and hit the Dupion here. Actually, I didn't want to do Dupion for 1, so go first. At least we have more Zero mana draw. And yeah, close heart. So we stop taking the cheap damage from the scissors. Okay, girl. Hand space. And honestly, just let's do this. Kill the Karamas already. Start getting damage on her. And open up some hand space because I can just get a rainbow off of this anyway. Before I start accidentally drawing through my entire deck, I do want a spell card. First off, gets one of the follow-ups out of the deck now. I mean, out of the draw pile now. And since I already did 300 damage first turn thanks to the bulletins, I have spell card turn 2 and turn 3 to also do 300, and I'll only need 100 on the 4th turn. Okay, so 1 Sakuya usage. This is free. Play this before drawing, so we can get this out of the deck. We're low on defense, so we actually have a hard time finding it early on, before we actually reduce our deck size a lot. That's what's been bothering us most of the time. Thankfully we have plenty of HP, so even with the low on defense issue, we're going to be mostly fine. I just put a rainbow on top. No, I put the extra turn on top of my deck. So that could actually help us a lot. It does cost green though, so I can't just play the Dark Dancer here. So let's just go ahead and play Knife, just for damage. T-Brewing, and play the correct Sakuya usage, which, as we all know, the correct way to use Sakuya is take extra turns. So let's do that. I like that it reinforces my favorite way of playing Sakuya, so I'm going to choose to believe that that's it. Okay, Banner here, and let's see if we can get some extra Dupion. Nope, but we can get the T-Ring for more card draw. This is to filter mana. So, Scare on one side and Passionate Memories on the other. I'm unlikely to actually get Instinct with this now, so let's just play it now. Rainbow, free card draw. I don't have any exile card here that exiles, right? Oh. No, my exile is the Codex. So yeah, let's just keep playing card draw and stuff. I can discard the memories if I... Oh no, I already... yeah, never mind. Let's discard the Instinctive. I don't want to play it for how much it costs. Sadly, I cannot get Rainbow to scale right now with the colors I have. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do the Dark Dancer. And pass the turn. And close Heart and pass the turn, sorry. And I'm actually taking no damage this turn, thanks to the extra turn. And this turn, she's getting out a new item, so we don't actually have to worry about blocking other than the Scissor. Let's see what Deep Memories gets us. Free Duping is not bad, that's for sure. 1 mana Duping because it's not upgraded, I guess. Extended Arm. The AoE we have plenty of. We'll eventually get the Sunflower Fairy, so I'm not gonna dedicate any damage to her. And actually, since this turn she's not attacking us, and next turn we'll have to kill her, like we'll most likely kill her anyway, we can actually just go into Passion this turn, because it doesn't increase the damage from the Scissors. So let's get blocked for the Scissors with Passionate Memories. And now we can just worry about killing her, which should be relatively simple, considering the power we have right now. Yeah, we just have plenty of free card draw, plenty of rainbows. This should be, honestly, plenty. Oh, by the way, if you just try to overpay, as you can see, already at a maximum uses 7, because there's 7 colors, which are separate colors of mana, which are obviously the main ones: blue, black, white, red, green, and then colorless and philosophers. So as you can see, only 7 mana are lifted up when I have 10 in the pool, and I choose to try and play it. So yeah, at most you can play 7. And let's just show. I have 9 in the mana pool. Play this, only consume 7. It's gonna get me back, I guess, just a rainbow. And she's 44 off of the damage cap. So I can just actually conserve the spell card and play Anarchist. And to keep as much value as I can for next turn, just in case. Although, if I'm getting attacked next turn, I'm unlikely that anyway. but I'm not gonna get attacked because I'm gonna spellcard and kill her. But yeah, just this. Actually, she's gonna lose the vulnerable, so I'm gonna need more than just the spellcard, but she's dead. Don't worry about it. No card draw. That actually screws me a bit. Let's do deep memories. And I got Horror CO3, so already dead. That is already dead. So yeah, let's just do this. Into the spell card. I don't actually mind that, because that means the Horror Sea of Trees will kill it pretty early. And if it kills it pretty early, that means I'm not getting screwed by the -3 damage she takes here. So just make sure it dies on the first hit. 1, 2. I lost Pashing. Why did I lose Pashing? I just realized I lost Pashing. That's why I wasn't doing that much damage. I don't even remember when that happened. Oh, I played Curiosity at some point. This is why Curiosity is such a meme card, honestly. Yeah, just... It only has synergy with the deck archetype that tries to enter and leave stances constantly. And it's technically card draw if you just completely ignore mental states. But it has so much anti-synergy, just like the rest of Koishi stuff. It's a bit sad, honestly. Whatever. This is, if not enough to kill, puts enough poison on her that it's not gonna matter. Plus it's going to get me a tome. Grimoire study, just for the meme finish, I guess. I'm gonna be fine regardless, so I'm just gonna do this just to see what happens. Random cards on Koishi are so fucking bad. At least Deep Memories and Vampire Hunter probably kill, but yeah, the skills. Yeah, like every single time, it just doesn't fail. Every random card generation is just awful. But yeah, that was the end of Koishi Overexplained. I hope it was entertaining, but more than that, I hope it was useful. Because these ones are made more for their teaching value than their entertainment value. So yeah, not gonna go into the collection this time. You've already seen all I had to say for when it happened, when I talked about deck building. So yeah, that was about it. I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you liked it. It was useful. I hope it taught you about playing Koishi B. Because honestly, I do like her. She's not my favorite character. That's still Sakuya B. But she is interesting. And she's obviously going to still like get more cards and changes. And I do look forward a lot to the finished version. But even now, she's already very fun. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you enjoy playing Koishi, and learn from this to actually play her effectively. It's a shame that right now she has more deck archetypes that are about looping than even the average character, because I already think looping is just way too easy for in Lost Branch of Legend. But yeah, this technically does end my break, by the way. I'm not sure what videos I'll make. I might go back to the modded character content. I do have an idea for the next video I'll make, which is likely Sakuya A, just to show a little something. Those who know about the thing that Sakuya A does that I want to show off probably instantly realized what it is that I'm going to show off. But yeah, probably gonna just do the Sakuya thing, then go back to modded content. But as usual with these things, any suggestions or requests, I'll take into consideration for my next video, because I'm mostly doing this, as a hobby, so I really just don't mind doing any requests because as long as they're fun to do. So yeah, that's about it for now. I'll see you next time, and in case I don't do any more videos until then, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, whatever. Enjoy.